Hi everyone, Thomas Barr here, and myself and everyone else at Sports Equipment Ireland are extremely proud to be supporting this year's IUAA livestream. For everyone watching at home, I hope you enjoy the show, and to all of the athletes competing, the very best of luck and enjoy the day.
And we're starting off today with the women's 400 metre hurdles. So in lane 1 in lane 2 we have UL, lane 3 we have UCC, lane 4 we have DCU, lane 5 UCD, lane 6 UL, lane 7 UCD, and lane 8 University of Galway.
Looks like we have maybe 2 of our combined events athletes competing in this as well. Orla Coffey from UCC, and I think our Galway athlete out in lane 8 was also taking part in the combined events yesterday.
Yeah, just looking through some of the names out there from the heats yesterday. Cara Murphy there in lane 7 for UCD really stormed away in her heat, and Eve Mooney just inside her, really impressive through the heats.
Mooney was also part of that UL mixed 4x4 team that took gold yesterday evening, so we'll have to see how she's recovered from 2 races yesterday. And that's Ava McKeown from UL in lane 2, who finished 3rd in her heat yesterday.
So yeah, Ava McKeown in lane 2, Orla Coffey in lane 3, Avine Dempsey DCU in lane 4. I don't have a start list on me, so I'm trying to work out the names. I don't know who's in lane 5 for UCD. Lane 6 is Eve Mooney, lane 7 is Cara Murphy, and lane 8 looks like Shauna Layden of University of Galway.
Athletes are being called to their marks now. We'll get underway shortly.
So it's really a battle between lane 6 and lane 7, who are both really impressive in those heats, taking their heats very comfortably. Both athletes like to get out very hard. So this should be an absolute cracker of a start to the day.
Conditions don't look too bad for this race either. The flags seem fairly still.
And we're away, and it looks like Cara Murphy of UCD has gotten up on Shauna Layden out in lane 8. The other UCD athlete just inside Eve Mooney also moving well. Orla Coffey looks like she's eating up the stagger on Avine Dempsey in lane 4 or in lane 3.
Eve Mooney will look to move through the field, I think, as the race goes on. She's kind of slightly pulling away from the second UCD athlete now.
Yeah, we'll get a good gauge when they're coming over the hurdles, because all the hurdles are the same distance. So it looks like Cara Murphy, UCD out in lane 7.
She seems to be really pulling away with it. It is getting quite now between 2nd and 3rd, between Eve Mooney and the other UCD athlete. And it looks like Orla Coffey of UCC in 4th.
Cara Murphy really pulling away, and she will be your women's 400 metre varsity champion. We had a faller there in Orla Coffey.
And UCC takes 2nd, and then UL through Eve Mooney take 3rd in that.
Fair play to Orla Coffey there, getting up, finishing the race, finishing out very strong. And Avine Dempsey of DCU coming through there as well.
Fortunately, it doesn't look like Ava McKeown made it the whole way around. That's very common in the hurdles.
I think anybody that has done hurdles at some stage in their life knows that it's not uncommon to be hitting hurdles and falling over them. That was Emily Lynn of UCD who got up there for 2nd. So once we get those times confirmed, we will keep you posted, as KD Nalka would say.
If you have a teammate that's not available and you want to go on their behalf, if you know the medals, can you please make your way to the podium, please? Please watch the start line on your way over.
Men's 400 metre hurdles will be the next race up on the track. These lads were straight through to a final, just had to toe the line yesterday.
So in lane 2 we have Fintan Dewhurst. Lane 3 we'll have Mark O'Connor. Lane 4 we've Owen O'Reilly. Lane 5 Shane Langley. Lane 6 Ozima Chinogram.
Yeah.
Lane 7 Oisin McCarry. And lane 8 Stephen Kiernan.
So it doesn't look like we have our reigning champion Adam Courtney here this year. So all eyes will probably be on the UL athlete Fintan Dewhurst in lane 2. He's a European under-18 silver medalist and a World under-20 semi-finalist from last year in Peru.
Question is, will Thomas Barr's championship record of 50.44 from 2015 come down?
Yeah, it's quite a tough record, I'd say, and especially from a tight lane 2, probably not favourable for the hurdles, but you never know.
No.
We saw some great performances yesterday in the men's 400 metre heats from lane 1. 2 of our winners from the heats, both coming from lane 1, kind of showing that lane draw isn't everything. So, yeah, we'll wait and see, I suppose. Also on at the moment we have the men's hammer throw competition. It looks like we have athletes from UL, DCU, UCD, Maynooth, all competing in this hammer throw competition. Looks like maybe Padraig O'Callaghan from UL next to take his throw. Unfortunately, we don't have results for this competition as it's going on, but when we get them in, we'll update you on them.
And just as Jack Hickey has reminded me here, that's Thomas Barr of Sports Equipment Ireland. Sports Equipment Ireland is the sponsor of today's stream, so we'd like to give him a big shout out and lots of thanks for that. If you or your club is ever in need of some sports equipment, whether it be hurdles for the track, whether it be goalposts for a football team, Sports Equipment Ireland has you covered.
At the moment, they're just setting up the hurdles for the men's 400 hurdles, of course. They have to change the height from the women's to put them up a bit higher for the men's competition. So once that is completed, we will get the competition underway. That is Padraig O'Callaghan from UL in the hammer throw circle at the moment. I am not sure what round they're on. I'd say round 1 or 2.
Yeah, this is surely one of the opening rounds for the lads. They had a few practice throws there earlier.
That looks to be maybe at around the 47, 48 metre line.
Yeah, it's great to have the markers out there on the field today. Gives us a good indication of where the lads are thrown, especially as the angle isn't so easy from the finish line here, where it's across.
It's nice to have the hammer throw, I think, in the stadium as well. It's often held in the field out here beside us, and that'll be great, I suppose, later when we have Nicola Tuthill competing in the women's hammer. I think rising star of Irish athletics, already claimed a gold medal at the European Throwing Cup this year in the under-23 women's hammer. So that's a big name to look forward to later in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. We had some debate on whether it would be out in the field or whether we'd have it on the infield. With the additional kind of facilities that you'd need for it and the extra volunteers, it's a bit of a bigger job to have it on the infield, but it's all worth it when you get to see it from the crowd and you get the celebrations from the athletes that are so visible like that.
I suppose Ireland is really maybe making a name for itself in a few field events at the moment, with the likes of Nicola Tuthill, Anna Gavigan and Oisin Joyce all claiming medals at the European Throws Cup.
Yeah, the development of some of the throw scene in Ireland is really coming along, especially the likes of O'Sheen's Club Lake District. They've produced a number of throwing athletes over the years, which is just a testament to the coaching that they've had out there and the need to develop facilities for throwing in Ireland.
I think it's great to see, though, a range of throwing events improving as well. Not just javelin, but you also have discus throwers like Cian Crampton claiming a medal at European Under-18s last year, and then Thomas Williams also claiming gold in the hammer as well.
Absolutely, and there needs to be a real focus now from the likes of Athletics Ireland and Sport Ireland to look to develop these athletes through from underage competition to senior and ensure that their talent can be nurtured in the right way to make sure that they're actually given the opportunities to compete at such a high level throughout their development.
Of course, Ireland in the past has been very successful in the throws event. Is it Dr. Pat O'Callaghan winning 2 Olympic gold medals?
Ireland's first Olympic gold medal, actually, as well.
And then you had, there's a statue of him in Nina, I think, alongside Bob Tisdall.
There is. Funny enough, Pat O'Callaghan's son is a doctor, and actually my dad met him during COVID, and he had the gold medal with him because he wanted to show a friend of his, and my dad has now a picture with the gold medal.
Never know who you'll bump into.
Pat O'Callaghan's son obviously is retired as a doctor at this stage. That Olympics was many moons ago.
Yes. Looks like the men for the 400-metre hurdles are gathering down here below us. We have athletes from UL, DCU, MTU, UCC, and there's 1 or 2 athletes still with their training tops on, so I'm not entirely sure what colleges they are with.
We'd also like to give a big thanks to all the stewards and volunteers today. Days like these aren't possible without them, so we'd just like to say a big thank you to everyone who's taken time out of their day to help steward the venue and officiate events. And as the starter is making his way to the starting mark with the gun, he's just set off his test shot there, so we should be underway quite shortly.
Looks like the final few athletes that are in this field are from ATU and UCD.
You're more qualified to commentate on this event.
Now I'm back up in the commentary box. I have Dara Kennedy and Barry Clavin alongside me, and neither of them volunteered to come down and help fix the hurdles. Me in a boot, and they had me flat out.
We had to drop the lore, as Jack Hickey was calling it, about Dr. Pat O'Callaghan.
So someone has to keep the show on the road.
Now, looking at the names here, some of the names to pick out. Obviously, UL man in lane 2, Fintan Dewhurst, was at World Under-20s there in Lima, Peru, and I heard he got on. I think he got on all right. 11th in the world would probably be considered all right.
Not too shabby, no, not too shabby.
And if we
at all.
think back to almost 3 years ago now, Fintan was in Jerusalem for the European Under-18s, and I think he did pretty well there as well.
Pretty well there, yeah.
Some of them say that I think he won a silver medal out there, I don't know.
You competed yourself in the 400 metre hurdles in that competition as well, so you'd have a bit of experience in this event.
I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. It's a pretty gruesome event now. Mark O'Connor from MTU, more of a renowned distance runner. I can see he has his distance spikes on him there. Owen O'Reilly of MTU in 4.
Big
Shane
shout out left from Fintan Dewhurst there in lane 2, so he's
Shane
really up for it by the looks of it.
of UCC in 5. Orzama Chinagram of ATU in lane 6. Oisin McCarry, another name to look out, was part of that Paul Byrne hurdles group last year. Unfortunately, Paul Byrne decided to jet off to the far side of the world, and Oisin is now being coached by his dad. Stephen Kiernan of DCU out in lane 8. So Fintan will be looking to get away pretty quickly and is already eating up the ground on Mark O'Connor outside him. And he's first to rise, as to Oisin McCarry running well on the outside. Orzima Chinagaram of ATU also running well.
Dewhurst slightly chopping his steps into that third hurdle, but he still looks to be going fairly well down the back straight. That fourth hurdle was a lot better.
14 strides in there, which is very comfortable for him.
He's alternating the legs, going over the hurdles.
Faller there for UCC on the back straight. But it's clearly a Fintan Dewhurst show. Oisin McCarry not too far behind him. Fintan would be looking to... It'd be him versus the clock. He'll be looking to run a fast time this year with European Under-23s on the cards for him outdoors.
He's really powering it home now over the last 2 hurdles. He just has to take this last one safely, and he can really drive it home to the line now. Unfortunately, we don't have a time on the clock, so we're not 100% sure what he's ran.
We have Oisin McCarry coming through there for second. Stephen Kiernan looks like he could be getting up for third after a faller from MTU at the second last hurdle.
So DCU getting up for third, and it's ATU coming home for fourth.
ATU coming home for fourth. Another faller for UCC.
MTU coming home in fifth, UCC in sixth, and then our final athlete from MTU coming home in seventh. Very strong run from Fintan Dewhurst. He's looking up at us here now. He'll be eager to see what that time was.
And here we have Mark O'Connor coming through the line to take valuable points for MTU.
That's our hurdles completed for this championship. We had our 100 and 110 metre hurdle finals yesterday and the 400 metre finals then this morning. The next event up on the track is going to be the men's 200 metre semi-finals.
Barry Clavin has just been
pulled out for a very serious conversation by the looks of it.
We'll just call it admin work. Now, Dara, I'm going to ask you to try and get the live results on your phone.
Okay, I'll run in and get my phone now and I'll be back out in 1 minute. What are we looking for here on the live results?
Look for the 400 hurdles. If the women's results are there first, yeah, they look like they should
Track day 2.
Track day 2.
Yeah, first one. Looks like our winner was in a 1 minute point, so 1 minute 72, and then Emily Lyne 102.7 and Eve Mooney 103.24. So fairly quick times.
Very respectable times there. Orla Coffey of UCC getting up in 68.55. Avian Dempsey of DCU coming through in 68.98. Unfortunately for Ava McKeown, there was a DNF coming into the second last hurdle, I think is what it was.
Yeah.
And
Shauna Layden, I didn't really see what happened there. There's no time down for her. So she did start, so that might be just something to sort out later in the day. At the moment, it looks like Fintan Dewhurst ran a 52.84. Quite a solid season opener.
Very, very impressive season opener. Probably with indoors, he wasn't doing a lot of 400 hurdles training.
No.
But so in that short time block he's had, I think that's a very impressive opener.
And I suppose the thing is,
with nobody racing beside him as well.
And he'll have the next 3 years to aim for that championship record. Have to remember, he's only a first-year student.
Still a little baby.
Yeah.
Other names there, Oisin McCorry getting up for second in 57.12. Stephen Kiernan at DCU 63.93. Orzama Chinagaram of ATU in 67.16. Shane Lange of UCC in 77.89. And then Mark O'Connor of MTU 94.84. And unfortunately for MTU, Owen O'Reilly
this is DQ.
DQ. Now we don't have the reason as to why he was.
I think it might have been a pushed over the hurdle with his hands. And of course, that's not allowed.
It's allowed if the officials don't see it.
If we maybe do a slight preview of these men's 200 metre semi-finals. First semi-final, I suppose, main names to look out for will be Dara Murphy from UCD and Colin Doyle of MTU. In semi-final number 2, you have Killian Griffin of SETU Carlow. Is there any other names you reckon could be in the shake-up there?
Sean Harding and Billy Corrigan, both at TUS, had impressive runs yesterday. Dara Donahue, also of Trinity College Dublin, could be one to look out for.
And then in semi-final 3, we have Dannon Long, Andrew Egan, Emmanuel Alori, and Emmanuel
Sean
Akinroli.
Owens would be another name.
Yeah, to look out for.
Young athlete, still only in first year, still 2006.
Okay.
Big rangy athlete, also quite good over the hurdles as well. Won the National Under-20 indoor hurdles there a few weeks ago.
Very
back
impressive.
in Athlone.
If all the main contenders get through the semi-finals, it could be quite a final to look forward to.
It'll be a very interesting final. Very still day here, so
Hopefully it'll stay that way.
hopefully it'll stay that way, because it could be a day to run quite good times.
Yeah.
Normally here in Santry, the wind will be blowing right down your face down that home straight.
I think we mentioned it a few times yesterday how blessed National Seniors was on the second day last year anyway, when we had national record ran in the 100 women's very fast. I think it was a 10.2 ran in the men's 100.
Yeah,
So
with
you know,
Israel.
when the wind cooperates, the track does produce fast times.
Unfortunately, though, on the second day or on the first day of National Seniors, we didn't quite get the weather we were looking for.
No, I think distinctly remember Adam Nolan swimming across the finish line that day.
Yes,
Just track was full of water.
it looks like most of the hurdles have been cleared off the track, and the blocks have been moved to the far side. Just on that top bend, we can see Colin Doyle doing his last few stride outs before this semi-final. On the infield at the moment, we have the men's hammer throw. One of the big names to look at there would be Coyle O'Weary, I think, a DCU. Barry, you be able to tell me, does Coyle have any varsity medals already?
Yeah, I'd have to check now what colour they were, but Cole did get a medal up in Belfast last year at this the previous year's national champs for varsities. Cole is a hammer thrower in DCU from Saint Things AC. They're black and red. I can't think of their name at the moment. Getting a wave up there from Finton Dewhurst.
That's not Finton Dewhurst.
I know.
Killian Griffin,
Griffin.
who we'll see later on in this men's 200.
As well as an athlete, Killian Griffin is also a coach to, I think, Joe Burke in Templemore. So, European under-18 bronze medalists under good guidance down there in Carlow.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, as I mentioned yesterday, that Carlow group really coming on. They're looking to build something pretty impressive there as we watch, as I think it's Dara Donoghue will probably be given out to for crossing in front of the hammer throws as he walks his way over to the start of that 200.
Yeah.
You just hope we don't get any championship records or world records from these hammer throwers.
We also have the men's pole vault warming up at the top of the track. It looks like we maybe have 5 or 6 athletes, and it's no surprise to see UL men's captain Owen Sharkey trying out the pole vault today, as he did at the national varsities indoors in February.
Is there anything Owen Sharkey hasn't done over this weekend?
I think he's staying away from the track events due to an injury picked up at those indoors, but any field event he could do, I think he has done. So,
yeah, the standout name there in that pole vault, from what I can see here, looks like to be Conor Callan. Conor Callan has several under 18 and under 20 national records. Has recently changed coach as well to coach in Belfast, and has really started jumping well in training. So I would think he'd be the standout man in this men's pole vault.
we have our indoor champion Aaron Malik also in that, but as you said, Conor Callan is definitely the name to look out for in that competition.
Coyle hitting the side of the hammer cage there, so that'll be a no throw for Coyle.
Men's 200 metres is supposed to get underway at 11:15, so hopefully they'll start soon enough.
And we keep on time today.
Try
Hopefully,
anyway.
Fingers crossed.
Try anyway.
Just while we were talking about Owen Sharkey there doing the pole vault, I got a text from Jack Hickey saying Owen Sharkey has not seen anything successfully this weekend. Now, I don't know, is that a sly dig at Owen having to wear glasses or contact lenses? And I hope that it's not that, because that'd be very mean from Jack.
And Jack would never, ever say something like that.
No, Jack wouldn't be one to be passing sly remarks like that. I've just been told Owen Sharkey is actually legally blind. So hopefully he can see the box for the pole vault, and he can see the bar. Because that'd be a slight problem if he kind of went the wrong way.
Just a minor one, yeah. I suppose you'd also say it's probably not suited for someone who's to usually runs 400 hurdles, but he seems to manage his way around the track. So he has a way to get through it.
He's done the 400 hurdles so many times, I think he knows his way around the track.
Trusts the stride pattern and hopes for the best.
If we look over towards the back straight, it looks like we have the women's triple jump starting up over the far side. And I'll get the entries list to you there now in a second. So the entries for the women's triple jump include Caoimhe McDonough of ATU, Daphne Tuin of DCU, Katie Baldwin of DCU, Leo O'Brien and Gabby Bowen of MTU, Michaela Subtrova of SETU, Caoimhe Kilkenny of TUS, Lucy Fitzgerald, Orla O'Sullivan, both of UCC, Grace Fitzgerald of UCD, Laura McDonnell, Eilish Lauder and Jenny Sawyer of UL. Jenny Sawyer, who saw earlier... I was about to say we saw her in the 400 metre hurdle.
No,
we didn't see her in the 400
unfortunately, Jenny is nursing a slight Achilles injury, so I am not sure she will be taking to this triple jump. She did compete in the javelin yesterday as the women's team captain, trying to get any amount of points that she can.
UL just farming points.
anyone that can move.
I'm surprised they didn't have you throwing a shot put or
something.
Dara.
Me too. I came to the varsities indoors in a pair of Crocs and was asked would I compete in the weight for distance. As you do.
I'm glad I wasn't asked to do weight for distance. I'd be very embarrassed. I don't think I'd be able to lift the weight off the ground.
I think I'd be right there with you. It looks like the first heat of the men's 200 metres are doing their final preparations. So hopefully they'll be getting underway soon enough.
Down to my right, I see Barry Clavin, Matthew Glennon and Joe Ryan, Mark Smith, all in deep conversation over something very important. Like, what are they going to have at the banquet tonight? Looking around, seeing is there anybody I know. I think I see Max O'Reilly.
Max O'Reilly and Emma O'Neill.
Adam Nolan, I think, is down there as well. I'm sure very interesting conversations happening there as well. Max, obviously in the 100 metre final today, he was
part of that MTU team yesterday that the relay didn't go maybe quite the way they wanted.
No, I think their baton change from runner 2 into runner 3 kind of fell apart a little bit. But as to, I think, did DCU
didn't make the first changeover, which slightly opened some of the doors for maybe the teams that weren't expecting maybe to make that final.
Yeah, Setu in that relay, that 4x1 relay, looked very, very impressive.
Yeah, led off by Adam Nolan there.
Adam Nolan, Dannon Long, Killian Griffin, Ruben McCarthy, all very, very good athletes.
Well-drilled changeovers as well.
Well, very well. Actually, yeah, great comment. Yeah, they looked really, really well. And I would say if they can avoid any injuries later on today, they'll have that sewn up and wrapped up by the time this evening comes around.
Hopefully before 4 o'clock this evening.
Hopefully before 4 o'clock.
We have a few of the ladies getting warmed up for the women's 3K, which I believe is going to be the event on track after these men's 200 metre semi-finals.
Very good. Seems to be a slight delay over on that back corner. We kind of expected to get underway a few minutes ago, but obviously problems with the start. I'm going to put it down to starters.
Yeah, all the athletes seem to be there, so obviously they might be having a few technical difficulties. I suppose moving the start gun from one side of the track over and back again is probably not ideal when and probably need to do a gun test each time to make sure it's still working.
It'd be a shame if they did.
Yeah.
It'd be a shame if the 3K lads did a 3K and turned around. I'd be like,
I know.
Jeez, I should feel like I should know more people, or I should be able to scout out a few more people.
Just think.
I spy.
Seems like a few more have joined that big DCU conversation down here beside us.
Yeah, Jack Ford, Emma Moore, I think, and Ewan Caniff have all joined that. As to James Galvin. James Galvin, head of sport here at DCU. Looks like Matt Lockett has now come over and taken Joe Ryan away from that. Absolutely riveting commentary.
Oh yeah.
Riveting commentary.
We have Marcus Lawler down here in front of us. On the barrier, of course, 2021 Olympian in Tokyo. And now he's Regional Development Officer.
For Kilkenny and Carlow, yeah. So I think he's also going to work with Niall Murphy and Billy Delaney and getting a serious sprints crew. Dan and Long also part of that as well. So, very impressed with what Carlow are trying to do.
Great to see these kind of regional training groups popping up around the country.
I think I spy Luke Timlin there chatting to his rival Max O'Reilly that they'll be lining up this evening or this afternoon in the 100 metre final.
I think he heard you talking about him.
Yeah. No, Max doesn't want to come up for an interview. He's a little bit camera shy.
Maybe after his final later on today.
Adam Nolan is looking to come up onto commentary, but I think we'll have to refrain. Now, the men's 200 metres.
Yeah, men's 200 metres. We get the start list out for you. So, looks like we've ATU in lane 1.
UL in 2.
Yeah, David Farkin of UL in 2. So it's Sean Hawk O'Connor, ATU, David Farkin, UL, Brendan O'Leary, 2, David Doyle, UCD, Dara Murphy, UCD, Colin Doyle, and they're off.
And it looks like Colin Doyle getting away really quickly. Already made up the stagger on the two lads outside.
Dara Murphy has also made up that stagger.
Yeah, no David Doyle there in lane 4, just to note, but it looks like Colin Doyle will be able to shut off and slow down and make his way through to this afternoon's final. Just to note, the qualification for this final is first 2 and 2 fastest. So we have Darren Murphy and Colin Doyle making their way into that final. 21.75 on the clock for Colin.
Very impressive. Looked quite easy. Yeah, I think it's a race to look forward to later this evening.
Yeah, some big names.
See what he can do.
Colin Doyle, multiple international at under 23 and senior
has
level.
Often
was part of that 4x1 team in Munich at the Europeans in 2022, I think.
He's often ran, as you said, the third leg, top end on those relay teams.
He's been renowned for that bend, that just bend at that end.
As somewhat of a staple on the Irish relay team at this stage on that top end.
Darren Murphy was also part of that men's under 24 by one relay squad that made the final out in Jerusalem in 2023. So he was on the third leg as well. So third leg runners seem to be, or 200 runners seem to be put in the third leg, or third leg runners seem to be put in the 200.
Yeah, of course, Darren Murphy. a Limerick man, but now he's based up in UCD, and looks to be talking to Adam McMullen over there in the far corner. This second heat will be getting underway soon, so we might just run through the start list a bit sooner than we did for the last race. We've Joseph Adu of ATU in lane 1, Dara Donahue TCD in lane 2, Adam Ty of Galway in 3, Sean Harding of Toos in 4, Killian Griffin SETU 5, Billy Corrigan Toos in 6, Riquan Luciano ATU in 7, and Louis Lawler of TUD in lane 8. So
Killian Griffin yesterday looked pretty impressive running out of lane 1. Yesterday. So he'd be looking to qualify into this final in a similar style that Colin Doyle did, be able to shut down with 50 metres to go.
He looked to set it up well over the first 50, 60 metres, carry that speed off the bend, and then hopefully just bring it home then.
Also quite a good 60 metre runner. I think he was definitely in the semi-final of the 60s indoor at the National Seniors. Also part of multiple I think he was he part of that 4x1 relay squad in Estonia in 2021.
He very easily could have been, at the 20s or 23s Europeans.
Sean Harding was also part of that relay team. Sean Harding has been on both 4x1 and 4x4 relay squads. So he's going finding a middle ground here for him.
Yeah.
TUS starting to put a good training group together in Athlone. I think they have the likes of Sean Harding, Billy Corrigan, Pádraig Hassett.
Yeah.
All quite good runners over both.
Yes, Pádraig will
go
in
sprints and the longer sprints.
Yeah, Pádraig will go in the 100 metre final later today, but has ran a very good 400 this year as well, so a bit like his teammates, bit of an all-rounder when it comes to the distances.
As we watch Fintan Dewhurst run across the track and getting out of the way, but it looks like Killian Griffin has gotten away pretty well, as to Billy Corrigan just outside him.
The athletes
Dara Donahue of Trinity looking well on the inside there, but as we come around the bend, Killian Griffin being pushed
not having it all his own way
by Louis Lawler, Reckon Luciano. Reckon Luciano taking the win here in 21.93. Killian Griffin getting up for second there. But both of those men will be in later on's final.
We had one of our Toos athletes pull off.
Looks like Sean Harding there just pulled up after about 70 metres, which is a bit unfortunate for him because he would have probably been looking to make that final later on.
And it's maybe slightly worrying for their 4x1 aspirations later in the day after they finished second in their heat yesterday. So we'll have to see if he's alright to run that later, or will they have to bring in a substitution.
Yes, actually they would have pretty good 4x1 team.
Like they had Gabriel Kahinde on the first leg and Pádraig Hassett to bring it home.
And you'd have Billy here and Sean Harding on those legs. So
that's wouldn't
have been a team to go writing off.
They did win the indoor 4x2 this year at the varsities, so maybe would be looking to repeat that later in the 4x1.
Fintan Dewhurst there waving at us from the middle. He's there waiting
to collect his gold medal.
I was going to say patiently, but he's the only 400 metre hurdler there, so I'd say he's waiting impatiently for his medal. I think he's asking for me to interview him, so a bit like Adam Nolan, looking for the camera time. He's there wearing his American USA t-shirt, which he probably got online.
I think he was going around in a Brazil top yesterday, so
I presume he got that online as well.
Nowhere else to get it. I don't think we've had the presentation for the women's 400 hurdles yet, so I'd say he could be out there for a while before he gets that medal. In this final heat of the men's 200, we have lane 1, Gloria Winagimi of UCC. Lane 2, Benjamin Hoyer of Maynooth. Lane 3, Dannon Long of SETU. Lane 4, Emmanuel Allori of UCD. Andrew Egan of Galway in lane 5. Emmanuel Akinroley of NCI,
National College of Ireland.
National College of Ireland. 7 is Sean Owens of UCD, and 8 is James Armstrong of University of Ulster.
Emmanuel Akinroley won the men's under 23 200 metres indoor title, I think.
They look.
I'm corrected. It looks like we have a non-start for Glory Wenigemi in lane 1.
It also maybe looks like lane 4.
Emmanuel Allori of UCD is a non-starter as well, and at lane
7, Sean Owens. So it's a
his first 2, and we have 5 in the race. So it'll be very, very competitive.
Yeah, we could see possibly 4 out of these 5 athletes progress through to the final if they run fast enough.
Very competitive between lane 3, 5 and 6.
Andrew Egan looks to have gotten out fairly well. Dannon Long, maybe not out as well as he expected.
Akinroley coming through there after the first 100, very, very strong. Andrew Egan just coming up onto his shoulder and just eating a small gap into Emmanuel. Dannon Long coming through very, very strong. I'm not sure if Dannon Long knew the qualification.
Yeah, he looks to be
easing up and looking across.
Looking across and maybe putting a bit of a spurt over those last 20 metres.
22:01 for Andrew Egan. That'll see him in later on.
We have
final.
the results from Heat 1 here. So at the moment, the 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers are 22:06 and 23.35. So
I would imagine.
And then we have a 22:53. So at the moment, 22:06 and 22:53 seem to be.
So it looks like it'll be Billy Corrigan and Alan
Bankole
of
and
TUD.
we'll wait till we see.
Yeah,
maybe the times
this
here.
final heat didn't look as quick.
Yeah,
Andrew Egan win it in 22:01. I don't see those lads coming as close to that time as needed. But once those results come through, we will keep you posted. 1.4 wind is the wind reading that we're getting here for those races, or for the second heat. So
quite a nice wind to run with.
Nice wind. Though the flags to our right here would say it is quite still. Now,
the women's 3K are lining up on the far side.
The women's 3K are there, and I feel at a complete loose end.
Yeah.
I have no idea why people run laps for fun. I prefer.
The most I've ever done on a track is a 1500, so I wouldn't have much experience with this kind of distance either.
Can we scout someone that probably would know what they're talking about?
We don't have a start list here, so unfortunately we can't really go through names, or maybe we might get one, but
I'll talk through the entries for this women's 3K. I have to drop my phone there. Wouldn't be ideal. As the girls turn around and go back doing another stride.
It looks like we maybe have
little difficulty here.
Avra Millerick there from DCU.
So your 3 DCU athletes are Maeve Aiken, Niamh Brady, and Avra Millerick. Avril, who was at European Under-20s for the 5K, she's also been a shorter distance, part of a few Eurocross teams as well.
She's become quite a frequent member of those Eurocross teams.
Just to fly through the rest of them before these girls get going: Isabel Kelleher, Ciara O'Neill, Patrice Holmes, Estelle Simon, Una Robin, Lucy Foster, Kirsty Foster, the 2 sisters, Ilseka Pentrova, Evelyn Coughlin, Emma Godard, Laura Ivers, Lucy O'Flynn, Holly Carroll, Emma Fitzpatrick, Alex Murphy, Laura Cooney, Saoirse O'Brien, Caitlin Hughes, Quiva Kelleher, Iona Foley-Ellis, Helena O'Keefe, Nuria Estrada, Sophie Maroney, and Kate McCartan. I'm still hoping for distance runner to
appear to take over this commentary.
Now I have a distance runner who's not here giving me inside information on this start list. Holly Carroll, a UCC, normally a 800 and 1500 runner, taking her hand to the longer distance of 7.5 laps of the track.
I think we have maybe one or two athletes doubling up from the 1500 metres yesterday. I think is a Ciara O'Neill of UCC competed in the 1500 metre yesterday, finished in 4th or 5th place, coming out for the 3K again today.
Also, my inside information has told me Emma Fitzgerald from UCC. Is it Emma Fitzgerald? I have to find the UCC start list. Emma Fitzpatrick, my apologies, of UCC also ran the 5K yesterday.
We have our men's 400 metre hurdlers, or two of them anyways, getting their medals in here.
That
Fintan Dewhurst.
doesn't.
Or is that maybe...
that doesn't look like the 400 metre.
that could actually be the... No.
I couldn't tell you what that's from, because that looks like Sam Vines, I think, of SETU Carlow, who's a thrower. So unless there was some obscure throwing event that Fintan did,
I know.
Racing event that Sam did.
I know Dewhurst did the high jump, but he only finished 3rd in that. So
Manny
and he was
Osas would have been up on that podium.
We might have to do a bit of
Jump
research to see what that was for.
I also spy Hannah Murray walking around the UCD. Hannah was part of the women's 4x4 under 20 that were out in Jerusalem. Very good over the 200 as well.
Should be competing in the 400 final today, I think.
So because of the big field, the group have been split. We have half the field will be taking the inside 4 lanes, half the field will be taking the outside 4 lanes for this first 100 metres. They have cones the whole way around to stop people cutting in, and should be bunched enough. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. Will somebody decide to take it on? Will it just be sit in and burn the last 100?
I think the still conditions may be favourable for someone to take it on and push it, whereas if it was windy, you'd be kind of throwing yourself out there as a windbreaker. So
I spy Barry Clavin. Thank God. Thank God we have someone who might actually know what they're talking about.
What are you on about, the 3K?
The women's 3K, yeah.
I've been given some inside information from a source I have that's not
We
here
won't
today.
reveal the sources.
No.
What is the inside information?
Emma Fitzgerald, was it? Emma Fitzgerald of UCC ran the... Emma Fitzpatrick, sorry, ran the 5K yesterday, and however this source is from Cork, so it's only given me...
That's a biased source.
Only given me sources from UCC athletes and 2 DCU athletes, so... I see Donny Walsh sitting down on the podium there. He'll be no doubt cheering his athletes on, as he always does. Very passionate about the sport. And
Mr.
really
UCC, I'd say.
Mr. UCC would be the correct title to give Donny there.
That looks to be Sarah Butler down sitting beside him. Limerick woman.
In a UCC top.
In a UCC top, yeah.
I don't know, is it Corkonian? Dodgy.
An 800 metre runner, but she's in a boot down there, so obviously not competing here this weekend.
I'm sure if UCC are stuck, she'll do it for them. Anybody in a boot seems to be put down for 4x4.
Yeah, just on the off chance that they need you. Women's triple jump is taking place over there in the back straight, just slightly behind where the women's 3K is starting. It looks like Laura McDonnell of UL just jumped there. I think she was saying beforehand she has not done triple jump in a good few years, but again, she's doing it for the team.
The love of the team. Fair play to you, Dara, for seeing over there. My eyesight isn't quite as good as that. And the girls are off here in this women's 3K.
Looks like
7.5 laps of that track.
Avra Miller has got herself to the front straight away.
Yeah, she wants to stay out of trouble now for this first 100, just when everybody's coming in, get herself into a good position and set herself up for the rest of that race. See, can we spy any names? Looks like could be Holly Carroll sitting on her shoulder there.
It looks like one of the Fosters of Queens, maybe coming in there into 3rd or 4th place. With Ciara O'Neill of Cork also up there. We have one of the UCD athletes, Laura Cooney, Clonmel athlete, also up there in the front pack.
It's been a while since I've gone through that list. Maeve Eakin, Niamh Brady, Avram Millerick, Isabel Kelleher, Ciara O'Neill, Patrice Holmes, Estelle Simon, Una Robin, Lucy Foster, Kirsty Foster, Ilseka Pintarova, Evelyn Coughlin, Emma Goodard, Laura Ivers, Lucy O'Flynn, Holly Carroll, Emma Fitzpatrick, Alex Murphy, Laura Cooney, Saoirse O'Brien, Caitlin Hughes, Quiva Kelleher, Iona Foley Ellis, Helena O'Keefe, Nuria Estrada, Sophie Maroney and Kate McCartan. So we can already see a little bit of a breakaway here from this main pack, with leaving behind a few other athletes as we just get stringed along. It looks like Avram Millerick at the front with Kirsty Foster just in behind her.
Looks like Jack Hickey has arrived on scene. Just heading over this way now.
Yeah, see, can we work a few of these athletes in this front field?
That definitely looks like, I think it's definitely Avram Millerick out front. One of the Fosters, I think it might be
athletes in there. So Alex Murphy, Laura Cooney and Saoirse O'Brien.
I think in 4th place that's Caitlin Hughes of Galway, who was a member of the European under-20 women's cross-country team in, where was it on last year? Antalya in Turkey.
Yes.
Swinford AC athlete.
So we have it looks like we have a few red singlets over there, which would suggest that there's UCC and MTU littered in that.
And we have the 3 UL athletes running as a group on the back straight now at the moment. They are going through 800 in about 2:39, 2:40. And we'll get the 1K split as they come up here now with 5 laps to go.
Just at the finish line here, we see the women's 400 metre hurdler medalists making their way into the podium.
2 UCD athletes and 1 UL athlete.
Yeah, Cara Murphy, Emily Lynn and Eve Mooney getting their medals there.
Coming up on 1K, it's Avra Millerick leading them out. They're going to go through in about 3:17, 3:18.
She has the two Foster sisters there keeping her company with Kirsty and Lucy.
It's probably, at the moment, it's around a 10-minute pace, but they might be looking to pick that up as the race goes on. We have our 3 UL athletes coming over the finish line now, and then we have a Galway athlete, and is that a DCU singlet? DKIT singlet. Yes. Just crossing the finish line now as well.
So it looks like Avra Miller has kind of just put in 1 or 2 meters on Kirsty Foster there.
She going to be trying
go through 1.2.
She's trying a Jakob Ingebrigtsen tactic of winding it up as the race goes on, rather than a sit and kick race. Yeah, what is Ephraim Giddy at the European Road Running Championships?
Came fourth.
I think I saw he went out
1 hour, 1 minute and 55 seconds. Very impressive running there from Ephraim over in Leuven.
He tried to go with Jimmy Gressier, I think, for the first, and he got dropped maybe after 5K and had
13:54 through 5K.
Yeah.
As we watch Avril come through here now, really putting after about about 10 metres into Kirsty Foster and Lucy Foster, we have a UCD athlete. Then Holly Carroll of UCC.
Caitlin Hughes of Galway there as well.
And one of our Trinity athletes, either Evelyn Coughlin or Ilseka Pintarova, sitting in that group behind. So Ava really going for it ever since we came through 1K. She's been looking to...
Yeah, in between the 1K and the 1,400 mark, she really put a gap between them. And that gap's growing the whole time. It's not staying the same at all.
I think I can hear Simon Devaney from the far side of the track shouting Avram Millerick on there. Works in DCU, Simon.
The two Foster sisters look to be pulling away in second and third.
Yeah, they'll be looking to work together now. Avril's after putting in a big gap, but the two of them will want medals and will work together until the final lap, when they'll probably have a burn up between them.
Of course, I think was it... I'm not sure which one of them, but one of them was that member of that European under-20 women's cross-country team.
Yeah, that was Lucy. Lucy Foster went out and won the Nationals in a very impressive fashion. Yeah. Kirsty Foster was part of European under-18s back in 2022 over the 1500. So both of those sisters, very impressive middle-distance runners.
Ava Millerick looks to have great leg turnover there. Doesn't seem to be slowing down or getting any way lethargic. No. So she's really pushing it out down that back straight. Yeah.
Barry Clavin has disappeared. when you need a distance runner here.
Yeah.
I see him in the stand there. He's talking to some fellas there.
Few side quests.
At least we don't have to do this for the 10K.
No,
we'll be here for quite a while.
Yeah. So when Avril comes back around, is she going to have
800 to go?
Yeah.
As we look at the starter, setting up the 100 metre blocks beside Avril there.
That looks to be Kirsty Foster that has pulled away from Lucy.
Yeah, Queens has just put in the last few hundred metres, just put in a big emphatic gap into her sister Lucy.
Holly Carroll looks to have moved into fourth and
Holly
closing down on third.
On Lucy Foster. So with 800 to go, it's Avram Millerick way out in front, followed by Kirsty Foster with a gap back to Lucy and Holly.
And our Trinity athlete and Caitlin Hughes from Galway are not out of this yet either. There's going to be a big battle there for that third place.
Yeah, with it looks like there's 4 athletes there that will be pushing for a medal. And big points for their team as well.
Exactly, yeah.
So it looks as if our Trinity athlete and our UCC athlete have just gone out around Lucy Foster there. Lucy Foster will be looking to hold on and hopefully get into a good spot to get up and medal in this last 600 metres. It's a very, very impressive run from Avril.
She's coming around with 500 metres to go now, so she'll be looking to put in a big last lap.
Going around a few of the back markers here. But Avril will be happy with this. Whether she's happy with the time or not, she should be happy with how she's ran this now.
I presume she'll be looking maybe to try and get herself on that team going to the European Under-23s.
European Under-23s this summer.
1 lap to go, going through in 8:28, and then Kirsty Foster and Holly Carroll.
Looks like Holly Carroll has kind of closed that gap back to Kirsty Foster in the last few hundred metres as well. So Holly will be looking to try and get up for that second place.
She's really, really closing it down now. I think she's using some of that. I've seen her run maybe a few 1500s.
Those 15 and 800 speeds.
They're really paying off.
Should come in and help her here. As you watch a UCC athlete, DCU athlete come across the line.
We have a UCC athlete and a UCD athlete here coming down the home straight.
And as we watch our second and third place athletes, Holly Carroll has just gone around Kirsty Foster there with 200 to go.
Kirsty Foster's not giving up yet though. She's really opened up the stride and is coming back at Holly Carroll.
Avril,
she looks impressive. To have enough.
The gap is closing. Holly Carroll is closing that gap to Avril.
But I do think it's too much to close in the last 100 metres. Avril's putting in a bit of a spurt now. Donny Walsh down here at the finish line cheering on his UCC athlete Holly Carroll.
Yes, so Aubra Miller will be your 2025 varsity 3K champion, followed by Holly Carroll at UCC,
And Kirsty Foster. And our Trinity athlete coming home in fourth.
So 9:46 roughly is when she crossed that line there.
It was Caitlin Hughes of Galway in fifth, and Lucy Foster of Queens in sixth. Ciara O'Neill crossing the line now. Laura Cooney of UCD crossed the line. Our DCU athlete coming down the home straight. A UCC. Another DCU athlete. All very strong finishes from all these athletes coming down the home straight now.
As we look across to the infield, the girls for the women's 400 metre hurdles have been stood there for quite a while now, and I'd say they're itching to get their medals and stand up on that podium.
They'd be probably looking to recover a bit and
probably be thrown into relays later on.
Yeah. Probably 4x4s, and you never know, we could see them in a 4x1 as easy.
Or both. I think there was yesterday evening they were looking to get the 4x4s underway, but I think they deemed it was a bit too late in the day to start them.
I think the UL men's distance squad were very relieved that the 4x4 heats were not going to be ran last night, because they were going to be roped in to run them.
It was. So it'll be a time trial tonight.
Yeah.
If there's 2 heats, it'll be a time trial, and just fastest time wins. I think a few of the DCU lads now are happy that they don't have to go run those races. I think there was a video doing the rounds of Oisin Kelly and Caleb Hurley doing rock paper scissors, and the loser had to do the 4x4. And if my memory serves me right, I think that was Caleb Hurley lost that.
Oh, so
he was going to do it, but I think he would have gone home a lot earlier had he known that was cancelled.
Yeah.
As we look over to the pole vault, Conor Callan clearing. I don't know what height that is.
I'd say, and what would his
probably just over 4 anyway.
Yeah.
Looks like is that Aaron Malik?
That is Aaron Malik there on the runway next up to take his attempt at this height. It looks like, are they the 2 athletes left in the competition? I don't see many others down there. Sorry.
The girls 400 metre hurdles have gotten their medals. As we look to the infield, we have Eve Mooney, Emily Lynn and Cara Murphy. Well done to those girls, and no doubt that they'll be back on track later on for relay or 2.
We are going to have then the men's medal presentation here as well. Fintan Dewhurst, and then our UCD and DCU athletes also
Oisin
getting
McCarry
ready.
and Stephen Kiernan, both of those were part of that. Both of those athletes were part of the Paul Byrne School of Hurdling last year.
We have a Maynooth athlete coming down the finish line now to conclude the women's 3K.
We'll be on to the men's.
The women's 100 metre final.
Women's 100 metre final. This will be very interesting to watch now, but hopefully I can get the start list going on my phone. My phone is now on 4%.
Did you drop that card there? In the women's 100 metre final, I think I saw Fatima Amison of MTU down there getting ready to run. We have in lane 1 Shauna Lowe of UCC, Fatima Amisa of MTU, Arabella Adekoya, our hurdles winner yesterday, coming back to run this women's 100 metre final. Lorena Harrison, DCU, Aisling Kelly, UCD, Lauren Ryan, SETU, Sarah Millie, TUD, Uchechim Dizu, DCU, Saivo Tool, UCD, and Isabel Doyle, UCD. So a very strong UCD contingent.
Very competitive race overall.
Yeah.
Like, you look at some of the names there. Fatima Musa, who's part of relays, Irish relay squads this year, under 23 relay squads. You look at Arabella Adekoya, who won the hurdles and was pretty impressive there in her semi-final yesterday. Lorena Harrison won the 200 at varsities, I think. Yeah, won the 200 at varsities. Or no, the 200 at the National Under 23s is where it was, down in Athlone a few weeks ago. Lauren Ryan, Aisling Kelly, Sive O'Toole won the 60 metres indoor. Uchem Dessou got up for a bronze medal at the indoor 60 as well. So very, very competitive lineup. And should be very exciting finish.
They look to be almost ready to go, doing the final preparations in the blocks. I don't see Arabella Adekoya down there in lane 3 or behind warming up, but there's still time maybe for her to show up.
So we'll see. As I look, I think Park Hassett is hopping the fence down below, getting ready for his 100-metre final later on.
There could be very well two athletes on the podium in that race, with Gabriel Kahinde also in that, but you also have the likes of Max O'Reilly, Michael Farrelly, Craig Duffy, who won his semi-final yesterday.
Yes.
So it'll be exciting race.
So as the girls have their t-shirts off and are ready to go, again shown a low from UCC, Fatima Musa from MTU. Looks like we don't have Arabella Adekoya, our hurdles champion, in lane 3. Lorena Harrison, DCU 4. Aisling Kelly, UCD in 5. Looks like we have a non-runner of Laura Ryan.
Lauren Ryan. So our 2 SETU athletes don't look to be on the start line down there.
Sarah Millay of TUD, who is there. We have Uchem Dessou of DCU, who is there as well. We have Sive O'Toole of UCD and Isabel Doyle of UCD at lane 10. Should be very, very competitive final. As I spy Niall Murphy and Marcus Lawler in the middle or on the infield there. Probably just eyeing up their competition for relays later on, if they don't have any SETU athletes in this race. Ten entered, 8 to the line. We're just waiting for the starters to get us going, as they have a little debate about one thing or another there on the infield.
I think they've done their gun tests, so really should be getting underway quite soon.
By the sounds of it, we are now under starters' orders. I don't know if you picked that up from the loudspeaker here in the stadium. If there's any SETU athletes that are at nothing, they are required to go to the women's hammer and help out. I think I see Niall Murphy directing orders there for SETU, so we'll see. Can Niall sort something out?
The women's 100-metre final are now on their marks. A reminder, we have no athletes in lane 3 or lane 6.
And we're away at the first time of asking, and it looks like
Aisling Kelly looks out. Sive O'Toole looks to be out very well. Sive O'Toole is in front at the moment. Aisling
Musa.
Kelly's coming through very, very quickly to take this title.
Looks like it was Aisling Kelly there getting it 11.99. Looks like Fatima Musa of MTU got up for
I
second.
think it was quite close for third.
If I had my money on it, I think Lorena Harrison of DCU got up for third. After a great start from Saivo O'Toole.
Saivo O'Toole, our indoor 60-metre champion.
Yeah, showing her power over the 60 metres, but the other girls coming through very, very strongly. Lorena, obviously, quite a good 200 runner as well, getting up there and getting up, hopefully, for a medal for DCU and big, valuable points.
Yeah, we might see some of these athletes back in the 200-metre final later. I know Fatima Amusa is in that final. We can have a look to see if any of the other women are there as well.
I'm joined by, some would say, an accomplished hurdler. I would say he's just quite a good 400 runner and gets away with hurdling. Fintan Dewhurst, our men's 400 metre hurdles champion, varsity 2025. How was that?
That's me. How's it going? Yeah, it was good. Good, happy with it. A little bit of a sore foot there going into it. So just kind of going around. Was happy with it. Training's going really well, so I was hoping to go fast. It's actually one of my quicker season openers, so not in a bad way, not at all. Yeah.
What were conditions like out there? From here, they look to be fairly still, but again, down on the track, it could be a different story.
Yeah, they were pretty good actually. Just wasn't as sunny as yesterday, but there actually wasn't so much wind. It was actually fairly calm. Yeah, I was happy with it.
As Santry goes, it was nice conditions, so to say.
Yeah, Santry always has quite nice conditions. I've ran a PB here a few times, so yeah, it is a PB track for sure.
Very good. And you ran the mixed 4x4 yesterday.
Yes.
Did that take much out of you?
No, I don't think so. I was really happy to do it. It's actually one of my more favourite events, is the mixed. Love UL, and I love relays, really.
Wolfpack for life.
Wolfpack for life, exactly that, yeah.
And talk us through the relay yesterday. So who are your teammates? What was the order? How did it go?
Well, I ran
Third leg.
I'm pretty sure it was third leg. So was third there. I got the baton off of Lauren. She ran really good leg. I mean, UL have a stronger girls team than a men's team, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, the UL women really showing off with these championships.
They're putting out there.
Even with the likes of Miriam Daly not here, still to produce that calibre of a team is quite impressive.
Exactly.
Very good. Now, Fintan, I saw you on the podium, and I saw you with an SETU athlete, and we were wondering
what event was that for?
Were they just handing out free medals, or what did you have to do to get that?
So that was actually the shot put.
Were you collecting a medal on behalf of someone?
No, I wasn't collecting a medal. I actually won the shot put there. No, I wasn't collecting a medal.
Chicken wings.
Do a bit of spare time, do a bit of shot put. No, that was me picking up a medal for a UL team member who won it, of course. So
can you name drop them, or is that confidential information?
It's confidential information. Yeah, no, he didn't want to be on the podium.
I think it was Callum Keaton that got that medal, anyways.
One of my roommates for the weekend.
And Fintan, the question everybody is wondering now: you going to varsity ball tonight?
Don't worry, you'll see me there.
Is he going to varsity? I don't think that's a question.
Yeah, that's not even a question. I mean, come on.
Does a fish swim?
Maybe you won't.
Very good, Fintan.
Do you have any insights into this men's 100 metre final?
Any predictions? What are your predictions for this men's 100 final?
I suppose you have a training partner here in the form of Gabriel Kihinde.
I do. I have a training partner in the form of Gabriel Kihinde. He's some man for one man, I'll tell you that much. Do you know what he loves? He loves taking his top off in training, funny enough.
Why's that?
I'm surprised he hasn't actually, pinned the number to his bare chest to run this race. But I wouldn't be surprised if he...
just burnt it into the chest, is it just the number?
Yeah. Surprised he doesn't do that.
Now, Dara, I'll get you to get up that starting line.
No bother.
Get your prediction, Fintan Dewhurst. Or do you have a prediction now? Can you, just from looking down there below, can you see any athletes that you think, they're going to win it?
ones to look out
So
for.
like you kind of have the likes of Sean Stratton, Ken Mara. You have, I think Owen Sharkey's down there, but I don't think I kind of hope he's not
I don't
running.
think Owen Sharkey is in that 100 metre final.
If he's racing, well then I think me and a boot might have made that final as well.
I think we also have Max O'Reilly,
Michael Farley, Gabriel Kahende, Craig
Pádraig
Duffy,
Hassett.
Pádraig Hassett, as we mentioned earlier from TUS.
Our start list on the live results is having a little bit of an issue opening. I think they're doing a bit of work on it inside.
We'll just blame Finton for that.
Yeah.
Finton, go fix that. So Finton, any relays? We go relays first. We'll let you think about your prediction.
For the men's relay, or
Will you be running it? Will we see you later today?
4x4, what are you at? Like, are you done for the day?
I think I could be done for the day, but I wouldn't be surprised if I'm thrown into a 4x4.
Suppose if you were going into that race with a sore foot, might not be advisable. But we'll.
As we look below we're getting the men's hammer throw medals. So we have a minute athlete, UL.
That's Pádraig O'Callaghan from UL. And I'm
Kyle
not sure.
O'Weary from DCU. However, I don't have the name for that.
The minute athlete.
We'll get that.
It's
going.
not up on the live results either. So
Max O'Reilly win this.
yeah,
Max O'Reilly is Finton Dewhurst's prediction for this race.
Craig Duffy gave both Max O'Reilly and Gabriel Kahinde a good run for their money in the heat in the semi-final yesterday. But again, we don't know if everyone showed their full cards yesterday.
We'll put it up to Max O'Reilly now. He's running fast. He's running really relaxed of recent. Yeah,
I suppose at this time of the season it's hard to know, depending on what kind of training block you're in,
of course,
what kind of work you've done. I think April and May are quite vital times to put that hard work in so you can run fast during the summer.
Really, it's quite early.
It is.
Isn't Nicola Toole on there as well?
Yeah, Nicola Tuttle here on the infield getting warmed up for the hammer. I think we have a few people thrown in to the hammer for points. We have our 400 metre hurdles finalist Ava McKeown from UL in the hammer throw circle at the moment. So that'll be interesting to see how that goes. I think this is the third UL athlete we've mentioned that they're being thrown in just to get points. So
looking down to that men's 100 final, looks like they've taken away the blocks and the lads seem to be putting their tracksuits back on. So I'm not entirely sure what the story is. As we look down here, we have the women's 800 look as if they're warming up for this. Just to give you that men's hammer podium, that was Kyle O'Veary on top of that, who won. We don't have the results here, but it was Kyle on top. You said that was Pádraig O'Callaghan from UL that was in second, and Robert Higgins of Maynooth was in third.
Here, lining up on the track, we actually have the women's 800 metre final, and one of the UL athletes, Holly O'Boyle, is actually a course mate of Finton Dewhurst in sports and exercise science. So Finton, do you have any words, maybe encouragement for Holly before this 800?
I think she'll run pretty fast, hopefully faster than she turns in her assignments. There was one or two late there, to be honest. But you know what? Maybe, and I hope, she replies as fast as she does on Snapchat. Still, going back to that 2.5 million snap score, just to reiterate that.
That's impressive. That's impressive.
Very impressive.
Also in this final, it looks like we have Lucy Holmes, Aoife Delargy. They'll be ones to look out for. Of course, Lucy Holmes was silver medalist in the women's 1500 metres last night after running her heat earlier that day. Aoife Delargy took bronze in the indoor varsities 800 metres.
Can we get a start list here? We have ATU, athletes from ATU, TUS, Galway, UL, UCC, MTU, DCU and Trinity.
So it looks to be Ruby Steuven of ATU in lane 1.
We're going to say goodbye to Finton Dewhurst.
I've got Judy's other one.
Yeah.
Way.
Good luck. Kayla Ryan of TUS, Ella O'Connor of Galway, Holly O'Boyle UL, Aoife Delargy UCC, Lucy Holmes MTU, Hazel Hughes DCU, and Sophie Jackman of TCD. We're under starters orders here for the women's 800 metre final. Holly O'Boyle looks to have got off to a good start, as does Hazel Hughes and Lucy Holmes. As they cut in for the break, it is going to be Lucy Holmes out in front, closely followed by Hazel Hughes and Holly O'Boyle coming up on the inside. They are going to go through the first 200 metres in a very quick 27 seconds. So if they could hold that pace, that would be a very, very quick time. But it is Lucy Holmes of MTU, taking out this race. Holly O'Boyle right on her shoulder, and then it looks to be Sophie Jackman and Ruby Steuven right behind them. Our Galway athlete Elle O'Connor is moving up on the outside just to move onto the shoulder of Holly O'Boyle. We are going through the first 400 in a very quick 62 seconds. It is Lucy Holmes, Sophie Jackman and Holly O'Boyle leading out this race. Aoife Delargy making her way up the pack as well. Maybe they're getting a bit of a shove from the Galway athlete. Lucy Holmes really still pushing it out, but Holly O'Boyle and Sophie Jackman look quite comfortable there in second and third place. This is the big 200 and 800. This is the one that sets up the final 200. The middle. Lucy Holmes maybe slightly starting to gap the field. She's really just taking it from gun to tape here. Yeah, Holly O'Boyle moving into second place.
You have Hazel Hughes there as well of DCU. Aoife Delargy.
It could be very, very close for this second position. Holly O'Boyle is leading them around for that in that pack, but it is Lucy Holmes really powering down this home straight. Holly O'Boyle looks to be holding it together in second place with Hazel Hughes fighting her. But it is Lucy Holmes really, really driving it home. This is going to be a very, very quick time. We're going to see a 2:05 taking the win here with a Holly O'Boyle, I'd say, has ran a 2:07 with Hazel Hughes not far behind that. That was a great race.
Fantastic race. Very entertaining. These 800s are always quite tactically entertaining to watch, like Lucy Holmes really having the strength over the 1500. And she also made that Eurocross team earlier, end of last year. So really having the strength and confidence to go out, run hard, and take it gun to tape.
Holly O'Boyle looks delighted with that performance now down here at the end of the track. I presume that's a big breakthrough time-wise. Around a 2:06, 2:07, that's nothing to be sniffed at for an under-20 athlete.
Yeah, now, our 800-metre commentator, who was supposed to be here for the start of the women's 800, Finn Woodger, has only decided to show up now. And my guess is it was his job to be on the women's 5k as well, but we won't
name names.
We won't hold him to that, like, unless he's helping with results or something. So yeah, that men's 100 final, I'm not entirely sure what was going on there. I looked down the track.
Insight, Finn, to what happened with the men's 100 metres.
I literally just got here.
Yeah, so I see the lads doing stride out. Sean Stratton's in a pair of runners there, and it looks like Luke Timlin could be in a pair of runners as well. The blocks were taken off the track, so I haven't gotten any wind of what happened there. Now this men's 800 looks like we only have.
No start or anything there.
We only have the starters there. There. So we have 6. No, we have the full contingent of 8. Finn, predictions.
So I was with you here for the semi-finals yesterday. No big surprises really. This would roughly be about the lineup that you would expect it. So from the inside, Andrew McGilton of UCD, 153 man, under 23 finalist and a final at the Varsities indoors. James Gilliland, also 153 man of Queens. He'll be looking to shake this up. Was looking good as a non-automatic qualifier yesterday. Jack O'Donnell, a staple here at these InterVarsity Championships over 800 metres. He'll be looking to take this. He normally does take it on. Last year, though, we did see this race go out in 68 seconds, so there's no predicting really what can happen here, but when he's in the race. Kyle Moorhead, our silver medalist indoors, one of the favourites for this. He'll be looking to finally take a gold at InterVarsity level in his final year as a mechanical engineer. Oisin Kelly to his outside there, also one of the favourites for this. He's a 151 man at his best, but if it's tactical, he will be there, and he will be there to win it. Calum Hurley just to his outside then, 148 man at his best. National senior indoor bronze medalist this year, and a bronze medalist in the InterVarsity indoors. Frank O'Brien then to his outside, 148, 149 man at his best. And George Warren is just completes the field. He's also a finalist, 4th in the Universities indoors this year. So really hard to call this. It will be interesting to see how it goes out. Team seem to be moving at a decent tip there, with Calum Hurley and Kyle Moorhead going to the front, followed by Oisin Kelly, and Jack O'Donnell sitting in today, not up to his usual tactics.
Looks like this has gone to a very pedestrian speed after a lightning quick first 100. It looked as if that there could have been a few legs tangling between UCD and Trinity at the back as we went through 200.
No interest in setting any PBs today. These lads are here to win it, and they're not here to set themselves up for failure in the final lap. They don't want to take this slight breeze into the home straight as Kyle Moorhead leads them down. Jack O'Donnell moving up on the outside here. Calum Hurley then just sat on the shoulder of Kyle Moorhead. That's where you want to be at this stage, as Jack O'Donnell moves to the front and Kyle Moorhead responds there. Through 60 seconds, these lads are well capable of closing here in 55, 54. How quick will we see them take it on now, as Calum Hurley just seems to be sitting in there comfortably behind Kyle Moorhead, and he seems to be moving up to the outside now, actually, followed by Oisin Kelly, Jack O'Donnell. Frank O'Brien now making his move up on the outside as Calum resumes his spot on Kyle Moorhead's shoulder there. They're going to kick really hard now with 200 metres to go, as Calum Hurley just sitting there on the shoulder. Kyle Moorhead has been here, and he's been here hundreds of times, it seems, in this position. Will he be able to hold on for gold today, or will it be one of the DCU lads following him behind? They're kicking now down the home straight. Calum Hurley seems to be moving away from Kyle Moorhead. Moorhead responds. Oisin Kelly on the outside. It looks to be Calum Hurley to take his first university title as they come through here. 154, 155, 154, 51 there. Calum Hurley followed in by Kyle Moorhead for what seems to be his 5th or 6th silver medal at this level, and Oisin Kelly will be happy to take a bronze there after his 4th place in this competition last year. What do you make of that, Sean?
Very enjoyable race. Now I have to say the 800s and 400s are always nice to watch. 800s in particular, very tactical. Like, you went out very hard for that first 100. Race slowed down to pedestrian like for the next 200 metres. Going through in 60 seconds, that's light work for a lot of those lads, and a very entertaining final lap. Sitting kicks.
Brilliant competition there, as Joe Ryan congratulates the 2 DCU athletes on gold and bronze. Kyle Moorhead, I wonder will he be happy with that? He seems to be, as Oisin Davis congratulates him down there. We'll be seeing him in the 1500 metre final later on.
Just to mention, Lucy Holmes in the women's 800 metres set a championship record that has stood since 1984. Roisin Smith of UCD ran a 2:09.40 a long time ago. So very impressive run. I think Lucy crossed the line, was it 2:05? So taking 4 seconds out of a championship record. Very, very impressive running altogether. Congratulations.
2:05.
Yeah, that's faster than you, Finn.
Yeah, Jesus.
I also reckon Holly O'Boyle in 2nd place may also have gotten under that championship record. I'd say she ran maybe a 2:07, so that was very impressive running by all those women.
5-second PB from her. The lads were mentioning yesterday her PB, and then her snap score I think was even more impressive.
We had Fintan Dewhurst up here earlier and gave us the snap score, so the whole stream has heard it now.
Very impressive from the girls. Unfortunately I missed that. I just got here in time for the men's.
Yes, Fintan also asked me would I shout out Adam Courtney. It's Adam Courtney's birthday today, according to Fintan Dewhurst.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Adam Courtney. Now, I don't know, is that a reliable source? As we look down the track, the blocks have been set up again, and the men look as if that they'll be ready to go for the 100 metres in a few minutes' time. I'm not entirely sure what that problem was that caused the delay, but
were they meant to go before the 800?
Yeah. So I was very confused when I
we
saw
had 1 or 2 issues with the wind gauge. That might be it, but
okay.
It seems to be working now as the starters make their way back down to that 100 metre start at the bottom of the home straight. So we'll take over here for the 100 metre as Sean Carmody goes in to charge his phone.
This could be a very close final if all the athletes who've qualified are on the line. We'll have Gabriel Kahinde, Pádraig Hassett, Luke Timlin, Craig Duffy. Max O'Reilly is due to be down there as well.
It's very impressed to see Pádraig Hassett lining out there, the 400 metre finalist indoor senior level. So he's obviously
he ran a 48-second 400 this year. So great range over the sprint distances. Of course, he's been coached by Gary Ryan now, former coach of Charlene Maudsley, and we know the great work he did with her, getting her to the Olympic level over 400. So Pádraig is probably looking to go to elevate himself to higher standards in the 4 as well. What kind of phone is it? Is it
iPhone.
Oh, okay. It's not USB-C charger, is it?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Finbar is just after opening my charging lead for me. He's a very strong man.
no problem, Sean.
I'm looking down here and it looks like we have an empty lane in lane 6. There's no blocks gone in there, and there's nobody in lane 10 either yet. So I don't see Max O'Reilly down there warming up, who would have been
I see
one of
Michael Farrelly looking very, very casual there in a pair of great tracksuit bottoms and a hoodie, as the rest of the lads seem to be fully stripped down into their singlet and shorts.
So we're not really too sure. Max O'Reilly is here. He was talking up to us earlier on, so maybe he's warming up somewhere.
Hopefully all okay is there. That might have been what caused some sort of a delay here.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to nick this microphone back off Finn Woodger because he's no idea anything about sprinting.
yeah, I got stuck on the 200s yesterday.
Oh, it looks like Max O'Reilly. I think you probably mentioned that. Max O'Reilly, who was supposed to be running this.
Yeah, we were saying we couldn't see him down at the start line, and I only see him down here in front of me now.
Yeah, so we have 3 non-runners. Oh no, we have 2 non-runners.
So
Max O'Reilly's one of them.
Lane 6 and lane 10. We unfortunately have no start list as of yet. It's being worked on inside here in the office.
By the
So
looks of it, I think we have Sean Stratton of DCU in lane 1.
Pádraig Hassett of Toos in lane 2.
Ken Mera of DCU in lane 3. Micah Farley of DCU in lane 4. Luke Timlin of UCD in lane 5.
I presume O'Reilly was supposed to be then in 6.
6, yeah. We have Craig Duffy in Maynooth in 7. Gabriel Kahinde in lane 8. And Emmanuel Akinrole
In lane 9.
in lane 9. So the men are on their marks.
Okay, we're missing Emmanuel Alori out in lane 10.
Yes,
and
Emmanuel was supposed to run the 200 earlier today, and he DNS'd that race as well. So
it is Max O'Reilly and Emmanuel Alori that are not starting in this race.
be a very, very interesting race. Micah Farley really, after coming on in the last year.
Michael Farley and Gabriel Ginde are both quite impressive 60-metre sprinters, so they'll be looking to get out hard at the start.
Craig Duffy, I think, back from an injury had an injury for the last while, so he's really coming on. Luke Timlin, the young talent, really showing form this year. And we're away for the first time. It looks like
Gabriel Kahinde's got out very well.
As to Gabriel Kahinde close
looks
to us, but it looks like
lead,
Micah Farley could get up and win this. Craig Duffy very, very close.
I think Craig Duffy just got it on the line.
Yeah, 10.63.
10.63.
Michael Farley, I think,
Gabriel
got up for
Kahinde
second.
looks to be in a little bit of pain.
A little bit of bother, yeah.
Which is not what we want to see from someone who's on the comeback from injury, having missed the whole 2024 season. Teammate Jack Hickey's on his way over.
Jack, the renowned physio.
Yeah. I do think it was Craig Duffy that took that title.
Yes, I think Craig Duffy got up for first, Michael Farley up for second, and then I think Gabriel
Kahinde
getting all the way to the line for third, just doing a little bit of damage to himself in the process of that.
We've Haley Harrison come to him here as well.
No doubt that we will see pretty much all these lads I was about to say all these lads back in action
How
for the
I
4x1, but I think the DCU lads, DCU won't be featuring in that 4x1
And
final.
I fear that after one of our two athletes DNFing in the 200 and now Gabriel Kahinde and a spot of bother after this 100, that the 2 relay team may not be as strong as previously believed in the final later today.
The lads below don't seem to know the result, but I think Kem's brother Chib, who's ran the 100, I think, and a relay yesterday for TUD, is looking at the live stream, and they're all looking at the race now.
Not a bad time, 10.63.
10.63.
Early season.
Very still conditions.
Yeah, it wasn't going to be wind aided anyway. So I think we will be heading to possibly the men's 5k.
We have
men's steeple, and we have 2 quality distance runners coming up here now.
Well, I'll interrupt you there, Dara. First, we have Nicola Tuttle going in for one of, I think this could be her first throw. Nicola, obviously competing at the Olympics in Paris in 2024. Will look to try and get out near a championship record.
She holds the championship record from last year, so she will be looking to get out beyond that this year.
Very, very strong throw out towards 60, close to, I'd
That's
say 7.
absolutely launched out there in the first round of the hammer.
Could be very close to,
I'd say
70 there.
68, 70, that kind of range.
Yeah. So on the podium there we have the men's pole vault. It looks like Tayo Ajarini of Setu coming third. I don't have the results and the heights of what the men jumped, but it looks like Aaron Malik from UL getting second, and Conor Callan, as I mentioned before, is your varsity's pole vault men's champion. Now we have an army of distance runners after coming up here to the commentary box, because
They'll have to fight over these 2 microphones.
So I presume it's probably the 200 finals on or something, I don't know. Something interesting.
Thanks very much for your great work there, Sean.
Yeah, but like nobody came up for the 3Ks and 800s. Yeah, we like flat out.
That wasn't us.
The road was empty. That's a Hickey problem.
That was Jack Hickey, actually. He was supposed to be here.
He's too busy walking around with his snapback cap on. People nearly forget he's 24 and behind us. It's time to grow up, Jack.
Jack Hickey is actually wearing different sunglasses today. His Oakleys yesterday were very nice, but he switched it up today. A man of many sunglasses, he is.
He was actually seen teaching a class in UL the other day in a tank top.
He was also
Just
seen
scandalous.
yesterday competing in his girlfriend's socks.
Oh, that's cute.
I think they had elephants on them. They were quite nice. Ankle socks. He said they just slip straight into his spikes and are very comfortable.
We might ask him about this.
Jack?
Would you like a quick question? Would like to know about your racing attire yesterday. Specifically, how comfy were your socks?
They were actually calf sleeves, and it was what, my socks?
Your girlfriend's
Oh,
socks.
they were lovely. Yeah, Orla. Oh yeah, I got a lovely pair of Care Bear socks. As long-time viewers of the Irish University's live streams will know, my socks are for some reason the cause of much focus. Thankfully, it's not my athletics performances, but yeah, there was a lovely pair of socks. Yeah, a little bit of a tweak for Gabe in that final. Unfortunately, a few protests being thrown around left, right, and centre prior to that final, hence a little bit of a delay. And I think Gabe might have fallen foul of a little bit of a delay there, but it's a powerful morning. I was watching from at home this morning. Or the hotel room anyway, and some
Lovely
great
Metro Hotel on the north side of.
We won't give out the address of where we're staying, Luke.
That's the Galway Hotel for anyone who wants to know.
But yeah, another long day of action ahead of us. You did a good bit of people watching there earlier as well, so that was good. Nicola Tuchel throwing well in the hammer at the moment.
DCU winning a lot of races at the moment as well.
DCU also winning a few things as well. But there's Daphne getting her triple jump medal as well. But we're over now to the steeplechase.
We might see a European standard attempt here from Mr. Hanrahan and Jonas Stafford.
We might, but also we will hope that the water jump practice that was done during the week will be put to good stead.
Yeah, the water in UL was looking murky at best.
The water in UL was not looking clean.
Do we have water in the...
I was also going to say, do we have water in the water jump?
I can see Bashir scurrying across.
I think they're checking the height.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe that's actually the water jump where a certain athlete wore a swimming cap and jumped into the water. Cap and goggles, I believe, in the Schools All-Ireland Championships.
Also, I suppose at this brief juncture we're going to talk to our expert in terms of water jumping, Luke Purcell. Luke, it wasn't the best water jump ever by your standards last year in Belfast?
No, look, just... it's a long way down off the top barrier.
It is a long way down, and it's even
flash.
further when you fall head first into the barrier.
So hopefully no fallers, everyone gets a clean run at it.
I'm just going to do a welfare check on our cameraman as well today. Luke, are you okay? Did you get fed last night? He's nodding. He's nodding and smiling. Great to have the Entree lads here as ever. Our live stream brought to you today by Sports Equipment Ireland, our proud sponsors for today. Thank you to Timmy Crow, Thomas Barr and all the team. Great suppliers up and down the country. And if you are looking for equipment for your track or sporting facility, give Timmy a ring.
I'm surprised there's not a bigger crowd gathering down below.
Yeah, it is full. I think it's just the water is deceptively clear, which is a bit different from the water that was in UL this week.
Because I think the worst part I think about me falling in was that there was a huge crowd.
There was a huge crowd,
and you got photographers that were there,
and you got very wet.
And in fact, it was a kilometre into the race,
and it was a K into the race. And I think I lost my voice roaring at you to get up.
Yeah,
but it was great times all around. Oisin Spillane, of course, winning that race.
I actually have a few messages from Oisin. He couldn't. I wanted to ring him, but
he couldn't be here
due
today.
To Tulsa time.
Due to Tulsa time.
No. He has a long run probably or something.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's listening. Probably in the... Someone checked the live stream there. I'm sure he's talking.
We'll get a bit of coverage of the hammer there while we're waiting, because we do have an Olympian in Santry at the moment, so less of our waffle talk, and we better give Nicola a bit of show on some brilliant throwing. We haven't got live results available to us. I do see Ava McKeown down there, who fell over hurdle 9 unfortunately in the 4 hurdles, but has picked herself back up, got to the finish line, and now doing the hammer throw.
I saw a 400 metre athlete Owen Kenny coaching her in a bit of hammer throw earlier.
Yeah, that's not a good guidance point. But look, as someone who has attempted the hammer throw in the past in varsity for points, it's not simple. But I'm just doing a head count as to how many are actually down there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So chances are Eva won't score, but she's trying her best for you.
It's all about especially with an Olympian in the field.
Especially with an Olympian in the field, the gold medal is...
A beginner and an Olympian in the field is probably something you'd only get at varsities.
It is absolutely something you'd only get at varsities. It's a DCU athlete now in their circle, revving the hammer up and chucking it out to quite a decent distance actually. That 50. Looks in excess of 50 metres. So that means I should probably know her name. And a quick check of our start list. We'll reveal a completely blank start list. So no luck there on the women's hammer. You might do a bit of research there, Barry, instead of booking flights on Ryanair.
Barry, of course, going on holidays with. Holidays or a training camp with the Ennis Track crew.
He's a man.
More so of a sun holiday. Yeah.
Sun holiday.
He's a man.
I'm sure Coach Pat Hogan will be delighted seeing Holly O'Boyle's 4-second PB. Yeah. And just outside a European under 20 standard as well. So
Barry Conway, a man after my own heart today, wearing a Kilkenny jersey. He must be trying to get into my good books after his antics yesterday on the stream.
Jack, of course, the only Kilkenny man who's basically from Tip.
Yeah.
On Tip.
No. So we've got the ATU athlete next into their circle. Is she one of the Galway crew? No, says Jack Marr. So unfortunately we do apologise to the hammer athletes. And, it is a small field, but it is a field littered with quality. Another rotation from this athlete. Good footwork in the ring. It's a deceptively difficult event, the hammer throw. Requires quite a lot of ankle strength to turn those circles. You can see Robert Higgins this morning in the men's competition coming up with a bit of a fall, clipping his heels. The footwork requirements of the event are quite technical. There's Katrina Passer-Skaita now in the ring from UL.
Silver in the shot put.
IUA record holder in the weight for distance. And a competent hammer thrower herself. That's out close enough to the 50 metre mark.
So good competition her in DCU.
Good, yeah.
DCU,
I asked her about her, give me a bit of insight for weight for distance if I found myself commentating on it. Because it was my understanding that they always kind of released the one with one leg, and she had been kind of saying she has a bit of a tweak in her left hamstring, and she was a bit worried. And I was like, well, will that affect the weight for distance? She's like, no. And I quote, she told me, she does her own thing. And potentially that is why she's probably the best female weight for distance thrower Ireland has ever seen.
It's remarkable ability to launch that. It's not light.
It is not light.
Probably about the same weight as Barry Conway.
Yeah. Sean Sharkey seems to be trying to sneak his way into the women's hammer throw competition as well. He will pop up. Usually at National Seniors we play a game of Where's Michael Bowler. Michael, if you're watching, I hope you're doing well. Today I think it's Where's Owen Sharkey.
He has covered an incredible amount of ground over for a guy whose ankle is in tatters.
It is literally in tatters, and
I saw him try to pole vault.
He came fifth in the pole vault.
Is not to be sniffed at.
But he's very patriotic today, wearing his Donegal Michael Murphy-esque jersey. But enough about him, because here's Nicola Tuchel in the ring.
The word Michael Murphy actually might be banned today. We won't talk about any Michael Murphys.
We won't talk about any Michael Murphys. We will talk about Nicola Tuchel though. Such an impressive record. Great to have an athlete of her calibre on the infield. Barry talking this morning about the great lengths they got to make sure the hammer could take place in Santry in the infield today. And it looks like she's just rescued that attempt, I think, which is arguably more impressive in itself. That is great footwork from Nicola to stay inside the ring. So she's going to take two here for Nicola. Not sure how far into the competition they are. Sets her feet. Yeah, looks a bit more in control, but unfortunately into the side netting.
So now manoeuvring back over across by the DCU.
Yeah, and the steeplechasers
still wait. Mark Hanron is on his 100th stride.
I think potentially there may have been issues with that water jump railing. That's what the delay is for. Of course, it is very important to get that railing right,
especially with lads wanting times. We don't want any fallers.
I think it's the barrier. Yeah, there's a
too low.
Amy Green has been doing too much practice of the water jump on TikTok, and it's set at 2'6".
Same height as Jack.
Close enough. 1-0, Luke Purcell. 1-0. He's getting 0. No, that's 3 foot. If you're gonna make a joke, make sure it's the right one. I know my numbers. 7'6".
Shows you the education you can get in the University of Galway.
Yeah. I'll Google it, Jack Maher.
I have a fun trivia question for you, Jack, and I suppose everybody at home as well. How many millimetres are there to the mile? I asked my teammate Jack Maher this yesterday, and he answered very closely.
Within 300 millimetres, I think it was.
Very good. Okay, your answer, Jack?
Phone like Jack Hickey.
It's of course it's 6.214 by 10 to the power of 7, because that's what just came up on Google.
That unfortunately is very incorrect.
Yeah.
Sean, would you like to give us the answer?
I don't know if you remember it, Jack, but it is actually 1,609,344 millimetres in a mile.
It's incredible coverage here. Anyway, the steeplechasers are on the start line, which would imply that they think they're going to start soon. Meanwhile, it's the meeting of the UL minds on the infield.
Yeah.
We really couldn't get away with anything on this stream.
I'm enjoying one of our Jenny having a Red Bull, proudly supported by Red Bull Ireland.
And Grow Coffee, who's been extensively practicing the race walk on the balcony at the hotel last night. The hotel that will remain nameless, Luke Purcell. The Galway Hotel.
The Galway Hotel.
Yeah, my socks are precious. I've got Wait till you see what's coming later. We got, of course, Rafferty Coons from the University of North Carolina here on a study abroad semester in a bold pair of red shorts.
I'm sure he'd like to perform like Ethan Strand or Parker Wolf, North Carolina men.
I don't know anyone else. They're a basketball college as far as I remember.
Yeah, I believe Michael Jordan went there.
Michael Jordan, I think, went there, yeah. I assume he knows him.
I presume so.
Yeah, probably.
America, small place.
Yeah.
About the size of Venice, I suppose. West Clare.
Of course, this is, Barry Conway's first time leaving Ennis. So it's great to show him what the big smoke looks like.
I'd actually know he was in Croke Park last year and
he did good.
There.
Yeah.
I don't think he can remember the match, but his teacher, Tony Kelly, scored a great goal that day.
Yeah, brilliant goal, yeah.
Obviously Clare won't be in the All-Ireland final now for another 15 years, but nice one last
And neither will Tip. So anyway.
10 years now since Kilkenny won anything.
And we're proud of it. Could be worse. Could be from Galway.
Very true.
Galway have more All-Irelands recently than Kilkenny.
So I suppose, as you can hear, we have a heavy West of Ireland bias in this commentary booth at the moment. 2 University of Galway guys, 3 UL guys. So I suppose we can start talking through some of the athletes in this field.
No.
Starting, I suppose, we have Port Flaherty, Galway athlete.
Podge, as he's known.
He's an ambitious curler commentator. He was actually over at the World Curling Championships, I believe, last year, Jack, in Zurich.
Yeah, a big 10-day event.
Yeah, man of many talents he is. Quite the journalist, whether it be commentation on Irish athletics or international curling. He knows what's up.
Doing his PRO duties for University of Galway Athletics Club.
We know about many PROs who failed to have jobs like Cian Hodgins.
But I think Port Flaherty went for an engineering, maybe even physics approach for this race, shaving his head to make himself more aerodynamic. Will make a big difference.
I saw him yesterday and I could barely recognise him.
You should just give him a bit of slick through the steeple.
Yeah.
I believe, Jess, if you're watching, he is very sorry. He didn't mean to do it.
And then, as also from the west of Ireland, we have Mark Hanrahan, or otherwise known as Lynn Dan.
Lynn Dan, okay.
5-time badminton world champion. So I suppose myself, Mark Hanrahan, and the 2 infamous Casey twins were up in the mountains training about 2 years ago and exhibited very good training, but also many other skills. Like Mark Hanrahan, very talented man. Badminton, golf, I'm sure he's watching up the Masters. He was an avid mini golf player.
So while Sean Cotter has been waffling, the race has just begun. And
Stafford off to a fast
Stafford
start.
and Hanrahan.
Jonah Stafford, national under-20 cross-country champion, is in the race, and I believe him and Mark Hanrahan would love to make a run at some.
Also, Mark Hanrahan is a man who loves his Vipers and his Julia. The only thing he loves more than sunglasses is taking money from UL Athletics club members.
He is the treasurer of the club, and Barry, we do need to pay for things. That's why he was taking the money.
The only words I hear coming out of his mouth is shalom these days.
Aside from that, though, the championship record is definitely under threat today from these 2 men. It's held currently by Sean McGinley in 8:59 or 8:56.9, and he set that 2 years ago in DSD.
So unfortunately, we can't see the clock running, but looks to be quick enough. What you reckon?
Looks quick, all right.
Yeah.
They've dropped the rest of the field already. Podge Flaherty may have fell before the steeple.
We will get to see them go over the water jump now, though.
Yeah, so here they go.
That's clean.
Okay, clean from both athletes.
John Spellman up first. He took a fall last year.
I don't know what it is. Of course, we've
Oh!
Bit of slippage, but no fault. Nothing like Constitution hit in the Grand National. Anderson moves up.
To pull away from the rest of the field very early into this race.
Yeah, it's strung out even out the back as well. We have that's 8-1-2 there, which is John Spellman of UCC in 3rd place, leading through a few runners. Jack McMahon of DCU is in that pack.
I also see Conor Flaherty in the race there. He's the finest hedge cutter in all of Clonmel.
Does he give good rates?
He does.
He only cuts during the appropriate seasons, if anyone
The only appropriate seasons.
is listening.
Yeah.
We can see the boys at the front here now. Mark has just gone ahead of Jonas there, doing a bit of the work.
Coming up on a kilometre here. Oh no, 800.
That's 800.
Kilometre when they
And
get
the
back
clock
down
is
to
actually
us.
back working. We've 8:24 on the clock. 8:24, yeah, 2:24. That would make a bit more sense.
Bang on,
It
bang
would. Timmy Hawkins as well, also in the race there for UCC.
Fergus O'Brien, UL, and Keego from DC.
Yeah, Killian Keegan from Clonliffe.
On his home Clonliffe track. Hannerhan moving particularly well here, though. I think his training camps in Vorsa have really held firm.
He's very clean over those barriers. UL alumni Oisin Spillane must have been giving him some tips, was he?
Sadly not with us today, but I'm sure he's listening and watching.
Does he have the UL record? Is that in threat today?
Oh, I'd say would Roy Chester maybe have the record? I'm not sure.
I have no idea.
So below 3 minutes for first kilometre for the two guys at the front. It appears as if they're taking turns.
Yeah, Jonas is pulling away a bit.
I'm not sure if this was a pre-agreed tactic that they're going to share the load, maybe get a good time out of it. But Jonas seems to be pulling away right now.
Holly O'Boyle just running across the track there. Please get off the track, thank you.
Also important to point out, we had Nicola Tuchel just throwing there, and looks like it could have been a 65 metre throw, so I'm sure she's well out in the lead there.
Jonas really putting in a surge now. Hanrahan doing well to hang on to it. He's staying in catching distance.
They're
making
jumping
a surge
clean.
up now.
Jumping clean, but still, and he come down to the last faller.
Very relaxed for him from the two guys at the front.
You can see Oisin Lane has made his way down to cheer on his UL athletes. Sadly won't be taking part in the walk today. Yes, he has.
He's gone awful soft, Oisin Lane.
A bit of glandular fevers holding him down.
Yeah, Jack McMahon of DCU there in third.
Bit of a group behind him.
And then
Would
John
be a medal
Spellman.
fight for third.
Connor Flaherty. Podge coming through. Rafferty Coons, Timmy Hawkins.
Doubling back, pulling off the 10k steeple double. I'm sure he is in a world of pain.
Yeah, a tough one to do.
But, I'm sure he's
He'll
dying.
probably regret that now this evening when he is crippled.
Jonas is opening up his lead more.
Oh! Mark just dropping off ever so slightly.
The steeplechase, a truly grueling event. 3 kilometres, but those barriers add an extra 40 seconds. Real energy drainer from the legs. These guys are exhibiting
They're
great
coming around,
fitness.
3 laps to go.
Jumping over the barriers with ease.
Oh, 3.
Sorry, Barry tends to slow his words.
So Jonas Stafford extending his lead now. Mark Hanrahan still in contention, keeping his eye on the back of his singlet. Jonas looking behind.
We're going to get a 2k split now.
2k split coming up. Looks as if we're well sub 9 minute pace. It's
Yeah.
looking to be about 5:54, 5:55 going through 2k.
Yeah, and even probably less than two. They're over 2k because of the staggered.
Because of the stagger, of
Mark
course.
coming through in there in about 6 flat.
And we can see the fight for that bronze medal is between Jack McMahon of DCU and
Fergus O'Brien.
Fergus O'Brien of UL. So Jack McMahon just has about 7 or 8 metre lead on him for now, but that could change in the last K. As Stafford clears the last barrier here now, so he just has 2 laps to go when he comes around.
Hanrahan still staying in contention. He's doing very well to hang on. This is quite the pace they're moving at.
We have to mention, of course, that the gold medal is currently with UL from last year.
Yeah.
So
I'm afraid we could lose it here.
It could be going to UCD this year.
Going down to the south side.
If Jonas can just stay upright here now.
But sure, look, as we saw at Cheltenham and Aintree, anything
Anything can happen. A furlong to go.
You're down a few pounds, so.
I am not. The only one I know who's down is David Williams.
And his sports investments.
Jonas occasionally glancing over his shoulder. His lead should be okay, unless Hanrahan can muster something amazing together in this last lap.
And we have Podge currently in 5th, but hunting down 4th and 3rd. Of course, trained by Finlay Daly, current national steeplechase leader.
So Jonas takes the bell now.
Figure. Represents Ireland at the European Cup.
7:44 on the clock. Mark coming through now in about 7:50.
Mark will need to bring it home quick.
Do we know what the standard is they're chasing?
8:54. I know Billy Coogan's gone 8:59 out in the States, so it's around that, somewhere in those mid 8:50s.
So they'll need a fast last lap here to get that standard. Jonas is looking good though.
And putting in a surge up this back straight.
Needs to channel his inner Fintan
He's starting to move up. Jonas Stafford looking very comfortable though. He's jumping over these barriers with ease.
Oh, and Podge is moving past the UL man into 4th, and he's hunting Jack McMahon of DCU for this bronze medal.
One last water jump for Jonas Stafford.
Has he left it too late, Podge?
Jonas Stafford over.
He's really surging.
1 hurdle to go. Once he doesn't fall like Sean Quinn, the national under-20s, he should be good.
So Jonas
last barrier now, and he's over clear.
He's clear now, unlike State Man.
Watch the clock, folks. It's looking like even 8:54, 8:55. Jogs over the line, finger wag. Hanrahan just under 9 minutes. Very impressive running, especially to do most of that race.
And we have the race for bronze still on. Podge is still putting in an effort to catch Jack McMahon of DCU for that bronze medal.
Podge is closing quick, but do you think he's left it too late?
He might have left it too late.
Jack McMahon though.
Come on, Podge, we're rooting for you.
Let's watch the form in this water jump.
Up Galway.
Come on, Podge.
Well
come on.
Podge with a bit of a stumble, but he still seems to have energy in the legs.
Jack McMahon kicking on well now. He seems to have left a bit for this last 100.
He's over clear.
And Pork Faherty. Oh, nice hurdle. He's closing strong. But Jack McMahon with 3rd place.
Strong from Jack there. He went a bit earlier in the race and he got the benefits of that.
And 9:45, a great time all considered.
Good run, yeah.
Here's Fergus O'Brien coming in for 6th.
And Rafferty Coonstein. 5th and 6th for the UL men.
A good showing for West
and
of Ireland.
Conor Flaherty coming through now.
Coached by the Irish Hammer, who's running at the European Road Running Championships this weekend.
Yeah, of course, Ephraim Giddy there, 4th in the half marathon this morning.
John Spellman coming through. Timmy Hawkins as well. UCC packing well there.
Yeah, to see Ben Lean Smith here today, but I believe he's down to run the 5k. Oh, as we speak, I see him appear. As small as he is, I can see him.
Ben Lean Smith chatting up the women, no surprise there.
Small but mighty.
We had a lovely moment there. Mark and his Julie, they were embracing after his brilliant silver medal.
Hopefully we can get Mark maybe up into the stand for a bit of commentary later on. He was spotted out playing a bit of rounders during his lab time there. Really well tracked, so perfect preparation for a student.
I'm sure Mark will be busy with his badminton and golf training after this race. Let's hope he gets well recovered.
Successful day for Pat Hogan so far. 2 silvers, Keena Boyle to come and Niall Murphy. And maybe yourself, Barry, you might even sneak a medal.
Yeah, Niall Murphy, yeah.
But not to discount Mr. Oisin Murray from University of Galway.
And what about yourself, Sean Cotter?
I'm looking forward to it now. It's going to be my first race back to the track in about 2 years. So
this is a historic day. The great Sean Cotter, after breaking his ankle, the doctor said he would never walk. And here he is back on the track competing in the 5k. We have Mark Hanrahan looking to do an interview.
Yeah, Mark Hanrahan, come up.
Sorry, we're not mobile. That was Mark Hanrahan there.
Our biggest aim today is to keep everything PG on this commentary.
As long as Jickie's happy, we're happy.
Exactly.
We can see Podge is explaining to Mark just how to run the steeplechase.
Yeah.
Just tell him how to get over those barriers.
Podge, no doubt, likening the curling to the steeplechase. Quite similar if you think about it,
Conor
really.
Flaherty below here now. Doesn't look one bit tired. Back to the hedge cutting and the dairy farming.
Ben Smith giving us a good look up. Robert Troy.
Yeah, Robert Troy.
The UCC Fresher hurling team that was demolished by the UL team, but not to be surprised.
Robert Troy is some man over the muck.
If he goes in the 5k later. If they ran it out in Sanctuary Park, I'm sure he'd be one of the favourites. You can see with the DCU throwers eyeing up the steeplechase, so maybe they'll try run next year.
Women's. Probably important to point out now we have the women's steeplechase next up on the track. They're just lowering those barriers now. We have some UL representation in this one, I believe.
Do we? I had no idea. We've Noria.
Doubling back from the 3k flat.
Noria didn't even run yesterday, I don't think.
He only flew into the country last night.
Yeah,
that's dedication. Such dedication.
Coaching Plan could probably take a note out of that book on what you should do with your OID.
Yeah, I believe you had another man refusing to fly back for the cross to retain the title last year.
Nacho, wasn't it?
Nacho.
Luckily, we actually still won the cross without Nacho.
Impressive. Did you win it this year?
It hasn't been ran yet for 2025.
Oh, okay. This season though, Joe.
Sadly not.
No,
we're beaten.
But look,
we're beaten fair and square.
As long as it stays on the west, we're happy.
Ryan Ellis on the team, there was a 1/6 of a UL man there.
Exactly.
That's kind of Shannon, kind of halfway, sort of.
Yeah, we actually were discussing yesterday potentially the first member of Shannon College to win a medal at these championships.
Yeah, I would say so. I wouldn't be a college known for its sporting endeavours.
No. Hotel management, though, top tier.
Yeah. Daniel working in the Adair Manor, hosting the 2020.
And McDonald's.
7. Well, he has kind of the best of both worlds, Adair and McDonald's.
Two varying ends of the spectrum, I suppose.
Fine establishments.
Great worker.
I'm sure both would love to sponsor the IUAA in the coming years.
We'll accept either sponsorships.
Jack Hickey marshalling people to lower these steeples down to his height. 2-0.
Don't think they go that low.
You'd be surprised.
We still have our hammer throw competition going on here for the ladies.
Do you know anyone in the hammer throw?
Nicola, of course, our Olympian.
Galway representatives in the field events.
We had a bronze medal yesterday in the women's high jump. Jade Moorhead, and a 4th place also in that high jump. That's the extent of our field events.
I suppose University of Galway not the strongest in the field events. I suppose let this be a recruitment opportunity for anybody listening to come to University of Galway. Truly brilliant college, and thriving training life. And the field events are only going to pick up from now on. So any field eventers out there that want to join, no better place than University of Galway.
Of course, with Jade Moorhead as the field events captain, you'll be in good hands.
Yes.
So this next field, we have 6 athletes in it. We have Nuria Vizcaíno Estrada from UL. Was that good? That'll do. As we said, flew in from Barcelona last night for this. We have Abby Sheridan of DKIT, Avril Cashman, UCC, Amy Green, DCU, Alex Cashman, UCC, and Alex Joyce, ATU. I have to say, Amy Green might be looking to be the favourite here today.
Sorry there, just take some Jordan. How many athletes are listed?
6 athletes.
6 athletes, yeah.
We have 2 of them inspecting the water jump, making sure everything's okay. There's water in the pit.
Avril and Alex Cashman, definitely ones to watch in this race.
Thankfully, none of our athletes are lining up with swimming caps or goggles. Wouldn't want a relapse of that incident.
No.
2 summers ago.
So we seem to have a bit of a hold up still. Probably over one of the hurdles.
You'd think now they get Jack Hickey in there, he'd sort this out in a flash, huh?
So away they go, the women's steeplechase.
That looks like Amy Green straight to the front, and the ATU athlete just slotting in Alex Joyce.
Pretty sure Amy Green won the steeplechase last year.
I want to say she did.
Yeah. Avril Cashman second last year. She's the greatest camogie player to ever come out of East Cork.
That's an impressive stat.
Yeah, that is very impressive. A couple other facts about Avril Cashman is she drives a Honda Civic and she has a weird obsession with LeBron James and feet.
How do you know this?
Don't ask questions.
Well, already early on now we have a quick, small breakaway of 3. That's Amy Green, Alex Joyce, and Abby Sheridan of DKIT.
Yeah, just pulling away. Seem to have gone off hard.
Yeah, the 2 Cashmans are now playing catch up.
Yes, they are. They'll work together. The 2 sisters.
Have you given your facts, Barry?
Yeah, a fact here about Alex Cashman. She's going to be a lifeguard for the summer, but I wouldn't trust her to save anything. Sorry, Alex.
Barry, of course, always in the good books.
Yeah.
He is nothing but a fountain of knowledge.
So the 3 leading athletes is coming up to us now.
They're running well now. We have Amy Green and Alex Joyce still at the front, shoulder to shoulder, just going through about 600 metres there.
Similar to Henry and Stafford, the way they're running with each other. Joyce moves
And then
on to the lead.
the 2 Cashmans working together in 4th and 5th.
Yeah, there seems to be a move here from Alex Joyce. Early surge trying to drop Amy Green and Abby Sheridan. and just generate a bit of a gap.
Joyce is indoor 1500 under 23 champion, second in the 800. So quick turnaround between those two.
Yeah.
And Green, I believe, the national senior champion. So quite a high standard in this race.
As Noria of UL just passes in front of us here.
She's the crowd favourite anyways.
100%, yeah.
Flying over the barriers. With 6 in the race, as long as she finishes, there's a point there for UL, so they all add up.
Yeah. Every point counts.
Joyce is really opened up.
This is really good from Joyce.
It was impressive last 200 metres, just to pull away from the rest of the field.
So yeah, might see Amy Green and Abby Sheridan starting to work together here, try and bridge that gap.
The Galway-based athlete is flying out to a big lead through a kilometre, 3:20.
Yeah, she's really good form over those steeples, just helping her save a bit of energy. And we have the Cashman sisters here working together. Oh, an overtake from Avril.
Yeah, they'll be competitive against each other. I'm sure Avril will want to beat her sister Alex.
Avril played Cork, Kogi.
Yeah, and for UCC as well.
This gap here at the front from Alex Joyce is just opening slowly but surely. She has about a 50-metre gap back to the second place athlete Amy Green. Do you have any steeplechase facts for us, Sean? Any insights you want to share?
I'm usually a man of many facts, Jack, but steeplechase, it's never an event I did. Quite intimidating, actually.
So Joyce comes
very impressed by
now.
all these athletes today togging out.
4 laps
Definitely not
to go.
an easy event. Do you, Jack?
Can't say I have any specific insights, but I have to say will be Money Moorhead, who we just seen in the 800 pick up a silver medal, has actually represented Ireland in the steeplechase at a school level.
Yeah, so Kyle Moorhead, a real 800 man, ran the 800 last 4 years for this event, medalled every year, but... Sorry, Jack has just corrected
Sean
me,
getting
not
his
last year.
facts wrong.
Facts incorrect.
Awful to see.
But origins from the steeple, it goes to show you the sort of strength that it can build in an athlete for any kind of event.
So
Devon, they will appear. Kyle Moore is about to get his medal.
Oh,
that he was on my mind. Money on my mind, as they say.
Galway boys are very switched on.
he seems to have recovered from getting sick earlier on. That was the first thing I met with as I was walking into Morton Stadium today.
That's what we love about Morton, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Morton Moorhead. At least he was able to toe the line this year without any relay mishaps from the University of Galway team. Bad management last year, saw him
Poor management, whoever was over that. Terrible. Really bad.
Shocking stuff. Shocking.
As Alex Joyce comes round with 3 laps to go, 6:07 on the clock.
Yeah, that gap is still opening.
Yeah, it looks like Abby Sheridan and Amy Green still working together
working
here,
together.
battling for that silver and bronze.
The lane now just overlapping Maria. One thing to focus on. They're jumping all very, very well. The Cashmans come up the home straight. Avril still ahead of Alex.
Provide a good battle now. 3 laps.
The sisters are basically just running in sync.
I'm expecting a big sprint finish now from these two women.
Yeah. They have the same spikes and all. Lovely to see.
And that lead by Alex Joyce out front has now grown to about 70 or 80 metres. So I think it's fair to say she has this gold medal sewn up.
Barrier fall, which there are still 12 barriers.
We'll be positive.
We are on
We'll
the
be
side
positive.
of positivity
Yeah.
here. hopefully another medal going back to the West.
I'd say the navy of ATU might look a lot better than the maroon of...
I wouldn't say that now, to be honest, no, but...
800 to run now for our leader. 7:35 on the clock.
Yeah, we've just two mini battles in this race. Second and third, Amy Green and Abby Sheridan, and the Cashman sisters fighting for fourth and fifth.
Avril just has 2 or 3 metres over Alex now. Is Alex starting to hurt? I would like to see a sprint finish between them. It would be hilarious.
I would say they are all hurting 2,000 metres into a steeplechase.
Yeah. I know, they're looking very comfortable here.
As a wise man once said, it's supposed to hurt.
Well, not comment on that. Sound bite.
So Joyce comes around now. Just over the water jump there, cleanly.
500 metres to run.
Looks like she going to be maybe around that 10.5 minute mark.
Yeah, solid run.
We need 2 volunteers from DCU over to the women's weight contestant. That's 2 volunteers from DCU.
So Joyce takes the bell now.
Volunteers from ATU.
9 minutes on the clock.
DCU and ATU, can you make your way over to the women's weight contestant at the shop window?
And we can see Amy Green and Abby Sheridan just clearing this barrier, so they're going to get the bell as well. Abby Sheridan looks really clean over the barriers, and that might help her now in this last lap as she starts to pull away from Amy Green.
Really grown into this race now as it's gone on. Our first ever steeplechase.
So Avril and Alex take the bell. They're looking very, very strong. They could do 10 more laps, not a bother.
As Alex Joyce enters the last 100, one barrier to clear, and the gold medal is hers. And she's over that very cleanly. She had a really clean race the whole way around. Big sprint finish.
She's kicking strong to get under that 10:20. That's a very good time.
And
10:19.
she's just done that. 10:19. Very good time. And huge last lap here from Abby Sheridan entering the last 100. She's put 30 metres into Amy Green in the last 400 to claim this silver medal over that last barrier very cleanly.
National senior champion being beaten, or coming third in the varsity.
This is varsities, the standard at varsities.
Very high.
And Amy Green claims the bronze
there,
medal.
10:53. So here come the Cashmans up the home straight. As they're bowled over safely, and Avril wins the battle of the Cashmans. Should be happy out with that. Alex kicking hard to try and close the gap. That is very good time from the Cashmans there.
11:16 and 11:20. That's bragging rights in that house, though.
Yeah. Avril will have the bragging rights all the way home to Youghal. It's a good run from Avril. Avril was also out last night at a PE ball. Didn't finish up till 4 a.m. and ran a brilliant race today.
Impressive to get up.
Yeah,
from that
she's men of iron.
That's a serious commute.
Multi-talented athlete, so.
Yeah, extremely.
Good day for the PE students, herself and Mark Hanrahan. Second and fourth in their respective 3,000 steeplechases.
Right, I must get ready for my 5K, so I'm handing the mic over to you, Luke.
We're expecting big things. Medals, I reckon.
Yeah, from these two, Collar and Conway. Watch out.
Every point is needed in this fight at the top.
Oh, 100%.
As we can see, the UL athletes still out there securing that point.
1 point. Could be the winning or losing. I believe we lost indoors to DCU in the men's competition by a point. So
that was controversial though, wasn't it, Luke?
Right.
I think it was slightly controversial. I can't remember why just at the moment, but...
Yeah, we'd be more hoping that our Scottish athletes like Niall Murphy would toe the line, and he is here today, so he will be here and hoping to beat the other Michael, or beat the other Murphy.
He also will have Oisin Murray and Kevin McGrath, I think, in that 5k.
It's going to make it quick to burn off the two.
Yeah.
1,500 men. One to look forward to at 3 o'clock.
And that brings the end of the steeplechase.
Maria.
I just give an update to what happened with the steeplechase there. Just unfortunately there with the men's steeplechase, the height of the barrier was unadjustable due to a rusted bolt that we could not get unscrewed, so we had to keep it at the women's height, unfortunately. So
was this just for the one jump?
Just it was at the women's height, so we had to keep it at the women's height for the men's race, and then no, just for the water jump.
Will not stand.
No, unfortunately not.
Interesting, a DCU record on a DCU track will stand.
Potential sabotage here for the DCU on their own track when they don't have an athlete, but we'll just
if you were looking, you would have seen me down there panicking for about 20 minutes trying to get that thing unscrewed, but the decision had to be made because the thread was just destroyed when we tried to unscrew the bolt.
They still had to do the other 30 barriers over the full height, so still great running from the men nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good reflection of what they actually can run. It's just, obviously, unfortunately, everything has to be to the correct standard, which apparently was working on Monday. I was talking to the lads practicing, but someone must have screwed the bolts back in since then. I don't know. I'm very confused.
Luckily, no fallers in the water jump because of that as well. So.
Well, I think we're passing over here for a few 400s. Sean, our 400 expert.
Sprints and hurdles commentator, because no other sprinter or hurdler wanted to take.
No one else is injured.
No other sprinter or hurdler is injured.
Yeah.
I wanted to take this.
You had Katie Nolk as a commentary partner yesterday.
I did, but she has decided that to retire from commentating duties.
Go out on top.
Next race up on the track will be the final of the women's 400 metres. None of these women had to run a heat yesterday, as there was only 8 checked in on the start list, so they towed the line yesterday, and now they'll be looking forward to getting a run in today. Do we have a start list there, Sean?
I do, I hope. Okay. The girls just doing their final preparations after spending probably the last hour warming up in the indoor part of this Martin Stadium facility. Looking down, we have a full lineup of 8 women. From the inside, we have Emer Galvin of UL. Lane 2 is Kate O'Connell of DCU. Lane 3 is Ciara Daly of UCC. Lane 4, Aisling Stratford, DCU. Lane 5, Molly Horan of UCD.
No, I don't see Molly down there. That's her coming over now. Sorry, she's here warming up.
So lane We had Molly. We had lane 6, Rebecca Walsh of MTU. Lane 7, Sophie Kinsella of DCU. And lane 8, Hannah Murray of UCD.
So there's a few main contenders in this race. I think we'd be looking towards Kate O'Connell of DCU in lane 2, probably Molly Horahan and Hannah Murray.
Yeah, they'd be the names to kind of look out for there.
Now, Aisling Stratford ran a very impressive leg in the mixed 4x4
She
relay
ran a
yesterday.
Very impressive leg. Just take you through some of the names. Kate O'Connell has been part of 2 European under-20 4x4 relay squads. And if I remember correctly, back in 2023, she was part of that. She led the first leg off in Jerusalem for that final.
She's part of Dublin Sprint Training Group.
Dublin Sprint Training Group, my training group.
Yeah.
Where same group as Katie Nolka, who was training here earlier.
A lot of that group over on training camp at the moment.
Over in training camp in Portugal, so I have no doubt that they're listening into this. So hello to all those individuals over enjoying the sun
Who's
that
it led,
we do not have today.
Led by Ger O'Donnell and Aideen
Sinnott. That's right. So 2 very good coaches. Aisling Stratford then we have from DCU. Very, as you said, mentioned Dara, very impressive last leg on the mixed relay there yesterday. It's also part of the women's under-23 4x4 relay squad this year. Molly Horahan, probably more known for her exploits over 200, but no doubt that she'll do very, very well there today. Who else? We have Hannah Murray, also was a teammate of Kate O'Connell's during the under-20 relays in Jerusalem. And she was part of that team that ran in the final.
Has been doing a bit more 200s maybe indoors this year, Hannah Murray?
More 200s lately. I think she's quite a lot of strength, so just building that speed back into her training and getting that speed in races as well would be very important for her. So we'll see how all these women get on. Looks like starter below us is putting his headset on and is going to be ready to go.
Yeah.
So we have 3 DCU in this race, 2 UCD, an MTU, and a UL.
Yeah. Our UL athlete in lane 1, Emer Galvin, she's a member of St Mary's Athletic Club down in Newcastle West. And she's a first-year student studying biology and chemistry teaching. So,
very good.
Just give her a little shout out there. Again, these women should all be fairly fresh, having not ran a heat yesterday.
The girls are called to the marks. So from the inside again, Emer Galvin, UL, Kate O'Connell, DCU, Ciara Daly, UCC, Aisling Stratford, DCU, Molly Horahan, UCD, Rebecca Walsh of MTU, Sophie Kinsella of DCU, Hannah Murray of UCD. Starters happy with all the hand positions. And they're off, and it looks like Hannah Murray has gotten away really, really quickly on that outside. So too Molly Horahan of UCD in lane 5. Looks like Kate O'Connell has eaten up the stagger on Aisling Stratford outsider. So it looks like
Kate O'Connell looks to be
Molly
in the lead.
Horahan and Hannah Murray, they're our lead 3 in this race.
They've taken it out very, very hard. Kate O'Connell looks to be going through in maybe 24, 25 seconds, which is very impressive, setting it up the race.
Very even coming into this last bend, but it looks like Kate O'Connell might just have the lead coming into the last 100. Molly Horahan in second, Hannah Murray after a very, very quick first 200, just holding back to third. Aisling Stratford will look to try and bring her strength in to get her a medal.
Hannah Murray's charging down here, trying to catch second place.
Kate
O'Connell is going to take the win though.
Clear win for Kate O'Connell. Hannah Murray really showing her strength, coming through there, pipping Molly Horahan on the line.
And it's UCC coming in for 5th and UL coming home for 6th.
Very, very impressive run in there from those 3 girls. We don't have a time on the clock, unfortunately.
I think it was around maybe 55 low.
55 low.
But we'll have to wait and see if we can get a time on that.
Yeah, Hannah Murray had a very, very fast 100, 150. you kind of thought she was just going a little bit backwards coming in with 300 to go, but her strength really, really shown there, getting her up for second place.
She really powered it home on the outside lane here. I suppose it is a main part of the 400, the middle to maybe 250 that we really need to work. So that's probably something she's trying to implement at training and in her racing.
Kate O'Connell got out really, really well. Was able to see the two other UCD athletes outside her and just follow them around, and just had the strength to hold on. Got herself in a good position with 300 to go, and was well able to hold on for that last 100. Even started pulling away, I would suspect, in that last 30 or so metres.
We now have the men setting up their blocks on the track. We had 4 heats of this race yesterday, and so the names probably to look out for in this race will be Kieran Carthy out in lane 7.
Yeah, you have a very, very good stacked final this. We'll just get the...
We also have Darren Masterson, who won his heat, Jack Rainey of UL, who won his heat. So...
Yeah, so just to take you through the times of our runners yesterday. So our automatic qualifiers was the first from each heat and 4 fast into the final. Kieran Carthy won the first heat in a 48.50. Jack Rainey of UL was 51.30. Darren Masterson 51.21. And Ben Ida of ATU, who's there in lane 4, in a 50.06. Our 4 fastest qualifiers then were Sam Kiley in 50.27, Jonathan Fitzsimons of UCD 50.68, Gregor Traver of UCD 50.59, and Sean Hugh O'Connor of ATU in 50.93. Jack Raftery has the championship record from 2023, 46.59, set back when these championships were held over in Dundrum, South Dublin. And I have no doubt that he's watching the live stream as well. Hello, Jack. So, the lads with their t-shirts off, they're ready to go. So from the inside, we have Sean Ho O'Connor from ATU, Jonathan Fitzsimons of UCD, Sam Kiley of MTU in 4, Ben Ida of ATU in 5, Darren Masterson of DCU in 6. No, I messed that up. Darren Masterson of DCU in 5, Jack Rainey of UL in 6, Kieran Carthy, who's 1 year down from DCU, and Gregor Traver from UCD out in lane 8.
So we'll be looking maybe out towards lane 7, 8 and 6. Possibly.
Yeah, your lane, the lanes to watch would be 4, 5, 6 and 7.
Yeah.
After pretty impressive performances from all those lads in the heats. And we're away for the first time I'm asking, and it looks like Kieran Carthy has gotten a very good start there, already eating up the ground on the UCD athlete outside him. Looks very even between the 3 middle lanes of Darren Masterson, Ben Ida and Jack Rainey.
Darren Masterson does seem to be making a move down the back straight. He's up on the shoulder of Jack Rainey.
Yeah, it looks like Kieran is running really, really strong that first 200. He's quite a prolific 200 runner as well. So Darren Masterson inside him, trying to follow him up to 300 metres. Looks like Ben Ida, then the best of the rest.
We could have a battle on here for third place between UL, ATU and UCD, but it is Kieran Carthy coming down the home straight with clear advantage. Darren Masterson running very well, maybe slightly closing in, but
looks like Ben Ida slightly from ATU slightly closing, but it's going to be Kieran Carthy crossing the line in 47.92 even. Darren Masterson getting up for second, so big points there for DCU, and looks like Ben Ida crossed the line in third, but just as he's crossing the line there, it's nuts him holding his hamstring.
Yeah, not what we like to see after these races.
No. So Jack Raftery would be glad to know his championship record is still intact
for another year.
Yeah, just wait till I'm out of the booth. See, can we get those results for the women's 400 metre final? No, haven't come up on our little screen here yet. Very impressive running there from the 2 DCU men. Kieran Carthy really got out hard, ran a really good first 200, was able to hold on. Darren Masterson probably more of the strength-based athlete, and really kind of came through in that last 200 metres.
Yeah, Kieran Carthy set it up quite well. There was no doubt from the way he went out in that first 100, 120 that he was just going for it.
That concludes our 400 metres.
I think we're on to the race walks next.
Our riveting race walks that Finn Woodger is back.
He's going to be joined by Oisin Lane, I think. Yeah.
Oisin Lane will join us in commentary very, very soon to talk all things race walking for an hour, half an hour.
Yeah, I'd say you could have point chasing in this race, so you might have a few inexperienced athletes making their debut in these race walks.
So just to give you all a heads up at home of what's to come, we have the women's 1500 metre walk, men's 3k walk, 200 metre finals men and women, 1500 metre final men's and women's, our 4x1 relays, the men's 5k, and to conclude the day, the 4x4s, which always are a bit of crack to watch, as it's generally any bodies that are still left standing after the 2 days of competing that get thrown in. So anybody from
anybody still standing,
throwers, sprinters, distance runners. I remember last year Barry Clavin was part of that men's 4x4 relay team for DCU.
So were you.
So was I.
Well, Oisin Lane has joined us up in the commentary booth, so I'm going to hand over to him now, and he's going to give you an insight into all things race walking.
Yes. Well, the main thing is just walk around and finish. That's the main aim of the game, and not break the rules. That's the.
Can you talk us through some of the rules there, Oisin? What are the things that we should be looking out for?
Well, there's two rules actually. You're supposed to keep the supporting leg straight at all times, and you're supposed to stay in contact with the human eye at all times as well. So, pretty simple. And don't assault your competitors or anything like that. That's another rule as well. And stay in the track as well. That's another
probably
important rule.
Few important things. Cause
Also, don't be bullying be nice to everyone. Be considerate of those around you, and those. There mightn't be rules, but they're good things to keep in mind while race walking. So, yeah, that's my insight right now. So,
very good. I'll get you to take us through some of the lineups.
Yep.
So we have the women's. We go through the women's 1500 first.
1500, yes, quite a short distance
no
for.
Start list here as of yet, but I get the entries. So we don't know who's starting.
I don't think anyone's lining up yet. Unfortunately, we've empty track right now. Well, besides a few stragglers, but no
like
competitors
Jack Ford,
on the track.
Darren O'Dwyer.
I don't know if they count as competitors now,
doing
but
cool down laps over the far side of the track.
Yes, former competitors.
No, sure. Darren's going in the discus today.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Very good. Good to hear.
Last minute substitute for Ewan Caniff, who unfortunately got too sunburnt to compete yesterday.
It's a very sunny day now here in Morton, has to be said.
Yesterday.
So, yesterday.
He mustn't have
well, he mustn't have recovered in the 24 hours he's had since yesterday.
Yeah.
No.
Second in the javelin, Ewan Caniff.
Yeah, it can be tough finding sun cream sometimes, especially in Dublin.
An April day in Santry.
It wouldn't often be a consideration now for athletes, but I guess this year's InterVarsities will be an exception.
Let's hope the red goes with his whatever colour suit he's wearing tonight.
Right, Oisin, I have the list here of the entries. So if you
very
want
good.
to talk through the names.
Very big list.
I don't know if all of these are doing it.
Well, I would say I would hope that most of them will do it now. We've got Ruth Monaghan of Sligo's been doing it quite a while. Has been coached by the late Ray Flynn, making a return to walking. We've got Ciara Wilson-Bowen, who's done quite well at this in the past. It's her second year. I believe she's quite popular in DCU as well. Second last year. Yep. We've got Ciara Mooney apparently making a return. I haven't seen her around now, but she's also medalled.
I think there was some speculation around. She won it last year.
Did she win it last year?
She did, yeah.
Janie.
The shorter distances suit her a little bit
they
more.
They do,
I
in
think.
fairness now. This is a shorter distance for a
walker.
walker.
There was speculation. I believe Matty Glennon was to recruit her during the week, so I was told to enter her.
Right,
so,
okay.
We're not sure if she's here or not.
Well, Matty Glennon isn't the best at texting people now, never mind recruiting them for races, so we'll see how this turns out. We've got Emer Delargy of MTU, Lily O'Riordan, also of MTU. We've got Maeve O'Connor of SETU, who has also been quite competitive at this in the past and has competed very well in multiple senior championships, so she'll be competitive too. We've got Lily Scanlon of TCD, Julia Girolmo Fini, I hope I'm saying that right, of Trinity. We've got Lauren Carney, also of Trinity. We've got Medja Calaf of TUS, Destiny Okon Makinde, hope I'm saying that right as well, of TUS, Laura Ivers of TUS, and Lana Moore of TUS, so a big contingent of coming from TUS here. We've got a typo here from UCC, I believe. There's Kaylin? Or Kayleen maybe, because I know my own name is mistyped like that. Napier. Ellen Murphy of UCC, Erin Frosh of UCC, and Aisling Lane, no relation, of University of Galway, not claiming her. Aisling Milner of UL, and Jenny Sawyer of UL. So a very big start list today.
Any early predictions for this one, Oisin?
Lots of newcomers anyways, that's for sure. And I'm not expecting Aisling Lane to win, or maybe even feature actually. So, yes.
Aisling Lane, our winner indoors, I believe.
She won it indoors, yes, but she doesn't go out very often, so this could be a very different proposition for her. And if Ciara Mooney shows up as well, she's very strong over the shorter distances, so we'll see how that goes. So, yeah. Is there, have I missed? No. No. They're not, none of them are walkers. Yeah. Yeah, so as I said, a lot of newcomers to this race, so we'll see how this goes.
Varsity is a great level for people to start out their walking career.
It is, yes, and it's unfortunately been the graveyard of many a walking career as well. I'm here at Michael Murphy, so apologies, Michael Murphy, if you haven't heard this.
The birth and very quick death of a great walking career,
yes,
Michael Murphy,
unfortunately,
in the varsity
I had
championships.
The privilege of beating Michael Murphy at varsity 3 years ago, amongst many other athletes as well. It has to
Who
be
is
said,
going in the 5k today, Michael? Unless that has already been ran and I missed it. I don't think I did though. I would have heard something.
No, that should be on later.
Yeah.
So I definitely will not beat him in a 5k anyways, that's for sure. I don't think I beat him in a 3k walk right now, actually, the way I am. So he's nicely overtaken me in the last 3 years. So yeah, we're.
So just as we're waiting for the women's walk to line up there, we have the men's triple jump ongoing there. I see a few athletes barely making the pit there off the 11 metre board. So
should bring it back a bit. Maybe.
Not sure. We should maybe have a start list there somewhere. I believe that's a SETU athlete.
Let's see how he goes.
Way behind the board there, so he'll have to adjust his run up. The women's pole vault warming up there as well, so they'll be on shortly, and I believe that's the weight for distance there on in the corner for the women. So many of the girls there, I know from DCU anyway, back from the shot put yesterday. Ciara Sheehy was our gold medalist in the shot put. She'll be looking to back that up here against a very strong field in the weight for distance.
Katrina going there of UL, finished second in the shot put yesterday. One of UL's finest.
It's very strong in the weight for distance, I believe, from indoors,
strong.
if I remember correctly.
I believe this would be a stronger event, so you might have a gold medal in that today.
Unless Ciara Sheehy has something to say about it.
Yes, that is true. I must admit, my knowledge of weight for distance isn't the strongest now, but I would reckon those would be the two athletes going for it today.
Yeah. Usually the shot putters tend to take to that event much better than
walkers anyways, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I can't see myself doing weight for distance anytime soon, that's for sure.
Well, the way things are going.
May as well, like. I've a hard time seeing myself picking up a weight, never mind throwing it. I think anything above 5 kilos might be a bit too much for me now.
There's still no starters here for the women's 1500 metre walk. I'll just check the timetable to see what this... Well, I think we were slightly early for the 400s actually today, so that was women's 1500 metre walk at 25 past 1. So they do have 25 past 1,
25 past 1 for the walk.
So we have another 15 minutes before that one.
Of chatting here. Yeah, Finn, I was out in the car park there around 10-15 minutes ago, and Finn gave me a call there saying I had to hurry for the women's walk. And it was in my head that it wasn't due for another bit. So I believe my suspicions are being proved correct here.
My
Flynn
apologies.
is not very good with time.
No.
He forgot to enter the 800. That's how poor he's been with time this year. It can go to his credit sometimes as well, though. It's happened to him multiple times to not run slower than 150 for the 800 over the last year or so.
Multiple times
not to run slower than 150.
I got there eventually.
Which is what he should be doing for 800. But I believe he's gone down to 148 now. So he's breaking all the rules for MSB athletes.
Yep. I'm just going to see here if we have any notes on the events which are ongoing, which we do not.
Pole vault warm-up ongoing. And I believe that's Kira Sheehy just after throwing there in the weight for distance.
I'll just try and find if we have any field results to bring you lying around inside.
Perfect. Have any results, Finn?
We'll have the women's hammer with us shortly. I'll just go and see if we can find the official results for the 400s, which we just witnessed there. No results up for our ladies' race yet. Let me check the men's. We have the men's results here. So Kieran Carthy, of course, taking that. The very impressive 47.89. The 1 year down for DCU. It's good to see him back in form coming into the outdoor season now. Followed in by his fellow DCU athlete, Dara Masterson, 48.40. Had a long day yesterday with 400 metre heats. Mixed 4x4, and then he was off the hook with the 4x4 heats as they were cancelled, and they will be run as a timed finals this evening, last thing before 4 o'clock hopefully. So he'll be back out for that again. Very busy man. Followed in third place by Ben Ada of ATU, 49.34. I believe unfortunately he seemed to be struggling with his hamstring after that race. Hopefully it's just a bit of cramp. He seemed to be in a bit of pain there, a bit of bother, so hopefully everything's okay with that camp, as he should be able to make it over for his medal anyway. Then Sam Keeley of MTU, 49.70. So a host of 4 athletes making under the 50 seconds today, very early in the season for these guys as well, so quite impressive on that front. We had then Gregor McCullough-Trevor, 1 year down from UCD as well, 50.26. Jonathan Fitzsimmons of UCD as well, 50.48. Good to see him back out here as well. I remember him having multiple battles at the juvenile level with my brother Louis Woodger in Santry here, so it's a name that I recognise there. Good to see him in the low 50 seconds. Jack Graney then of UL following him in 50.79, and Sean Hugh O'Connor of ATU as well in 51.77 there for 8th place. So It's funny to see those two lads after many battles over the 600s and the Dublin Championships now. Jonathan Fitzsimmons taking up the 400, Louis Woodger going in the 1500 metre later on. So
Any chance for 600 metre bonus event afterwards to see who's best at 600 after all these years?
similar to the unofficial mile they did last year after
the unofficial mile, yes. That was a true test of many an athlete's prowess.
Yes.
Last year. Or lack of prowess thereof in some cases.
I believe we were shouting out Oisin Spillane watching from the USA yesterday, so we got that
shout out his lack
well.
of prowess in the special mile last year as well.
Yes, very disappointing from Oisin Spillane, a great athlete in the unofficial mile last year.
A poor showing in his behalf. So shout out to Oisin Spillane again. I believe he's racing this weekend as well for Tulsa in the steeple, and he'll be hoping to go fast from Mark Hanrahan.
He'll be hoping the heights are right in that one.
The heights will probably be right, I would say. The contest for UL's fastest steeplechasers has been hotting up in recent years, it has to be said. You know, between Luke Purcell's swimming antics last year, you know, Cab's well-known prowess, and Mark Hanrahan's prowess over the shorter hurdles, it's really heating up.
It was disappointing not to see Luke Purcell here in the commentary booth when I arrived for the 800 metres earlier. I don't know where himself and Barry are, but
probably asleep somewhere, I would say, or probably swimming, I'd say. Gone for a swim.
We'll try and bring you the start list for the men's triple jump, which is ongoing. So we don't have the names of the actual competitors, I believe, so of the entries though. So I know that Manny Osas and Jack Ford of DCU both are unable to compete today. Unfortunately, Jack Ford recovering from an injury which he picked up at the indoor varsities this year, and Manny Osas not willing to do the long jump yesterday for the pentathlon, so I sincerely doubt he'd be up for a triple jump if he's not able for the long jump. We have then Bogdan Palianistaya of MTU, Josh Egan of MTU. We have Cormac Rafter of SETU, David Vieira of SETU, and David Igwe of SETU as well. So very strong from SETU to get three athletes to do the triple jump. Not a very favourable event to do. It's unless you're very big into it, it's hard to pick up.
Yeah. Very tough in the legs, it has to be said.
So moving along, then we have Ikayi Ibenaga of TUS, Josh Snell of TUS, and Evan Tully of TUS also. So three athletes in there from TUS. Sam Taylor of UCC, Elvin Nico of UCD, Christopher Admirand of UCD also, and four athletes here from UL actually entered. So we have Aaron O'Connor, Owen McGrath, Luke O'Carroll, and then when you're 1 year down, Aaron Malik. Any insight into any of those athletes, Oisin?
Well, Luke O'Carroll, I believe, won the long jump yesterday, and however, I believe this will be a secondary event. But if he shows up to this and decides to stop dossing around and drinking coffee, he could be competitive enough now in this triple jump. But yeah, good showing of UL athletes, and they'll all be competitive in my reckoning.
Very good. And then to round it off, then we have Carl Martin from UU. So big field in that triple jump if everyone did show up. Looks like we do have about 10 athletes down there. So
decent field, it has to be said, for triple jump.
Yeah. Not an easy event to take up, of course.
No, definitely not.
Speaking of easy events to take up now, I believe they see some of the girls lining up there or making their way over for the walks.
Yeah. I believe making your way to a start line is quite an easy event, yes.
Especially when you're walking over there and you're a walker.
Yeah, being a race walker would help significantly with that task.
Is that Ciara Wilson-Bowen and is that Ruth?
That's Ciara Wilson-Bowen and Maeve O'Connor, I believe.
Making their way. Oh, right. They've stopped to talk to Darren Masterson.
Oh no! Oh no! We might actually run on time. So I believe they have 5 minutes to get to start line.
Darren Ashton, our silver medalist in the 400 metres, just giving them a bit of advice there.
Yeah, how to run 400. I'm sure they're aware they've more than one lap to do in the women's walk. I know it's a short enough distance, but
yeah, what do you think of the short distances being run at varsities?
I believe there's appeal being made to make it longer next year, and I must say I would be in support of that. As a 35k athlete myself, if I were competing today, I would have had to do 3k.
Newlywed to the 35k.
Yeah, newlywed to 35k, my favourite event, second favourite lover. But yeah, no, walking would be very much an endurance event, and the short distance can be quite hard to maintain contact. So short distances would not suit a lot of race walkers. So a longer distance would suit a lot of, shall we say, the more seasoned athletes in race walking. So
you can bring that up at the AGM then.
I may do so.
You will be blamed though when you have competitors walking for 45 minutes. Maybe closer to an hour for some of them in that case.
That could be remedied by people training before doing the walking event as well. I believe that's a good remedy to that issue.
If you're willing to coach them all, then fair enough.
Yeah, well, I'm willing to coach Newell. I'm not sure I'm willing to go up to, for example, University of Ulster or maybe Setu, anywhere like that, to go coaching. I'm a busy man. I've lots of things to be doing. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. So just bring the microphone closer to my face.
I see our official down there, Michael Lane, with his crutch there. Is everything...
He's not allowed to use that now to give out cards. That would be a contravention of the rules of race walking. So just to clarify, he's not going to use that to hit any of the athletes. He's just using that for personal reasons.
That's relief. So can we see any of the officials lining up here to officiate these walks?
I would sure hope so anyways.
Oh yes, I see some of them down there with their cards ready to go.
Yes. Just to clarify, they're not allowed to hit athletes with the cards either.
Thanks for that.
No problem. Now, I believe most are more seasoned. We have our 3 more seasoned walkers here ready to start. Waiting for the others to arrive in the start line. They've still 2 or 3 minutes. We've another foul throw on the triple. The triple really is a hard event to start out from scratch. I'd say even harder than the walk to start from scratch. Walking is just walking, whereas triple, you have to make the pit, and that can be quite a hard task for somebody starting out brand new. I've done the triple myself, and let's just say, done it once, won't do it again.
I think at the under 15 national championships I came 4th one year.
Oh wow, that's very good. And you
I beat Oisin Davis, who we're going to see in the 1500 metre final here later today.
Okay.
I believe Jack Ford won that one.
You wouldn't beat him in the 1500 though. Jack Ford or Oisin Davis.
No, Jack Ford, I believe, ran very close to 6 minutes in his pentathlon 1500 metre last year.
Yes. Take away the 4 events though, we could be talking very close to 3 minutes, I would say, in the case of Jack Ford.
Yeah, he puts it all out there in all the other events, of course.
People do forget that with the
6th event tonight as well.
6th event. More Jack Ford events follow later in the evening.
It was unfortunate not to see. Today. It was unfortunate not to see him in the pentathlon yesterday. He unfortunately had an exam which went on until the very half one, and of course the hurdles were due to go at half one. So we decided not to go with the elaborate plan of someone picking him up from DCU and getting him over here in time, as that would have probably led to multiple traffic violations, road traffic violations. So
DCU and doing things on time can be a difficult combo.
Yes. So I believe the pole vault competition has started there now. So start, of course, with the lower heights there, and they'll make their way up, and some of the more seasoned competitors will be making their way into the competition towards the higher heights, of course. So it's underway now, at least on time, I believe.
Yep. No traffic violations made.
I believe is that our men's discus competition as well, making their way over to start warming up.
I believe so.
So we have, I know from our DCU contingent there, we should have Jack Ford, Colo Murray, who went in the hammer this morning. Unfortunately, I haven't seen how he got on. I know he's the champion last year in that event, so he'll be looking to back that up in the discus here today as they exchange the ring for the bigger ring, which is using the discus. They're taking out the insert from the hammer this morning.
Mm-hmm. Very good. And I believe we've Darren Minotor of UL as well among the competitors.
Very strong name, of course, in the
well-known
throws
name.
world.
Big name, all right. Big man, even bigger name.
Just as the women's weight for distance over there seems like it's concluding, and we'll try and bring you the results of those as soon as we get them. And the walkers are on the start line, getting their briefing from Mr. Michael Lane.
And there is a race walk, which would be standard when you've new.
Any relation to that lane?
Not claiming. No comment.
As we see Matthew Glennon with a fresh haircut and making his way down towards the changing rooms before his 3,000 metre walk. He'll be looking to claim that title, which unfortunately he was unable to compete outdoors last year due to
having to compete in national seniors.
No, you were in
and that
Slovakia.
national seniors was in the Czech Republic. Yes, I was there as well.
Would you like to explain that one to us?
There. And we have Aisling Lane and Ciara Wilson-Bowen off to a flying start.
Everyone seems to be fairly competent there, which is always good to see.
Yeah.
So
off to a good hard start in 1500, which is what you would expect.
Is Ruth to be seen out there? Is Ruth to be seen out there?
No sign of Ruth Monaghan, I believe, unfortunately.
That's unfortunate.
I believe a lot of her entries didn't show up.
So our two early favourite contenders, Aisling Lane and Ciara Wilson-Bowen, out hard there.
No surprises.
Followed by our SETU athletes, and that's UCC, I think.
By Maeve O'Connor, and then UCC behind.
So they have to get out here, they have to get out hard. It's only 1,500 metre for these ladies. This is a real sprint for these lot.
Yeah. In walking terms, this is an all-out sprint, and they're racing as such. No dilly-dallying as you might see in a 1,500 running race.
We have the officials out there to scrutinise their technique as well. Hopefully we don't see any disqualification, and the two girls out front there nicely packed as they come through. 400 metres now.
Yeah.
In around at about 135. What kind of pace is that giving us?
Very hard start now, I have to say, for that. Couldn't do the pace off the top of my head, but that is a hard start.
Just outside, just in around 6 minute pace, slightly below for 1,500. So.
Yeah.
4 minute Ks, so that's
4 minute Ks. So
20 minute 5K pace.
Just under 6 minutes for the 1,500. So that's a very fast, very hard pace, and I believe we have a slight gap there for Aisling Lane.
Just to give you a perspective of how quickly the girls are walking out there. They are walking at a sub 20 minute 5K pace.
They're walking faster than Jack Ford would do 1,500 at the end of a pentathlon. So,
yeah, they actually are.
Or decathlon, yeah. We might see a slight slow off here now, this next lap. Now, we'll see now. But with race like these off, with race walking, the aim is to burn off athletes as soon as possible.
As we see a slight gap appearing there with Aisling Lane, Ciara Wilson-Bowen struggling with the quick pace. Obviously a very strong athlete over the much longer distances for the walks.
Yes, Aisling is qualified for the European Team Championships in the 20k, and she's after getting a card there.
What do you reckon that was for, lifting or knees?
I would reckon for lifting, in my esteemed opinion.
Ciara Wilson-Bowen keeping her legs firm to the ground at all times.
Yeah.
One leg, that is. To the human eye.
To the human eye, yeah, very good technique. But with the 1500, it can be very hard for the faster athletes to maintain contact. So, Ciara Wilson-Bowen doing an exceptional job there, as is Maeve O'Connor. Going around there now, 2 laps to go.
You go through 800 there, around 323, 322, 323. So is that a slight
That would
drop
be a
off
slight
in pace?
slowdown there, yeah. The first lap was very hard now.
Yeah.
But still just over 6 minutes. 6 minute pace, I believe. So still on course for very good times.
Will be interesting to see if they finish in a quicker time than Jack Ford did for his 1500.
Yes, I believe this may be the main race for today. The main comparison.
Jack Ford, of course, our national senior decathlon champion, 3 years in a row.
Yeah. Now there's some of the newer walkers coming around.
Talking with our officials there.
I'm sure their shins are quite a lot of pain right now.
And shoulder there for the UL athlete.
Potentially, yes. Well, maybe not as a result of this walking now.
So Aisling Lane is keeping a good gap there, and Ciara Wilson-Bowen as they come in with a lap to go here.
Good hard pace, both holding form. And final lap for Aisling Lane.
Taking the bell there in around 4:48.
Yeah. So it will be over 6 minutes for the 1500. I believe we can call this a complete burn-up. This will not be repeating the 3,000 men's walk. The lads couldn't be bothered with this. Women showing the men nicely here. And Maeve O'Connor coming on for a last lap.
Clicking the watch there. As Aisling Lane goes on the back straight here now, looking to round this off nicely, making sure her technique is nice and firm the whole way to the line, of course. Any discrepancy in the final 100 leads to a complete disqualification. So
if an excessive or egregious, shall we say, violation of the rules in the last 100 can lead to an automatic disqualification. Essentially, a new rule brought in to stop athletes from running or sprinting to beat.
I better go down and mention that to Andrew Glennon before the start of this men's race.
Well, he'll need to know that for the entire race now, not just the last 100. And actually come around nice. Obviously no relation to myself. Well, not claimed anyways.
Fourth cousins is what I've heard.
Fourth cousins.
Sean went back to the family tree there.
I believe it's on the IOAO website. The entire Lane family tree.
Luke Purcell put it in the commentary notes.
Good to know. Good to see the Luke Purcell's keeping close tabs on Galway.
As Aisling Lane is flying down the home straight here.
Down the home straight now. Very good performance from Aisling. Not at all biased and not related.
She'll be looking to get under 6:30 here. A very strong showing.
Should have bragging rights when we get home tonight anyways. Very good. 6:30.
It's a 4:20 pace per kilometre.
It's very, very fast
walking.
Now. For reference, that would be a 21:40 5k, that pace, if you're
not many
running
people capable of running that.
And Ciara Wilson-Bowen coming through there, coming in just at 6:48.
Followed in by Maeve O'Connor now of SETU, our third finisher. Holding her form very nicely. Got the shoes to match the singlet.
Yep. Good colour coordination.
Matching the track as well. Maybe that's a tactic used to make it harder to see.
I don't think she needed that. I think her technique was just fine as it was, from my perspective here. I wouldn't be an expert now as a 35k walker. I would not be an expert in the 1500 walk though, so I do need to clarify that.
So we have a few athletes here just looking to finish out this women's 1500 metre walk, obviously filling in for some big points up for grabs for their respective colleges, UL and TCD. As our male athletes, I believe, is that Barry Clavin I see walking over to the start line?
My goodness.
Can't wait for this.
Who I did enter maybe as a bit of a laugh. He seems to actually be gone out there. So fair play to him. As we said, the universities can be the birthplace of some very impressive walking careers to come. So maybe that's the route Barry Clavin is looking to take now.
As he struggles to walk the start line.
is getting some
I
advice
believe
there
he's
from
from
Darren
Darren
O'Dwyer,
O'Dwyer.
who was begging that we entered him in the discus and doesn't seem to be out there warming up, so I just don't know what the story is there.
I believe there's more points to be had in discus than in giving out advice to first-time walkers.
As Darren Masterson must be getting very cold there in his singlet and shorts from the 400 metre final, which finished about an hour ago now. Maybe still getting sick after that one.
Oh, okay.
The 400 metres can be a very
Is he giving
painful
out advice
event.
to walkers there? Or?
I believe that's Sarah Lane, so they'll be going in their respective 4x400 metre relays later on, the men
Actually,
and
no
women for
relation.
DCU. Of course.
I'm not related to anyone in DCU.
As Ciara Sheehy's given some advice there to the Emma Landers, Niamh Brady and Avra Millerick on how to throw the weight for distance.
And the presentation for the women's weight for distance being given here.
As Barry Clavins tries that in the back straight, do you have any early predictions for this men's 3,000 metre walk, Oisin?
Lots of walking anyways. I believe there's a text sent into a certain group chat last night to take the first 2k easy. Now, I do hope that does not transpire, but Matthew Glennon will be known for taking handy from time to time, so we'll see how it goes. I would like to say that Jake O'Brien is the favourite now as a UL man, but I believe Matthew Glennon has the fastest time going into this. So we'll see how this one
Do
goes.
you think David Kenny's record of 11.26 will be under any scrutiny today?
No scrutiny whatsoever. None whatsoever. Not a hope. I believe Andrew Glennon has been known for running very well in walking races, but there are judges here today, so we'll have to try and walk this.
It says our UL athlete finishes there for fourth place
Ashling
in the
Miller.
women's walk.
Fair do, sir. Every point counts now in this.
Followed in there
And,
by our TCD
they're
athlete.
Going through a world of pain right now, I'm sure. So, big respect to her.
Togging it out there. That's a solid 3 or 4 points for Trinity, so
I believe that will be 2 points for Trinity.
2 points, there you go. Well, congratulations. There was a point up for grabs there for anyone who wanted to jump in, but sure. No one fancied the 1500 metre walk.
No, it is. A walk can be quite intimidating, as can be a triple jump, as we've seen by the discrepancy between entries and competitors.
As our SETU athlete there bails out in a jump, I believe he was seen in the combined events yesterday.
And I believe we're looking at, is it 6 men lined up for the walk?
Yes, that is Taiwo Aderini of SETU going in the triple jump there, and
I
followed by
believe MTU going.
MTU there.
I believe
Nice and
that's
easy making the
illegal.
pit.
So
As
the
the
presentation for the hammer here, featuring the one and only Nicola Tuttle, multiple international medalists, and I believe fresh off winning gold at the European Throws Cup.
no national under 23 record today for her, like she did in Belfast last year.
No, unfortunately not.
Of course, there was
There's
a
only
huge wind in Belfast last year, which allegedly does not hinder or help the throwers in any way. As it's just Adrian Gallen there from DCU in second place, and our UL athlete
Katrina in third place.
Katrina in third
So
place.
a very, very strong podium now, it has to be said.
Was she recently competing in the weight for distance as well?
Yes.
Very busy day today for Katrina. Adrian
doing her
Gallen
bit
as
for
well
UL.
for us, doing the entries there during the week. She had herself down for every throw, including the shot, weight for distance, javelin, discus, and hammer.
Very good throw. Show out for the throwers at the varsities this year.
I believe she is the hammer specialist, as she collects her silver medal there.
Has to be said after European Throws Cup.
So
throwing
the
Ireland's in the
tracksuits
ascendancy, as Finn interrupts me rudely.
and the tracksuits are coming off in the men's 3K walk as they're starting to line up there. See, from the inside, I believe that is Matthew Glennon, Jake O'Brien, and we have some TUS athletes.
And we have an MTU featured as well.
Let's see if
So
I can
we
get the
decent
start
show
list
for the
up
men's
here.
walk this year.
I believe at the under 23 championships indoors this year, There was not a good turnout for the walk, was there?
I believe there may not have been, no.
Any turnout?
Potentially not. I would like to point out that there's more walking internationals in the commentary box than there is on the course right now.
Between myself and Oisin.
Between Finn Woodger and Oisin Lane, I believe there's more walking internationals.
So from the inside there, Andrew Glennon, TUS. Very strong contender in this. You'll have to watch his form, though. He is known for being disqualified possibly more times than he actually finishes.
Potentially, yes.
Followed by Matthew Glennon. No relation there, is there?
None. I don't know if they claim each other now, in fairness. They might be fifth cousins. Potentially. We might have to check the IOA website for that. Definitely not from a well-known walking family with multiple internationals.
I believe there are 2 siblings of 10 or 11 siblings in that household.
10 siblings.
10 siblings, there you go. Huge family there. Rich walking heritage.
I believe we have 6 or 7 internationals amongst those siblings, so a very, very rich heritage from Carlstown, County Westmeath.
Outside the two of them then, Jake O'Brien of UL, also a very strong contender for this title.
No relation.
On the outside of them then we have Nelson Martin of TUS, Nathan Linnett of TUS. I believe Nathan Linnett was competing in the 10k yesterday, so that's an interesting double.
A proper endurance double there, has to be said.
Yes. Giovanni Salvatore of TUD as well. He also togged it out in the men's 10k and men's 1500 metres yesterday, so coming back for another round of pain here in the 3,000 metre walk.
Very tiring shot for him, fair dues.
We have then Pat Flannel of MTU, our favourite for today's title, Barry Clavin from DCU, and Gerard Coffey of UL on the outside to complete the lineup. Any insight on Gerard Coffey of UL?
Hopefully Gerard is not showing up in flip-flops to this today. I may have done a session with him on Wednesday and he may have brought flip-flops to it. So we'll see how Gerard Coffey shows out. It should be a good competition between the UL athletes now, Jake O'Brien and Gerard Coffey.
But the flip-flops encourage you to keep your knees straight.
Yes, very much so. They do encourage contact as well. It's not often you see somebody jumping up and down in flip-flops.
Yeah.
So I believe the athletes here are being shown the rules, making sure they know what they're doing.
As our other entry from DCU, Killian Sheeran, I believe, is in the stands there with a broken hand, some cast on. So hopefully he's okay there. He was unable to compete in the walk, unfortunately, due to that. Yes, speedy recovery. Mr. Killian Sheeran. He'll be on PRO duties today.
Having a fully intact hand is quite important in the walk.
Of course. You need a very exaggerated swing of those arms.
Yes, and the hips as well. And hopefully nothing else.
So, as he gave to the women, he is giving to the men. Michael Lane is giving the briefing of the rules, as some of these athletes may be new to this discipline.
And they may be new to the pain that follows as well. We've MTU jumping in triple jump there.
Oh, he might have just put his hand back in the pit there. He could have lost a few centimetres.
Oh, it looked a very good jump otherwise now, I have to say.
Yeah.
Very, very competent jump. Solid jump.
Of course, as we're moving through the women's pole vault there, height's getting a little bit higher than it was earlier. We might see some of the main competitors be coming into the competition now shortly. Maybe that's Keelan Ivadigon of DCU, maybe. I can't make it out from here.
So this walk's a little bit longer now, 3,000 metres, so 7.5 laps of track.
Buckle up your seatbelts and come along for the ride with us.
We're in for a good 13 minutes, is my prediction.
You reckon Matthew will be outside 12 minutes? I think he's gone inside 12 minutes a number of times.
I believe he's gone outside 12 minutes multiple times as well. But,
has he been doing much training recently?
Haven't seen him down training very much now, I have to say, so we'll see. No, I believe we'll have a good showing.
Recently, the mechatronic engineering student has recently started his 6-month or 10-month internship. So he'll be working full time, dealing with that. So it'll be interesting to see how his training's been going as he takes the lead.
Our 3 expected athletes flying out the front. I dare say it'll be a race of 2 halves.
Yeah, so there'll be some race on there for 4th place.
Yeah.
If their techniques are all correct. So yeah, so from the front then
Good
we have
running there.
Matthew Glennon, followed by Jake O'Brien, and then Andrew Glennon running well there in 3rd.
So Jake O'Brien there in the
Andrew
middle
Glennon.
of a Glennon sandwich there.
Yes. Of course.
Ideal position to be in.
Matthew Glennon wearing the
Is that written on? Yeah.
drawn on numbers. Unfortunately, the DCU numbers were lost last night, and when we came back this morning, they weren't present. So Barry Clavin had to write out a number of numbers this morning.
I believe having to do a 3,000 metre walk is a fair punishment for getting the numbers.
So of course the many points up for grabs for their respective colleges. Barry Clavin talking it out for DCU there. As Giovanni Salvatore back from the 1500 and the 10,000 there in 4th place.
Of
course, the race proper is really taking place there on the back straight with Matthew Glennon followed by Jake O'Brien. Andrew Glennon in behind, slightly dropping off the pace there.
Not allowed to run.
Coming through 400, about 130. So
130. That very hard
clip.
pace. Very hard pace. That's to be said. I'd be quite impressed if they could keep this up. So. With a pace like that, we might yet see Andrew Glennon coming rolling back into contention.
How's your mathematics as a psychology student, Oisín Lane? What's 130 times 7.5? What pace is that?
Fast.
There you go. Be easier to work out with their 500 split. 154, so 155.
Yeah.
So that would give us.
That would give 7.5
times 2 minutes times 6 minus 6 times 5. So 11:30.
11:30 sounds about right.
So David Kenny's record might be okay today.
And Jake O'Brien and Matthew Glennon coming in for next lap. Not taking it out easily. We're glad to hear.
Jake O'Brien drafting in behind. Does that give much an advantage in the walks?
Matthew Glennon is a very tall man, so it could be potentially a big advantage now for Jake O'Brien.
What are you thinking of the techniques so far? Are they all okay?
I believe they're all okay. Andrew Glennon is walking. Proud to say. Nice smooth contact, although I will say it's harder to judge from above than it is from down below. So the judges will have a much better view and much better opinion than ourselves up above in the commentary box.
I believe that's our women's champion there, Aisling Lane, helping out with the judging of this men's race.
Yeah, by talking to the judges. Michael Lane even, no relation. And I believe Matthew Glenn is getting the drop on Jake O'Brien there. So
yeah, Matthew Glennon with his prized endorphin Pro 4s,
potentially purchased from Finn Woodard's.
I don't think they were they?
Oh, were they? Oh, were they not?
They could have been purchased online. I no longer.
Could have been. I'm a proud owner of one of.
As he comes around to lap some of the.
Some of our newcomers.
Yes, Barry Clavin moves into 4th place.
Very good posture.
Ahead of Giovanni Salvatore of. I'm not sure of the college there. I'm not familiar with that singlet, unfortunately. As Matthew Glennon moves away from Jake O'Brien here down the home straight. They'll be coming around with 5 laps to go.
Going through in 1:30, I believe. So he's holding the pace very impressively. So, and 1:36 for Jake O'Brien. I believe
as Barry Clavin is giggling to himself there.
That's not the right attitude during a walk. And then Andrew Glennon there coming through 1:48. Andrew Glennon might be picking up a couple of tips from the walkers he's lapping there now.
In terms of technique.
In terms of contact, for sure. And
as the men's discus gets underway there, we see UL athlete taking his probably first round throw.
Yeah.
Followed in there, Colin Murray's up next from DCU in his prized grey tracksuit bottoms, which he is very known for wearing during competition. As there does seem to be a nice gap now between Matthew Glennon, Jake O'Brien and Andrew Glennon there for the top 3.
Nicely spread out field. Matthew Glennon putting out a very, very powerful performance here. And if he keeps this up, we could be on for a massive PB
Matthew Glennon, of course, will be chasing his second B standard for the European Under-20 Championships this summer.
Yes, he will be.
I believe that has to be in a 20k.
5k or 20k. I believe he has a 20k B standard already. So this will not count towards it.
Yes, he can do a 10k, I think he said, for the B standard. For a
10k is the
second
actual
B
event.
standard.
He can do 5k or 20k.
Yeah, sorry, he ran a substitute B standard.
132, just slightly dropping off the pace there.
He ran a B standard in the 20k.
Yes, 129 low, I believe. Yes.
So that his second B standard will have to come in the event at the European Under-23 level, which is 10k.
Yes.
Which you're too old for now, Oisin, isn't that right?
Unfortunately, yes, too old. Young enough for World University Games, though, so hopefully I might make up for my absence here by this wonderful commentary and by hopefully competing in World University Games. But the front three men here might be looking to try and qualify for European Under-23s. So we might see these lads in Bergen again later on this season.
It's a very impressive walk here by Matthew Glennon, as he'll round into the bend here. He'll have, I believe, 4 laps. Is it 3 or 4 laps to go now?
4 laps to go, I believe, is what's on the board there.
So, I wonder we'll be able to keep up this early pace.
And Barry Clavin coming in for lap, getting a big clap there.
DCU chairperson, the mastermind behind these championships, seems to have forgotten his sun cream yesterday. His arms are looking very red out there.
Seems to be a trend amongst DCU athletes to forget sun cream and numbers. And here we have Matthew again, coming through, lapping more athletes in his element. Slightly skippy there now, but I believe
with the lack of the official there on the home straight, he's trying to take advantage of that.
Yes,
it seems.
Very cynically. And with Jacob Bryan here, technically in the middle of a Glennon sandwich, but you know, how far apart must the bread be to still be considered a sandwich? Like, so big gaps here. Jacob Bryan coming through strongly. I believe he may be on course for 12 low in the 3k. And we've Andrew Glennon here walking the line very nicely, coming into Latka Road Coffee, making his debut in the 3k walk.
So Matthew Glennon, the third year Masters of Mechatronic Engineering athlete, leading this one out, followed by Jacob Bryan and Andrew Glennon, our quantity surveyor from
Jacob
TUS.
Bryan being a second year art student, I believe currently working in Tuam. Have to make the long commute from Mayo to Tuam every day, so big respect to him for that.
I believe our fourth place athlete here is Barry Clavin, indeed, DCU chairperson, taking up the walks for the very first time.
Phenomenal performance from Barry Clavin. Phenomenal.
Holding up his form very nicely as Matthew Glennon's lapped him for the second time.
Yes. Matthew Glennon. This will not be the first time he'll have won an outdoor. Actually, first time he'll have won an outdoor, actually. But not the first time he'll have won a varsity event.
As the atmosphere begins to pick up, as a TUS athlete wanted to drop out, but he's being encouraged to otherwise. As he respectfully moves out into lane 2 to let Matthew Glennon on the inside.
Yes. You can sense the aura of Matthew Glennon breathing down his neck.
Very disappointed in the lack of a Matthew Glennon speed suit today.
Yeah, very disappointing. I believe seems like he may have escaped some forfeits this time around. Well, we might see later tonight now if he is subject to any more forfeits, but none for the racing section of today. And Jacob Bryan coming through there, 2 laps to go.
Holding his form very nicely, of course. Jacob Bryan, our champion from last year, was he?
Yes,
he competed
was last year, yeah. I believe we're on course for 4 different winners in 4 different years.
David Kenny, Oisin Lane, Jacob Bryan, and then hopefully, barring any disaster here, Matthew Glennon today.
Yes, correct. Finn Woodard's memory going back to even before he was a varsity athlete himself. So very impressed to see that.
David Kenny's record was set in 2022.
It was.
I could see that from the results. And I just guessed it was you, followed by Jacob Bryan, because I was there last year.
It was a very good guess.
I remember that race actually down in UCD. Oh no, not UCD, DSD.
Down in DSD, yes.
A day where I had to tug it out in the 1500. Not my preferred event.
No. How'd you get on there?
I was narrowly beaten by Mark Hanrahan.
Narrowly beaten. By narrowly, he means very, very solidly beaten by Mark Hanrahan. Who
One
even
or
had time
two
to celebrate
seconds.
at the end, to emulate some DCU celebrations. And there's Matthew Glennon there, grimacing in a world of pain. Final lap, going through in 10:10, I believe. So, and David Kenny's record safe, but his Matthew Glennon's own PB definitely not safe. Big performance here from Matthew Glennon and the two UL athletes there. One performance maybe bigger than the other there.
Not wearing the flip-flops today.
No flip-flops to Growed Coffee. No Metaspeeds either, on my advice. Might have been too much for his calves. One
Or his
must
bank
build up to
account.
well, he already had them now. Could have owned a new pair maybe, in fairness. So a new pair might be too much.
Metaspeeds, of
O'Brien
course,
there.
being the walking shoe of choice, it seems, at the international level.
Yes. Or Saucony Endorphins if you're Matthew Glennon.
Yeah.
Matthew Glennon bucking the trend. And Matthew Glennon there coming into the last 200. Very, very solid performance.
He will be feeling the burn here. As
Very little to commentate on, such as his dominance.
will be very interesting to see here if he does lap Barry Clavin for a third
Yeah.
time.
Only 100 metres off lapping his own younger brother. No relation. Will he lap Barry Clavin a third time? I believe he might.
Come on, Barry, pick it up.
I believe he could have a record for most lapped fourth place athlete here, such as Matthew Glennon's utter dominance.
So congratulations
This is what Matthew
to
Glennon can do without a speed suit and without any forfeits.
Matthew
11:45. I believe that might be big PB for Matthew Glennon. So
That's under 4-minute kilometres. That's a 19:35k pace for those watching at home. There are very few people who can even run that. So very impressive there from Matthew Glennon to walk.
3:55 for per K there for Matthew Glennon. So shout out to Brian Martin there. He's been shouting out himself, and I'll shout him out in the commentary. Very strong non-competitor at the IUAs. Another proud Mullingar man.
As Barry
Good day
Clavin
from
looks to pick up the pace there on the back straight. Oh, did he break into a bit of a jog there?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Take the camera off him. We don't want evidence of this.
Andrew Glennon may have competition in the running section.
Michael Lane
And
really
Jake O'Brien going
scrutinising
through
the
there
technique
in
there.
12:32. Solid performance there from Jake. And then we'll be waiting for, I believe, Andrew Glennon.
As the 400 metre athletes are being awarded their medals, the ATU athlete who was struggling a little bit with his hamstring after the race, it seemed, that is Beneda of ATU, third place, 49.34. Dara Masterson then of DCU, 48.40 for the silver medal. And then our 1 year down, Kieran Carthy of DCU, 47.89. Very strong showing this early in the season from those men.
It has to be said. And there's Andrew Glennon there coming through for third. No relation. Coming through in 13:23.
Congratulations to Andrew for finishing this one.
Yes, congrats. Not running as well. Good walking performance. It's the two Glennon brothers.
Barry is jogging over
Congratulate
there.
each other.
Barry's jogging over there. He's not even.
I hope not. No,
he's not even trying anymore.
I believe we may have to have a stern word to Barry Clavin now.
Yes,
if
the
he's caught
official
running.
is making her
Oh,
way
no.
firmly down to him. Barry. Oh, he's just been given a warning.
Oh,
not a
giving a
card.
warning. Well deserved warning, it has to be said.
Yes, very lucky not to. As Andrew Glennon seems to be in a world of pain there.
Yeah. The difficulty associated with having to walk a walking race for Andrew Glennon.
The lads here giving their fellow Matthew Glennon giving his fellow DCU committee member Barry Clavin some words of encouragement.
Barry having a hard time with the shoulders there. Could do relaxing maybe.
Go on, Barry!
Finn Woodger shouting there. Very non-professional for a commentator to.
As he's
show
overtaken
favouritism.
by our MTU athlete there. He's dropped into fifth place.
Come on, Growed Coffee.
As Jack Ford wants to give him some advice there.
Come on, Growed! So, Andrew on his knees. That's how much pain he's in. On his knees after that. After that very, very tough performance. As he gets advice from Ashling Lane. No relation.
And Jack Ford there giving some analysis for the lads on the discus, which is ongoing there in the
ongoing
cage. As we have a throw there from our TCD athlete. Seems to be just below 30 metres there. As I'm getting a phone call from Michael Murphy.
Oh no.
You just saw that one, please.
I may do so.
Next up, another presentation for the men's triple jump.
All okay in the Michael Murphy front. He is checked in for the 5k here, which we'll be looking forward to later on.
It's a relief to hear.
As we have our 4th place athlete from MTU finishing here. Maybe the very start of an illustrious walks career.
Could be.
The 4th place at the University Championships. Discussing with our officials. Oh, he actually has a lap to go. Sorry, my apologies. As Mary Friel of MSB, our official down there, rings the bell. With Barry Clavin with a lap to go as well. Giovanni Salvatore has 2 laps to go. The man tripling back from the 1500 and 10k yesterday. As we have the men's triple jump medal ceremony there. I believe he's done the double there from the long jump yesterday.
That was Luke O'Carroll, I believe that was. So double for UL in the jumping events. Well, maybe not high jump now, in fairness. That may be a slight oversight. And Garrod Coffey coming through there, fighting hard for that last point. Every single point counts here.
Under the instruction of Coach Oisin Lane.
Yeah.
No relation.
No relation. Garrod Coffey of Dungarvan, recently having made a transition from triathlon to distance running and now to race walking.
So while
also make transition away from meta speeds.
We're really getting to the business end of this women's pole vault here now. Only 3 or 4 athletes left down there, so that's a UCD. Now looking to make an attempt at the next height there. We'll bail out on that one, and the pole drops on top of her to add insult to injury there. As we have our 4th place finisher here for the walks. Michael Lane keeping a close eye on his technique there into the last straight.
Yeah.
Fierce battle between himself and Barry Clavin, which he seems to have gotten the better of.
I'm sure his shins are in quite a lot of pain right now. A lot of shin massages later will be required, I'd say.
As the rain begins to come down here in Santry. I'm just thinking that the DCU numbers which have been written on today, will they actually hold up in the rain? As we have our 4th finish there, MTU, number 446. Is
3 points for MTU.
Round of applause for Matthew Glennon, our winner there.
There's Barry Clavin looking like he's managing to finish as the DCU men absolutely howl at him. Barry Clavin making a very good dip there across the line.
Congratulations to Barry Clavin, who jogs it off there.
Congrats on his perfectly timed dip.
So we had Pat Fennell there of MTU coming in 4th, Barry Clavin in 5th. Just to remind you of our top 3 there were Matthew Glennon of DCU, in 11:45, was it?
Yes, 11:45.
Followed in by Jacob Ryan, Andrew Glennon. I wouldn't say followed in by, but eventually completing the finish then with Pat Fennell of MTU and Barry Clouden of DCU, as Giovanni Salvatore has given some words of encouragement there from the crowd with 1 lap to go. He goes through in 20 minutes. Of course, the man tripling back from the 10k and the 1500 metres yesterday.
Kudos to him. And we've Growed Coffee bringing up the rear here.
The TUD
Lovely
athlete
life.
there. Of course, some
Life's
points
good.
up for grabs there for 6th place. I believe he'll be getting 1 point for TUD, so every point counts.
Yeah. I'm afraid Grode will not be picking up a point for UL unless we see a significant surge here in the final lap.
What do you think of his form there, coach?
Legal. If I were describing in one word, legal.
Those knees look a little bit dodgy to me.
Dodgy but legal. If I were to describe his technique in 3 words.
Shows how much I know.
Exactly, precisely. Finn knows the dodgy, I know the legal. That's how it goes.
I'll just see if we have any field event results to bring to you.
Feel free to collect one of 2. Oh, or 2 of 2 even.
So, as I'm joined here with Sean Carmody, a big thank you to Oisin Lane for talking us through those walks.
We had a great time. Not walking.
Good luck with the rest of your season.
Thank you very much. Stay tuned.
Okay, as we await the men's 200 metres now, I believe is next, I'll call out to you a few of the field event results we have received up here in the commentary box. So, the triple jump there, which we just saw the presentation for, we had Aaron O'Connor of UL with the best of 12.81 in first place. In second place then we had Taiwo Aderini of SETU, the pentathlete from yesterday, with a jump of 12.19. Oh, sorry. Oh, I believe the results are written out for me here. My apologies. Sorry, Carl Martin then of UU in second place with 12.53. And then in third place we had Bogdan Palienstoiza of MTU with a jump of 12.14. Or is that 12.31? My apologies. Followed in by fourth place then Taiwo Aderini with 12.19. The pentathlete from yesterday, of course. We then have the results for our £20 weight for distance for the women, as Giovanni Salvatore finishes his walk there to complete the men's lineup, doing his best Cristiano Ronaldo impression as he comes in for sixth place to get 1 point for TUD. To run you through our weight for distance result there for the women. So in first place we had Katerina Pasarinskaita of UL, of course the silver medalist from the shot put yesterday with a best of 9.43. That's very impressive throwing from her. Then we had in second place Laura Frawley, the pentathlete from yesterday as well, with the throw of 8.62. Very impressive from a pentathlete. Wouldn't be specialising in this event at all. We had Claire Kennedy then of ATU with a best throw of 8.57, and then Kira Sheehy, our shot put champion from yesterday, a little bit further down in the rankings today in fifth place with a best throw of 7.47. Oh, fourth place. My apologies, Kira Sheehy. To round it out, then we had Balagan Halamat of UCD, Adrian Gallen of DCU, Leah Parker of MTU, and Sophie Parrott of MTU also. I believe I'll be handing it back over here for the 200 metres finals, or the semi-finals. The semi-finals were earlier today.
These are the finals. We had the semi-finals earlier today, and the heats were yesterday. So,
very good.
Very competitive lineups here.
I believe I'll be joining you back here after this for the 1500, so I'll hand you over to Dara and Sean.
So yeah, we had the women's 200 metre final up first. The women had to run their heats yesterday. They got to have a bit of a lie-in this morning. No semi-finals for them due to only having 3 heats yesterday. And now we will have our final. By the looks of it, I can see a UC. Do we have a start list here?
We do. I'll take you through first of all the semi-finals that were on yesterday. Some of the standout performances came from Fatima Musa and Isabel Doyle in Heat 1, getting the automatic spots from that heat. Aisling Kelly and Laura McCourt of UCD and UL respectively in the second heat. And in the third heat, Nicole Walker of MTU and Grace Rooney getting the automatic spots there. The non-automatic qualifiers went to Erin Tani of DCU and Rebecca Ward of Trinity College Dublin. So looking at the times there, looks like Aisling Kelly had a very impressive 24.88 there to win the second heat, and she will be the one to watch, probably closely followed by the likes of Fatima Musa and Nicole Walker. The start list, as we watch the girls do their final preparations in the blocks, still with their jumpers on. The weather has unfortunately taken a little turn for the worst, and the rain has started to come down. The crowds that were spanked on both sides of the track
are now all in the stand.
Dispersed. So from the inside, we've got Erin Tahney of DCU, lane 2 Rebecca Ward of Trinity, lane 3 is Lauren McCourt of UL, who was in UCC last year. Grace Rooney.
Lauren is doing a master's in medicine in UL now, so
she has the brains for it. So Grace Rooney of UL in lane 4. Aisling Kelly, 1 year down, who had the fastest time through the heats, is in lane 5. Outside her, she'll have Fatima Musa to chase down from MTU, and Nicole Walker in lane 7, also from MTU. Isabel Doyle rounding out the field out in lane 8 from UCD. Just a note, the championship record stands at a very, very impressive 23.04 set by Phil Healy.
Yes, I think she set that.
Waterford IT all the way back in 2019.
I think the varsities were held in Athlone that year, so that was, very 2019
very
probably
impressive run.
Really when she started to come into her own. Phil Healy, she went to her first World Championships outdoors that year, and ever since she's been Olympics, Europeans, and obviously last year winning a European medal and then 4th at the Olympics as well. So really these championships are great for athletes who will want to progress to that level in the future.
Now, as we look across the track, the girls are in their blocks again. Erin Tahney, Rebecca Ward, Lauren McCourt, Grace Rooney, Aisling Kelly, Fatima Musa, Nicole Walker and Isabel Doyle. The lane to watch is the yellow singlet in lane 5 of Aisling Kelly. Away very quickly she is, as too is Nicole Walker, closing down that gap on Isabel Doyle.
Lauren McCourt also out very quick in lane 3, up on Grace Rooney already. It is the UCD athlete and the MTU athletes though coming into the home straight.
As mentioned, they are the two standouts from the heats. They're neck and neck coming down this home straight. Fatima really pushing, but it looks like Aisling Kelly is just going to pull away with Lauren McCourt there for third. 25.02 on the clock. So Aisling Kelly followed by Fatima Musa, followed by Lauren McCourt.
Very strong run from all those women.
Very strong. It'd be interesting to note what the wind is. It's just looking across at some of the flags, it looks like it could be a bit of a headwind.
Yeah, I'm looking over there at the discus and the ribbon that they have over there for the wind, and that looks to be very much blowing against the athletes while they're running. So maybe not as fast as they would have hoped, but still quite impressive runs.
Yeah, not as fast as yesterday for Aisling Kelly, but very, very impressive in the conditions. Comparing conditions yesterday to today, very different, and very, very impressive run. We'll get you the official times to you as soon as we can.
I'm sure we will see many of these athletes back in either 4x1s or 4x4s later on in the day. So they're not done just yet. Next up will be the men's 200 metre final. We had the semi-finals of this morning.
Yeah, this morning. Some very impressive performances from the lads there this morning.
Colin Doyle looked very, very impressive in his race.
Colin Doyle winning his heat in 21.73. Very closely followed by Darren Murphy, though, UCD.
Yeah.
So they were the two automatic spots from the first heat. The second heat, Riquan Luciano from ATU in 21.92, and Killian Griffin of SETU Carlo 22.14. Andrew Egan and Emmanuel Akinrola from University of Galway and National College of Ireland taking the two automatic spots in the final heat. And our two non-automatic qualifiers came from James Armstrong of UU in 22.40 and Alman Bankole of TUD in 22.06. So really the standout names, you're kind of looking down through the list. Andrew Egan ran at 22 flat. Emmanuel Akinrola 22.25. Riquan Luciano 21.92 in the heats. Killian Griffin 22.14. So there's a lot of lads with a lot of very, very similar times. I'm just looking there, so I'd call out the list here there. Lane 1 we have James Armstrong, University of Ulster, Alman Bankole of TUD, Darren Murphy of UCD, Emmanuel Akinrola, Andrew Egan, Colin Doyle, Riquan Luciano, Killian Griffin. So Colin Doyle, also a very, very good 60 and 100 runner, will look to get out pretty quick and eat up the ground on Riquan Luciano and Killian Griffin outside him.
He'll be looking to lead coming into that home straight and then just try and pull away from there.
He's a very, very powerful top-end runner. And we're away first time, and as expected it looks like Colin Doyle has already eaten up that ground on Riquan Luciano. Andrew Egan also running well. Killian Griffin holding his own. Looks like Colin Doyle is just after pulling up, which kind of leads it to an open, very open race.
Killian Griffin is in the lead, but Andrew Egan is coming through.
Darren Murphy, very, very close. Looks like Killian Griffin's just hanging up. Darren Murphy, Andrew Egan, Emmanuel Akinrola.
Darren Murphy took it on the line.
Yeah, just about, but poor Colin Doyle.
Yeah, MTU.
And we had did we have another drop out there? We had TUD's Alman Bankole dropping out there as well. Just both of them kind of after the 100. It's interesting to see.
Maybe the changing weather conditions may be slightly taking a toll on the athletes. It is a little bit colder now than it was maybe yesterday. And obviously, as we know, sprinters don't like the cold.
Now, at least neither of them seemed to have any dramatic pull-up or noticeable pull-up. They just kind of eased down, so hopefully it's not too bad. They'll both be looking to impress at outdoors this year and look to make relay squads.
But it's still not something you like to see. You'd love to see.
Not. I'd love to have seen what Colin Doyle would have been able to run there today.
Darren Murphy's strength really came through there at the end.
Really came through, showed his experience.
I think from maybe in the last 50 metres he really just started to come through very strongly and got the win in the end.
Yeah, like it would have been easy had you seen the likes of Colin stop running at 100 to go and kind of just be like tense up and start feeling, oh, this could be it, and then you'd just be thinking about the wrong things. But Darryl looked very relaxed coming in that last 70 metres, kept his form. It looked like Killian Griffin kind of out here in lane 8 might have started tying up just ever so slightly. He was in a great position after that first 100.
No, Darren Murphy looked very, very relaxed. He didn't seem to panic at all during that race and trusted himself to come through then at the end.
And to note, Andrew Egan also getting up for silver and Emmanuel Akinrola getting up for bronze. We'll get the times as soon as we can. The women's haven't come through yet, but Finn Woodger's back in the commentary box. If you haven't heard enough from him today, you can tune in and listen to him now. But I don't know, do you really want to listen to him? You look like you're going to say something.
Yeah.
Who do you think's going to win the 1500?
1500, very, very interesting actually. You have quite a few lads. You have the likes of the two DCU lads and Ben Collier and King Gorm. Wonder will they try and work together to muster something up. You kind of look at the likes of Oisin Toy is also in that final, so some good names. Should be a cracking watch.
The third DCU man from yesterday's heat's Conor Cleary has not returned to me my singlet that I lent to him. He unfortunately did not make the final today, so we are. I believe the next event now is the women's 1500 final. We'll be on first.
I'm going to interrupt you there, Finn. We have the results of the women's 200 metre sprint. As we saw, Aisling Kelly from UCD coming through to take the win in 25 seconds flat. Fatima Musa of MTU taking a second in 25.32. Laura McCourt, UL, 25.50. Nicole Walker of MTU, 26.24. Rebecca Ward of Trinity, 26.30. Isabel Doyle of UCD, 26.60. Grace Rooney, UL, 26.61. And Erin Tanney of DCU in 26.95.
Good running from those ladies into a slight headwind today. Obviously the rain is starting to fall.
Big
as
enough
well.
headwind here on the results. It's minus 2.3, so strong enough headwind to deal with. But to be fair, decent enough times.
As we have our bronze medalist from the 200 metres there, Emmanuel Akinrolli, walking across the discus sector as there's a throw going on. That can't be safe.
Yeah. Shout out to Erin Tanney as well. She didn't want me giving her a shout out, but I thought it'd be funny now and I give her a shout out. Well done, Erin. Woo.
Also shout out to Colin Murray there. Not only is he competing in the men's discus competition, he is also officiating there as you see him sticking the pole into the ground to mark the distance.
Fair play to him. Fair play to him. Now we get the men's 200 results if they are in. Men's 200 results. As we saw earlier, we saw Alman Bancole of TUD DNFing and Colin Doyle, who was leading coming into that home straight, also pulling up with slight injury. That left room for Dara Murphy of UCD taking the title, 21.82. Andrew Egan of University Galway, 21.90. Emmanuel Akinroll from National College of Ireland, 22.03.
Former Metro St. Bridget's man. That's an outdoor PB for him, I believe.
Riquan Luciano, 1 year down from ATU, 22.10. Killian Griffin of SETU, 22.23. And James Armstrong of University Ulster, 22.52. So very, very close race, very entertaining watch.
Some unfortunate casualties in that one, but the lads had to step up and make the best of the opportunity.
Exactly.
As the 1500 metre athletes are striding out there on the back straight. I'm corrected. The 1500 metre women's final, of course, was ran yesterday as a straight final, so we have only the men to deal with today. They had their heats yesterday, which was no real surprises. The first heat, if you remember, was completely stacked to the brim. I believe most of our non-automatic qualifiers would have come from that one. As we are joined into the commentary box here with Mark Hanrahan and Luke Purcell. Apologies, Mark, for the steeple barrier. I tried my best to get it unstuck, but it was to no avail. If you have any comment on that.
Yeah, that's okay, Finn. I was on the start line. I told all the boys I was going to write a strongly worded email to Michael Murphy specifically about that disgrace of water jump. But that's the way it goes, I suppose, when you come up to a facility like this. Just not up to scratch. Down UL, I was able to put the water jump myself up, put it up myself on Wednesday. No problem at all. So, look, can't have equal facilities all across the country, Finn, but that's the way it goes.
No, very, very unfortunate for the steeplechasers in all seriousness. We'll have to get that bolt replaced and angle grind it off as soon as possible before any more competitions are held here in the coming weeks.
We have the 1500 up now. So, Finn, who do you have for this?
This is a very, very tough one to call, actually. We saw from the heats yesterday, people obviously from the first heat showing their cards a slight bit. We had Louis Woodger winning that one, no relation. We had Sean Quinn, Jake Bagg, and Yes, Cian Stepper Goran from DCU as our automatic qualifiers. All 4 of our non-automatic qualifiers coming from that one, despite the early slow pace.
Yeah, I kind of felt like the heats yesterday were a bit lopsided with the seeding. So do you think, Finn, that'll take anyone out from the? Will that still be in the system for people in the first heat?
Yeah, I mean,
the likes of
jogged in a
the likes of Cian O'Boyle last week, or in second heat.
Very cheeky though to take the win.
The likes of Cian O'Boyle will be feeling a little bit fresher today after a slightly easier qualifying than the rest of the lads as they're called to their mark here, and away they go. So
okay, so straight to the front, it looks like Cian Gorham.
Louis Woodger as well.
Oh, it's Oisin Davis straight to the front. Okay, so this is interesting. Oisin Davis had a good kick this indoor season, hasn't he? Jack Maher here, our UG representative.
In with a bit of Galway bias now, but Oisin Davis, I believe, with 400 to go yesterday, was tripped by one young Woodger. So he's making sure that doesn't happen today, and he's getting out front. What do you think of that, Finn?
I can attest to exactly what Louis said this morning, and that Oisin bumped off of him, but he's so weak that he went flying anyway.
So from a UL perspective, we have Jake Bagg closely tracking Oisin Davis, and we have Cian O'Boyle back in the pack as well. This will be interesting. Jake stepping up from 800 for the first time.
Yeah,
so let's see if his speed come in handy, or see how his tactics play out here.
Jake Bagg, the 148 man, sandwiched by 2 156 men, I believe, Oisin Davis and Louis Woodger.
So it's going Davis, Bagg, Woodger, and in 4th place
Cian Stepper Goran, followed by Ben Collier, Oisin Toy, Cian O'Boyle and Rymus Kelly. Sean Quinn, the longer distance athlete, tucked in there at the back, not interested in getting up the front this early on, as they go through 500 metres there about 122, so decent clip.
We're looking in and around 4 minutes so far, but it will wind up again.
As Oisin seems to open up his stride there a slight bit more now, so he's learned his lesson from the heats yesterday, where he was out kicked on the home straight for an automatic qualifying spot.
Just a bit of IUA lore here. 2 years ago, myself and Finn Woodger had a great battle in the 1500 in a very wet DSD track.
Cian Gorham there, part of the DCU men's winning road relay team, of course, ahead of UL and University of Galway.
In other news, Sean Quinn hits the front, and Oisin Davis and Finn Woodger are tracking him. Louis Woodger, my apologies. Cian O'Boyle just tailing off a bit. He'll want to cover that move.
Yeah, huge surge here by Sean Quinn. Obviously out the back earlier on, he's really moving along here as they come down with 500 metres to go. Louis Woodger has gone past Oisin Davis into 2nd place now. He'll be looking to sit there. And
I'd love to see Cian O'Boyle push up a bit more now for the next 200, give himself a chance on the last lap, but there's a bit of a gap growing there. But Sean Quinn is looking really good. 500 to go. This is the move, and this is his bid for the win.
Barry Conway did tip him yesterday.
Yeah, Barry the Lasher Conway, as he is on my Excel sheet, had him tipped yesterday for the win. Great steeplechaser also. So it's been interesting last lap.
Also
Louis
mentioned
Woodger
that
closely following him, Oisin Davis and Cian Gorham.
So we have our 4 breaking away here. Louis Woodger looks to move on to the outside of Sean Quinn here, followed by Cian Stepper Gorham and Oisin Davis.
Interesting battle for the points here between DCU and UL. I'm going to need the UL boys to push up a bit.
That's a slid out by Queen's, DCU, University of Galway. Sean Quinn seems to be feeling the burn there, despite the lack of a hill in the home straight here today.
Finn, who'd you have? Woodger versus Gorham.
Woodger has been moving very well in training, of course. He's been telling me he's going to run 3:46.
Oisin Davis still there, and Cian O'Boyle is going to make a bid for a medal.
Cian O'Boyle making his way back up to Oisin Davis here, but the real battle is at the front there. Cian Gorham, Louis Woodger, the 2 yellow spikes.
Cian Gorham's going to move wide.
The Dublin man and the Dublin University. Massive kick here from Cian Gorham. Cian O'Boyle making his way out there, but it's all about
for second.
Cian Gorham. Louis Woodger as well there.
3:52. What a race!
Brilliant finish there. Cian O'Boyle coming up for 3rd there, but Cian Gorham with an outdoor
5th, I think.
Cian Gorham, the 3:48 man from last year, backing that up here with the strong opener. 3:52 off the slightly slower early pace. Louis Woodger, I believe that would be a PB for him there. Also,
very impressive from Cian Gorham there. Judged it perfectly. Didn't show his cards until 200 to go, and really poured it on.
You really didn't notice Cian Gorham was in that race until about 200 to go, where it all matters.
But I have to tip my hat to Oisin Davis for making it honest from the start. I think he came away fourth, just got ran out of by Keane Boyle.
Yeah.
But, Oisin made it honest and I have to respect that. So fair play to him.
Great racing there from the lads.
So I think Jake Bagg got up for fifth, which could give us a few points in the overall, which should be interesting. I'll have to get Owen Kenny on the Excel sheet now to see if see where that puts us.
You have to let me have a look at that as well.
Yeah, but the 1500 always delivers, Finn, doesn't it? I think last year it was Callum Morgan, Niall Murphy,
Dara
Donahue in it as well. Was it? Yeah, it was very close. Oisin Davis fourth again last year, 2 years in a row. Thanks for that, Jack.
Three completely different podiums from 3 different years.
Exactly. And then 2 years ago was me, you, and UCC.
Overall.
Gavin.
Yes.
Yeah, Gavin Kenny from UCC, yeah.
Followed then by Callum Morgan, Dara Donahue and Niall Murphy. Today, of course, Cian Gorham, DCU, taking that gold. Louis Woodger of Queen's with his first year, getting a silver medal.
And would I be right in saying Cian was having some injury struggles the last couple of months, maybe over the winter?
Yes, he went away to South Africa. I believe he was struggling slightly with an injury there, but missed out on indoors due to that. But he has been training extremely consistently and very well since then. So he's really shown us that there this afternoon with the gold medal.
And I'd have to check. That might be a championship record. Can I get a check on that?
No, I believe the championship record is 340.
338.
Yes.
On the mic.
I don't think you're going to get near that one, Mark.
Maybe next year. I have 1 more year of IUA athletics, so I might have to drop back down after my.
And then a 1 year down.
1 year down as well, I suppose. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I'd be the Jack Hickey of. I'm going to say I'd be the Jack Hickey of UL Athletics, but Jack Hickey is the Jack Hickey of UL Athletics. Sorry, I'm offing.
Don't worry, Jack Hickey
I'd love to get a timing on that last lap there. Those lads were absolutely flying.
I'd give him about a 59, I think it was. They were about 2:51, 52 through the bell. I think it was 1 in 3:53, so it's good going.
Do you reckon you would have won that one?
Look, Finn, my training's been pointed in a different direction this year. I had my adventure over the steeplechase earlier, so I don't know if I still had the wheels, but I'd always back myself in those kind of races.
What did you win in 4:07 or 4:05 or something?
Yeah, by closing like a 56, you know.
Not my preferred event.
Yeah. Sure, look. Back in those days, sure, we didn't have super spikes or we didn't know how to warm up or anything, sure. 2 years ago. I tried my 3rd year, like.
And you took a year out.
Yeah, Jesus.
Ancient in terms of the podium here on that 1500 metres. We had a 2nd year Cian Gorham taking the gold, 1st year Louis Woodger taking the silver.
2nd year Cian Boyle up for 3rd as well.
Yes.
Cian's 3rd, 2nd year, yeah.
In colouring.
Okay, so up next, 4x1 relays.
Oh, DCU actually.
Is it?
In the men's.
Yes.
Finn, do you want to fill me in on what happened yesterday?
In
the relays?
Baton disaster between Nick Mjika on Rumera and David Ogovbu.
Oh, no.
From first to second leg. I was watching, I didn't see it. I saw them walking back overwards. Nikem, I was talking to this morning, said they got disqualified, but I don't even think they finished. So,
okay. Disappointment for the DCU lads, but opens it up for someone else a minute.
The UCD are champions last year.
So yeah, UCD will have Bory on their anchor leg, I'm presuming.
UCD were indeed looking scandalous in the heats yesterday. They will be strong favourites, but as everyone is aware, there's no certainties, certainly in the 4x100 metre relays.
So on the field at the moment with the men's discus, so we'll try to get a score update.
Liam Granville just walking back there from his throw for DCU. As mentioned, Colo Murray, he may have pulled out of the competition and he's now officiating. I saw him take 1 or 2 throws there at the start of the day. Of course, the hammer specialist.
Yeah, and we've Callum Keating there, from UL. He won the shot put earlier. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on with the discus. Wouldn't be his preferred throwing event. But sure, points are points in the varsities.
Very impressive in around 30 metres standing throw there from the MTU.
Yeah, we kind of reckoned in around 30 metres would put you in good position for a medal or good points. Points. I also want to give a shout out to Owen Sharkey, who is officiating. Doesn't have the best vision to put it mildly. So, interesting choice.
How many steps Owen Sharkey took over the weekend? Like, he has done some serious running up and down for a man not competing.
Exactly. Yeah, Owen Sharkey, our captain, carrying a bit of an injury at the moment, but has covered every blade of grass and every inch of this track with singlets and officiating, and even a bit of pole vault this morning. I'm told got a few points on the board. So productive morning for Sharkey.
Fair play. The officiating, of course, as important as the athletes in running this competition, as I've been made well aware in the last 2 days.
As hosts, I'm sure you've been under the cosh with providing officials.
Yes, we'd love to see
you
a
good turnout yesterday, but
track and field
next year. That's a good question. Has it been picked yet?
I believe someone said it was meant to be an MTU.
It hasn't been
the
in
year
Munster
that it was
in a while.
DSD. That was the year where there's no tracks available in Cork.
Oh,
so that's
yeah,
why
sure.
that one was moved to DSD.
Yeah.
So they might be making up for that next year.
MTU was opened over the summer with Cork City Sports, so we could be going back there next year. I don't think it's been picked. That's usually a AGM decision in September.
Brand new surface down there. Hopefully their water jump is adjustable.
Their water jumps are easier to adjust. Lovely track though. Lovely track. I ran the Cork City Sports there during the summer and it was very nice. Always a great meet.
How'd you get on?
I ran a PB over 3k in the international race. So yeah. Quite humbling being dead last after a K, running 2:38 for my first K and running 8:14.
It was brutal
blow up. But PB's a PB.
So they believe the women's pole vault there is concluded as the ladies make their way back over.
We have our 3 medalists there now, so we'll be panning over to the podium in a minute or two to get our winners and runners up there.
I'll see if we have any more field event results.
Yeah, we'll try to get an update on the discus if we have any scores from that. But
sprinters holding us up.
Our Minotaur just chucked it out there to nearly 40 metres.
Saucepan, throwing that saucepan.
Yeah.
Former Kilmurray resident in UL.
Exactly, yeah. Former scholarship athlete in UL, now living in Dublin.
There's no sign of any of the 4x1 teams out yet.
Yeah, a bit of a break on the track at the moment.
I think they're dodging the bad weather.
No more field events just yet?
No.
For the conclusion of the discus, men's discus and the women's pole vault just finished up there.
I know the last 2 field events.
Let me look at my timetable.
Yeah, so what's coming up then? So we have our 4x1 relays coming up now.
4x1, 5k, 2 5ks, 2 men's 5ks.
Two men, A and B,
4x4 time trials.
4x4 time trials.
So we also have the 35-pound weight for distance for the men.
That's probably the same men throwing.
That will follow the discus, as many of the athletes will also be competing in that.
Yeah,
and then the women's discus final to follow also.
Yeah, the field eventers, the unsung heroes, I feel sometimes of these track and field events.
You don't see them on the. They don't get the glory of crossing the finish line.
Our very own Katrina of UL, I think, has won 3 or 4 medals this weekend, and Laura Frawley responsible for half of the UL points. More than me or Luke can say.
Oh, more than we'll ever get.
More than we'll ever get combined over the next 4 years.
Of course, DCU missing out big time by the lack of Manny Osas and Jack Ford. Kuyu Fitzsimmons was taking up a bit of a Jack Ford role there yesterday with the multi-events and multiple other events. Obviously the multi-eventers of great value here at the universities, taking up lots and lots of points. Jack Ford University has been known for coming in 5th place among all universities in indoor championships before.
I'd say Laura Frawley on her own this year probably.
Laura Frawley also, of course, 2nd in the women's wake for distance also today. Not part of the pentathlon, but still a very impressive performance.
So what time were you due off for the relays, Finn? Did you have the timetable there?
I did have it there a second ago. Yeah, so the lack of a women's 1500 metre final is putting a bit of a gap in the schedule here.
I suppose we can do a little recap on that yesterday. We were missing, so that was a straight final yesterday, the women's 1500. Yeah, good race between Emer Maher and Lucy Holmes. So that was UCC versus MTU, a little Cork battle.
Actually cycled today.
Quite a close race yesterday. That was, I think, Emer Maher came out just ahead of Lucy Holmes, and Nassani Hanafine of UG then up for 3rd, great run from her.
Of course, Lucy Holmes then doubling back up in the 800 this morning. I just about missed it, but was informed that she
Did she
ran 2:05 championship record
for the win?
For the win.
Very good. Yeah, I was warming up my race, so I actually missed 8th earlier.
Followed in by Holly O'Boyle, Cian O'Boyle's sister.
Very good.
We just saw take a silver medal in the 1500 metres.
Good weekend for the O'Boyle family.
Any update on the snap scores?
No, Cian O'Boyle's still sitting 20% of what his sister has. But Mark Hannon also a man with a snap score over 2 million, so any comment got to a level like that, man.
Look, I mean, long time in the game, Luke. I think I've been in the game since 4th class.
Year in, year out.
Just year in, you put in good numbers. Like
that's consistency you need.
Tapering off a bit lately, but you know, that's the way it goes. You can't maintain that the whole time. More conventional forms of communicating these days. Yeah, no, yeah. That's when you're growing up and you have grey hair like me, Luke. WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger.
So the women's 4x100 is due to go off now at 20-2. So just waiting for the teams to make their way out onto the track. As the starters, I'm sure, are wondering where everyone is. Similar occurrence in the women's hurdles yesterday, where it was due to go off and none of the athletes were on the start line for another 10 minutes, so we were immediately 10 minutes behind yesterday.
And as you can imagine, that puts a bit of a strain on the commentary and filling the void of a lack of track action.
And a lack of field knowledge. Should get Jack Ford up here to do the... there he is down there eating a pancake. Oh no, he's not. That's Darren O'Dwyer eating a pancake. If anyone has a spare banquet ticket, Darren is absolutely desperate for one.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a fiasco this year with the banquet tickets. Not an issue with a treasurer like me. I was on the ball straight away. Bulk bought the tickets, but
we had a few people miss out on one, unfortunately. But we had organised it to be in a bigger venue, but then it was out of my control that it was changed to a smaller venue, and I'm not allowed to.
No comment.
No comment on that.
Yeah, so I'll be kicking off later in the Gibson Hotel, I believe, 7 o'clock-ish.
Correct.
Sure, whenever you will get there, it's party will start then.
Believe you were staying local last night?
Yeah, we were staying just around the corner in the Metro Hotel.
Don't give away our location anyway.
Great hotel.
That's where Galway are, not UL.
Great hotel. Very reasonable prices, I may add.
Organised by the two of us.
As the money man myself and the head of logistics, Luke Purcell, right beside me here. Got a good price actually.
Yeah.
Can't lie. But we had a good crew staying last night, so about 40 or so staying last night.
Very strong contingent from UL.
Yeah, always love our outdoor competition.
Always a great day out. As the discus seems to have concluded there, we'll be bringing you the results for that as soon as we get them.
Not quite sophisticated to have live results straight to our phones here at the moment, but hopefully we'll get something soon.
As the relay teams begin to gather here at the start.
Sorry, my fan club waved up me here now. What's Avril Millerick?
I'm so excited to see
Avril Millerick spectating today. Watching spectating now but competing earlier. So that's Avril Millerick. Luke, who would she be spectating now in the men's?
One of the Murphys.
One of the Murphys. Michael Murphy in the men's 5K. Avril Millerick will be looking out for.
Of course, Michael, the firm favourite for that 5K.
It'll be a tough one to call, in my opinion. Interesting entry, I think, Kevin McGrath.
That could throw a real spanner in the works.
From Maynooth. If it's a 15:30 race, Kevin McGrath I've always said Kevin McGrath has unmatched gears in the country.
As I learned in the National Senior Indoor Final.
Yeah, the recent victim. Look, happened to me last year in the indoors.
Thanks to those tuning in live from Morton Stadium.
It was back to the men's 5K preview we were just on about there.
Yes, Kevin McGrath.
Kevin McGrath would be an interesting entry if it's any bit slow. Oisin Murray. So we'll talk more about these guys later on when they're on the track. Obviously, I'm going to have to pick Niall Murphy, fellow UL athlete and
bronze medalist from the 1500 metres last year.
Yeah.
He does have sneaky gears for a mucker, like.
Yeah, for a
People like to call him
for an
that.
absolute mucker of a cross runner.
Strength
he's
kick.
coming on as a track athlete.
He does a lot of
I
strides.
seen him do strides there the other week now. The fast twitches are firing.
5 by 8 second max is a new training I'm hearing.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
That's all you need. So I have Niall Murphy tipped anyways, but I'm sure the DCU man beside me might have different opinions. What do you
Michael
think?
Murphy, very impressive performance up in Antrim recently, or Armagh, my apologies, 14:01. Although it was actually 14:02, he was claiming 14:01 for some reason.
Yeah, I was in that as well, and my time just didn't come up in entries either. So there was a bit of
Were
hassle
you
with
behind or ahead of?
Strava 4.99 kilometres, so nearly the 5K.
Yeah, my Strava's a bit, my Garmin's all over the place. But I know I was 4:08 that day, so I was
4:08,
just behind Michael Murphy. 14:08.
See our men's podium there: Keane Boyle, Keane Gorham, Louis Woodger walking off together. So no hard feelings between the men.
So Mark Hanrahan, well aware of the burst fade on the back, the burst mullet on the back of Michael Murphy's head.
Great barber, I must add.
Yes.
Cut Niall Murphy's hair, so he'll be taken to the track soon. And I got a chop off him 2 years ago in Fontremont on a balcony. Good chop. Reasonable rates.
Even for you, Mark, someone who doesn't like to spend the money. We won't repeat what Barry Conway said on the mic earlier about Mark, but
Oh, don't worry, I'll get into Barry Conway now when he's on the track in the B5K. Anyways, on the track now we have our women's 4x1 lining up. So we'll get a start list pulled up now for that.
Callum Keaton walking down through the middle as well. I don't think he's in this race.
We have
Callum Keating walking up lane 1
we
with
have
the
our
4x1 team.
We have our men making their way down to the wait for distance, I believe.
Yeah, so the way for distance will be up at the top of the track, so they have to make the trek
Colin
all the
Murray
way from the
making
discus circle up to the shot put circle, which is on the other end of the track.
Colin Murray looks like he's making his way down there to the final leg of the women's 4x1 in his grey tracksuit bottoms. After I still haven't found out how he got on in the hammer earlier. I know he's our champion from last year. He won. Great news.
We do not like to hear.
Colin Murray, a certain to feature at the banquet later on as well. So the ladies just setting out their blocks there, making their way over to their respective baton exchange areas.
The UCD were fastest in the heats yesterday.
Yes, UCD last year, of course, won every single relay at the Outdoor Championships. So they'll be looking to defend that here, as I believe they actually lost a relay already this weekend to UL yesterday, the mixed 4x400 metres.
Didn't win that last year either. UCC won it.
I stand corrected.
In the relays. Oh look, speaking of Conway, look at him do some fine exercises out there.
Our co-commentator yesterday, Barry Conway, is he in the 5K?
In the 5K, so watch out for him in the B race at 3 o'clock. His mother travelled all the way from West Clare to watch him today as well, so shout out to Bernie.
Big expectations on him.
Yeah.
It's a lot of pressure.
So we've Laura MacDonald in front of us there from UL. Participated in the 100 hurdles first event yesterday. Thought she had the whole weekend off then after she competed, but she's been roped in out to the 4x1. Last minute call up.
I see Paddy Hassett there wearing his little gadgets on the bottom of his spikes to prevent the to make it easier for him to walk on the concrete. That's an interesting.
Oh, I've never seen that before.
Interesting device.
Yeah.
Poring, I'm sure will have a big celebration if he can anchor Toos home to the win here.
There we go.
Yeah, it's a very versatile man, as we learned there. 400 metre finalist at the indoor championships at senior level, but also competing in the 100 metre final at the varsity level today. So he'll be coming back for maybe both relays, 4x1 and 4x4.
Wouldn't surprise you now. I don't think he sounded too fond on running any 400s when I was talking to him earlier on in the championships.
Sometimes it doesn't matter how fond you are of it. It's a duty. So.
The varsities at the end of the day.
The ladies standing behind their blocks here. So we have from the inside UL, is TUD, SETU, UCD, DCU, UCC and TCD on the outside. Or is that MTU in lane 7?
That'll be MTU in the blue shorts right at the top. Yeah.
Yes, MTU, not UCC. So
And then
Erin
Trinity then on the
Tahney, I
outside,
believe
yeah.
they're leading out the DCU girls. She will have competed both in the 100 metres and 200 metres. She was a finalist in both this weekend, so she might be well warmed up or maybe a slight bit tired. We'll wait and see for that.
Yes,
I
as we
believe
seen
that
yesterday in the men's with the DCU lads in their changeover. The changeover, especially with the wet batting, it's been raining.
Yeah.
Could be a factor.
I don't believe they've been doing any practicing in sprints training, unfortunately, for the relays. So maybe it's not always the fastest four, as was the case yesterday.
You've got to get the batting around safely.
It'll help for UCD's men's team having Borjak Nola to run the second leg, I believe, is what he was down for yesterday.
Yes, the monster, Borjak Nola. Booming down the back straight. But it's all about the women's 4x100 metres here. Anything can happen in this race. Huge points up for grabs for the teams as well. So keep an eye out for the changeovers. UCD are champions from last year, of course. DCU and UL will be the two up there for the team titles that are up for grabs. UCD probably in the lead for the sprints. So away here now, cheered on by the men's to come.
Okay, so it's very even so far. Can't really see anyone pull away. Maybe UCD. First changeover.
Clean. Nothing too special there.
Everyone
Maybe
through safely.
Slight bit of a deceleration there from DCU. As we
UCD
see
and
MTU.
MTU, I think, is it?
UCD on the inside, MTU with a great second leg
Nice
there.
changeover, UCD again.
UCD, beautiful
Pulling away
changeover.
Good third leg from DCU.
Lorena Harrison there
Could
from
make
DCU.
it interesting.
And is that Katie Oak, the long jumper on the last leg for DCU, as UCD handover in first. Beautiful changeovers from UCD, has to be said.
So
Followed closely by
DCU, and
TUD.
it's going to be
UCD are going to take this one here. That's a 200 metre champion coming back. TUD and DCU there.
MTU fourth, UL fifth. Okay, so no surprises there, Finn.
No.
UCD very strong, but TUD put together 4 good legs there for a
I
second.
believe there was some poor changeovers there from MTU after on the second and third changes there, so that's why I took them out of competition with UCD. But UCD just running away with that one. Beautiful changeovers, obviously very good sprinting college there. Followed in by TUD, very impressive performance from them girls. Obviously some very good athletes and changeovers in
So
DCU.
it's looking
then.
like UCD probably getting the sprint trophy again this year.
Yes.
Doing a great job with his sprint crew. Even their changeovers were
Former
just having the 4 fastest men, or men or women.
former international long jumper. 7.99.
Would have loved to have got that 8 metre mark.
Okay, so the men
I'm
are
sure
taking to the
he
track now.
Never heard the end of that one. So as the men are warming up for their weight for distance, they're also setting up their blocks for the 4x1. So I see Adam Nolan, our hurdles champion there, setting up blocks for SETU there in lane 3. Is that Craig Duffy there of Maynooth in lane 4? He would have been up in the medals for the 100 metres today as well, I believe.
Gold, was it? Yeah, gold.
I think he might have been silver.
Or was he silver?
So UCD will be probably favourites again here again, especially with Borjak Nola on the last leg. Running very well this year, ran at the Europeans over in Apeldoorn.
As I receive a message from my grandfather congratulating Louis, obviously.
And I just want to note that
he's gotten the grandsons mixed up.
Yeah, I just want to add that Finn has his granddad down as Grandad Eddie, just to avoid any confusion
with any other Eddies.
Any other Eddies in
may
your
know.
phone book.
He may be watching the stream. I doubt he's still watching, but
Sure, you can pass on the brother.
Not sure many people on the live stream today maybe
Yes.
have seen Finn, but Finn does not have ginger hair like his brother Louis. So
very distinctive.
You
luckily.
have to wonder how Eddie's got you mixed up, but I'm sure Finn will pass on the messages.
Not the best with technology. So, focus shift to the men's 4x100 metres. Similar situation here. UCD firm favourites. Although we can see that anything can happen in these relays. I believe is that Jack Hickey there setting up his blocks in
That
lane
is
7.
Jack Hickey, yeah. A little pocket rocket Jack Hickey out of the blocks.
He might be on 2 relays today.
He could be in the 4x4 as well later on. Tough weekend for Jack.
Get called in for that one.
Yeah, I was fingers crossed now. The message came into the WhatsApp group and I was praying my name wasn't on the 4x4 because I have been pulled into that in the past.
Jack Leakey has to be up there for the most number of appearances at varsities in terms of races.
Yeah, and
word the relays anyway. I don't know about it.
Definitely, yeah. Word on the street is he's back for a PhD as well soon, hopefully. So many years of varsity athletics still to come.
Best of luck to him.
Most of us.
Yeah, I got an interesting text from him last night. He was with Owen Kenny, the two of them looking at each other, nearly 24 years of age and still competing in varsity athletics.
As we welcome Derek Yo
sure.
from DCU down to the track this morning. Hopefully he's well impressed with the show that's being put on. So the men making their way over to their respective baton change areas. TUD are missing from the start line, so we are waiting for them to make an appearance. I see one athlete there from TUD. I believe that's Giovanni Salvatore, who we have seen in the 10,000 metres, the 1,500 metres and the 3,000 metre walk, and are now making an appearance in the 4x100 metre relay.
He ran the 800 as well.
I thought he might have ran the 800
He did
as
the
well.
800, the 1500,
10k.
the 10k, the walk.
The walks.
No, he didn't do the walk, sorry.
No, he did.
He did.
I was commenting on the walk.
I feel like I've seen him, yeah.
He earned 1 point in that walk. Fair play to him.
Exactly. He was committed to getting points for the crew.
Road Coffee got. Road Coffee, you need to really loosen out those hips for the walking.
No flip-flops for him today. Like he had a training on Wednesday, according to Coach Oisin Lane.
But Oisin Lane, obviously.
Right, so for our relay here,
walking himself.
From the inside we have ATU, SETU, Maynooth, UCD, TUS, and then UL in lane 8. Queens. And on the outside is that's Queens, isn't it?
Yes, Queens moved from
lane 1 actually. Yeah,
they were moved from lane 1 to lane 8 there.
I hope they've been notified of that in the changeover zones. I think they have.
Take Boriak Noel on the back straight.
Will we be seeing Louis Woodger in the 4x100 for Queens here today? I doubt it. I wonder, do the results team in behind us, have they got that message as well for the lane change? Sorry, my apologies. Craig Duffy did indeed take the gold earlier. So we have our gold medalist in the 110 hurdles, the gold medalist in the 100 metres against each other here on this first leg. That'll be an interesting matchup. Then Boriak Nola does not seem to be on the final leg.
He's on the second leg for UCD, yeah. And they get settled into their blocks now. Finn, who do we have here, do you reckon?
UCD every day of the week.
Yeah.
All day of the week.
They
are known for, especially we saw the quality changeovers there from the women's race.
And having a low 10-second guy in your back on the back straight is useful.
It always helps.
Yeah.
So I'd imagine they've been practicing their changeovers. Obviously a very talented squad in terms of individual performances and times. Also, but you can never be too certain in the 4x100 metre relay. So away we go. Adam Nolan rises very early there. Of course, the hurdler on the inside of Craig Duffy, the 100 metre gold medalist of Maynooth University. Very close down the back street there. UCD maybe with a slight lead into Boriak Nola, who is just
flies up the back
eating
straight.
the ground.
Paddy Hassett moving well as well for TUS.
Paddy Hassett, of course, coming back from the 100. Oh,
if
good change over
UCD
there.
can
UCD
just keep it on the track. They will win this.
SETU flying up the inside as well there in second place.
SETU doing very well. Okay, then TUS are up for second or third even.
UCD taking that one comfortably. Great performance there by SETU, followed in by TUS, UL and Maynooth University and Queens.
Very impressive from SETU. Would I be right in saying Marcus Lawler is involved with them?
I'm not the person to be asked.
I've seen him.
I've
seen him talked out in SETU stuff. So
a bit of a sprint stronghold down there.
yes, Huge result for them there, come second behind UCD.
And
of course,
running them very close, I must add.
Yes.
Probably wouldn't have the numbers that like UCD
No.
have. UCD is probably bigger than the whole county of Carlow, population-wise.
Of course, UCD defending their title there from last year in both the men's and the women's races. SETU in second place for the men's, and it was... Who was third there for the men's race? I've forgotten already. Toos. Two smaller colleges coming second and third there. It's very good to see. Of course, DCU missing from that after a spectacular hiccup in the heats yesterday.
Okay, so that's our relays wrapped up now for the moment. We'll be back later for the 4x4s, but on the track next is the 5k.
So we'll have two races here today, as was the case last year. Unexpectedly, we've expected it this time, so we planned for it. So 2 races, the men's 5k, B race on first, so they'll be looking to set out a decent time to make sure the A race doesn't take it too handy.
And as we speak now, the wait for distance is getting underway at the top of the track. So it looks like we've much the same representatives as our discus.
Liam Granville there from DCU taking his attempt.
So in terms of field events, yes, we just have the women's discus on this side of the track, and then our wait for distance is getting underway up above, and then that'll be it on the field side of things. And then coming up then, 5,000 metre men's will be next. They're just getting ready on the far side, and our 2 4x4s, which are always a great watch, Finn, aren't they?
Yes, unfortunately yesterday there was a slight run over for the timetable, so the decision was made to abandon the 4x400 metre heats, so they will be run as timed heats this afternoon, and despite my recommendations they are not seeded, so we might not see a close race up front like we didn't in the 4x4 mix. That's something I'll bring up at the AGM next year.
And why won't they see them?
Because they don't want to.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, in the mix 4x4 yesterday we did have the UL and DCU 1 and 2 in different races, of course both running away with their respective heats. Close enough on times otherwise, so it could have been a good race there. Hopefully we see not something similar in the 4x4 in both the men's and women's events later on this evening. As we see the men striding out there, I do not believe it. Giovanni Salvatore is indeed taking up for the 5k here again. What an absolute trooper, Mark.
What a trooper. I spotted him yesterday running the 800 heats, and he has a very distinctive running style.
And walking
then
style.
I seen him again in the 1500 heats, and then I seen him again in the walks, and then I seen him again here now getting ready for the 5k. So shout out to Giovanni putting in a great shift.
Of course, doing his best Ronaldo celebration, earning 1 point in the walks as well.
We said about Jack Hickey having a record for most representations. At this rate, Giovanni will much surpass what Jack did.
He'll run him close, I'd say, yeah.
He is making up for the absence of Michael Salami from Maynooth University, who usually takes out a similar timetable of events.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I just can't figure out why the 5k is gathering at the 100 metre start.
It's 12.5 laps.
The B race will be going off first, so maybe they might be unfamiliar with the layout of the event, but they will be moving over to the 200 metre start for the 5k. 12.5 laps.
Yes, good to
not
see.
Great crack, I must add. Finn, have you ever ran a 5k on the track?
No, I ran a 5k in Phoenix Park, dipped under the 15-minute mark.
No, you didn't.
I did.
When was that?
57 December 2022 2023, sorry, my
Not
apologies.
bad. Not bad for a fast lad.
Jingle bells.
Yeah, jingle bells. They're not downhill, no?
The first half is uphill. Up Chesterfield Avenue.
Just up the Kyber Hill, like.
Yeah.
Okay, so Giovanni and the boys are making their way over to the start of the B5K. Thank God they've seeded the races this year, because we were caught out badly last year, waiting on the start line for 50 minutes for the race to start.
Yes, I was also waiting for the 4x4 after that.
Yeah.
Major delays
kind
last
of
year.
Threw the timetable off by an hour, which wasn't great. But so athletes are finding out now if they met into A or the B race.
So looks like Niall Murphy's heading down for the B race, is he?
Niall Murphy looks like Niall Murphy's a bit nervous,
Conway.
I'd say. Barry Conway's a bit nervous, I'd say, now, whether he might make it into the A or B race.
Yeah, PB's
Fingers
back in.
crossed. Barry Conway's PB, of course, from the Liz Casey Liz Casey local road race.
As Anna Gavigan fires the discus out there towards 50 metres, of course.
Wow.
Probably the favourite for this event. She's the gold medalist or was she a medalist in the European Throws Cup a number of weeks ago? Silver medalist in the European Throws Cup for that event.
That was out in
2 short weeks ago.
Turkey, was it?
Cyprus,
yeah, out that way.
So
Warm country.
50
Good
plus
to
metres,
see.
that's very impressive, Sean. Anyway, I've seen Nicole Tootle throwing a hammer earlier for UCD.
yes, taking that title
Taking
once
that title,
again.
of course. Great athlete.
We'll be looking to challenge the senior record after a number of under 23 records in the last number of years, namely most recently I believe in Belfast at the Varsities last year, where there was a very strong tailwind which apparently doesn't help with the throws.
Yeah, I believe
It's not measured.
particularly for the javelin, they'd like a bit of a headwind almost.
Yeah.
It can kind of force the javelin upwards.
In the discus I believe as well.
Yeah.
They do believe
Just the
they do
trajectory of
prefer.
it.
You can see there from the ribbon that I set out and earlier yesterday, there's very little wind out there right now at track level.
Will I get off my phone?
The men's what I won. I think there was 7 because lane 1 was empty.
Lane was empty.
Oh yeah.
They swapped.
But they went out to lane.
They swapped lanes from lane 1 to lane 8. I think it was half cross lane cover.
They were setting up in lane 1 originally.
Slight discrepancy there as I see Emmanuel Akinroley, our bronze medalist, former Metro St. Bridget's man there, walking away wearing his medal proudly while eating a pizza from a box. Congratulations,
From,
Emmanuel.
Romario's next door, across the road, I'd imagine.
Famed establishment out here in Santry in terms of the athletic scene. So the 5k men have finally made their way over to the correct start line.
So once they get going, I
wonder, do
will
we
go
see
through the start list.
Our co-commentator from yesterday, Barry Conway, is he in the first heat or the second heat?
Oh, he might have escaped the B race. He's down below there.
Congratulations to him.
Yep.
He'll be looking to toe the line with the likes of Michael Murphy, Kevin McGrath, Niall Murphy, any other big names. Oisin Murray, of course.
But
a man I've seen the back of once or twice in a 1500.
Yeah, we'll save all the lore for their race now. We'll focus on the B race for the moment.
You never know. Someone might have a time in, but be quite a good runner and might have to end up going out solo, like Emma McElroy did yesterday in the women's fight.
So we're all set here for the start of the men's first 5k race, the B race. Of course, much of the favourites will be going in the A race. Hopefully in less than 20 minutes' time. What do you reckon, lads? Will we be seeing any?
I'm not sure, Finn, to be honest. I was on the start line last year for a long time.
I believe Minute had an athlete.
There was a Minute athlete taking his time, but he had a great last 100.
Yeah.
I
believe he posted a great TikTok afterwards as well.
I think we got a perspective from his perspective and Sean Cotter's perspective in the stand. So
yeah, I didn't find it too entertaining myself now, having been standing on the start line in the sun for 50 minutes, but that's the joy of varsity athletics, I suppose.
And the wind in Belfast last year.
Wind.
So we'll just run you through the start line here for the men's B race, heat 1 of this 5,000 metres. So we have Serhii Salenko of ATU. There we go, the man I was just mentioning there, Michael Salami of Maynooth University, not taking up as many events as he normally does this year, maybe focusing in on the 5k this year, be looking to put out a strong performance. Owen Staunton of ATU, Gavin O'Reilly 1 year down from Maynooth University also, Kieran McNamee of MTU, Tyke Sheehan TUD, Christopher McLaughlin of TUD also, Aidan Burke of MTU, Aaron Lynch TUS. Our real soldier here this weekend, Giovanni Salvatore of TUD. Was disappointed not to see him in the steeplechase though.
I said it to the lads earlier. I was like, if I see him on a start line in the steeplechase, I'll shake his hand and say, fair play to you.
Fair play to Andy Nevin though, who did the
Andy
10K
Nevin
steeple double, which is
and
13K
I
of
see him in
cruel
the
running.
A race. He's in the A race, Andy Nevin.
5K.
For the 5K, yeah. So he'll be up after this.
That would be 18 kilometres of cruel running.
I see.
I see steeplechase and a 10K thrown in there. That's a tough triple.
I see DCU athlete Jack McMahon down there as well, warming up. He's coming back from the steeple earlier on for the 5K here. So we'll just continue on with the first heat of this 5K here. So I believe we left off with Giovanni Salvatore. So next up is Liam Lynch, SETU, Matthew McDonough of UCD, Stephen Rossney of Maynooth University, Matthew Kenny of UCD, Louis Carton TCD, Keelan Gitelen, I've seen him in another event as well, SETU, a former colleague of mine, Lee Duddy, Maynooth University, recently gone under the 16-minute mark up in Belfast, so he'll be looking to maybe set out another PB here today on the track, the Clonliffe Harrier. Jack Woods of TCD, Oisin Hannon ATU, William Kinsella TCD, and Gerard Reynolds who's a guest. Maybe I believe many of the guests with us today are from the Army Cadets.
Yeah, I seen a few Army uniforms knocking around yesterday, so it's great to see them out getting involved. I know a lot of them end up going through the Army into college courses, so we might be seeing a few of those over the next few years joining us. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of familiar names in that race, Finn. Lads here doing doubles and triples and quadruples that would put Stefan Hassan to shame.
I go out on a limb and say Aidan Burke there is
Yeah,
not in the same shape, but once an All-Ireland champion over
I would argue
1500 metres.
Yeah, I'd argue B races sometimes can be more interesting than A races because you actually have no clue what's going to happen.
Yeah, you get a few bolters.
I remember 2 years ago Damien Madigan pulling off an unbelievable win in the C5K at the National Seniors.
Barry Conway won that as well.
And Barry Conway won last year, was it?
Pulling out a Marco Asensio celebration as he finished.
Oh yes,
sort of a
I remember now.
very smally packed Morton Stadium on the Saturday.
Okay, so we just have our medal presentation here for the women's 4x1. Just to go through it again. DCU third. Is that SETU? TUD, sorry, second. And UCD, great win.
Is that Katrina from UL there again in the discus circle?
Yep, that's Katrina.
We've seen her in multiple throwing events this.
She has done every throwing event.
Yeah,
a
Katrina on scholarship in UL, so great to see her out participating in as many throwing events as possible.
TUD taking a valuable relay medal gives me flashbacks from a number of years ago in DSD when they were heroically brought up by the athlete in sunglasses on the last leg of the 4x4 who let everyone who was there at DSD know about it with a massive roar at the end of it.
Yeah, the sunglasses on a very wet day in DSD.
Yes, very cloudy day.
As the lad said during my race, I do love my Vipers and my sunglasses, but there's a time and a place for them. And DSD 2 years ago was not the time and place for them.
Running last night though, I suppose you would have had to whip them out, but tonight not much sun here in Morton.
Yeah, I mean, I said it to Julia yesterday, I was like, if it's sunny I'm going to have to wear them, I have to be able to see the barriers, but it didn't call for them today, so I left them in the bag. Tough decision, but that's what it takes.
Leave the sunglass phone turkey today.
The prescription is so strong they have to make the glasses pink.
I think Aaron Malik was looking at borrowing a pair earlier for the
that was a
vault.
questionable decision considering how cloudy it was, but great shift from him actually getting up into second place in a pole vault, which would typically be a weak enough event for us, and DCU would clear out the podium, but Aaron
unfortunately Jack Ford unable to compete, I believe, in the pole vault.
I think Aaron Malik took part in the 110 hurdles yesterday as well to gather another few points, as we've seen as a common trend now, like seeing Barry Clavin in the walk.
Barry Clavin picking up 2 points for DCU in the men's.
Sure closer to a run at some stage, but
yes,
Michael Lane didn't disqualify him.
He got a bit fed up. The officials weren't too strict, fortunately for Barry.
Don't see him a future for him though in the event.
Alright, so the men's 5k B race is being held on the start line for a while now, but I think they're being called into their positions now. Looks like the starter's getting ready.
There's Michael Salami making his way up to the start line for Maynooth University. Grand. Finally, they're called to the marks there for the first race of this men's 5,000 metres.
So we reckon times here could be ranging between, I don't know what you think, 14, 15, 30 something, sub 16, back to 20 plus minutes. So we'll see how this plays out now. It's cage enough. They have a stagger start, so they're going to cut in now after 100 metres.
We have a large team of lap counters here for this one.
Yeah.
like UCC are out in force counting laps.
Avoiding a...
Because as expected, Aidan Burke to the front here in the B race.
He's trying to avoid a disaster like we had
And
in
we'll
the
try to
10k
pick out a few
yesterday.
names as we go along.
It's Lee Duddy there, sitting up in second place.
Giovanni getting in the mix again. Fair play to him.
I believe the ATU athlete there, he was in the 10k yesterday. He was asking me how strict the officials would be regarding footwear, because he didn't want to race a 10k in spikes if he didn't have to, and I assured him that they weren't going to be they weren't going to scrutinise him for his.
Start line for that one, and I don't think Phelan Kelly was too happy with some of the vape flies being worn, but don't think it was a factor for any of the lads like Shane Springer, Gavin Curtin, who were up the front battling for the medals.
Yeah, I think universities could be a bit looser sometimes, because if I remember correctly, was it indoors this year maybe? It was the 3K actually. Michael Murphy was wearing illegal spikes on spikes. Allegedly, yeah. Which ultimately cost me the win, but you know, I'm not sour over it. So, anyways, back to the track. Aidan Burke, as we named earlier, he's going straight to the front. So, former national 1500 champion,
followed by Lee Duddy,
recently
under 16 minutes up in Belfast. That was a big that would be a big BB for him, Lee Duddy. Wearing his
Jack Woods then in third place there from TUD, but still very bunched at the moment.
Lee Duddy wearing a pair of Nike Dragonflies. They will not be impressed with him in the Run Hub, where they do not sell Nike shoes. So we see a bit of a group breaking away here, top three, as the rest of the lads try to fight their way back up to the front there.
Did we mention Sherry Schlenko? I believe he was in the steeplechase earlier, from ATU at the back. Might have run the 10k also yesterday, so big weekend for some of these lads. I don't know how they do it, so hats off to anyone who doubles back or triples back.
Absolutely.
Or quadruples back like Giovanni.
We know how difficult it can be to get some middle distance athletes even to do a 4x4 at the end of a day. So
I just saw Jack Hickey trying to snake Keano Boyle into running a 4x4 down below us, so I'm sure UL trying to get the strongest team possible.
It's hard to say no to Jack.
He's so adorable.
I've avoided him successfully all day, so he hasn't collared me, so I will be staying up here for a while.
Yeah.
My legs are destroyed from the steeplechase, so I will be staying on comms for a while.
We do have our 10,000 metre champion from last year, Cathal O'Reilly, not bothered to compete this year. Just smiling up at us there, the sub 4 minute miler, with the gang of Colin Smith also there, not competing. Keane Law also not competing. Calum Hurley, our 800 metre champion from earlier today, and Oisin Kelly then our bronze medalist. They will be looking to give some serious support to their fellow DCU man Michael Murphy in the A race.
So I think we had Aidan Burke leading us out, followed by Maynooth,
Lee
TD and Toos. So a nice mix of colleges here, which is great to see.
1200 gone.
So they go to 1200 in 350, so that's just outside 5 mile, and so they're on about 16-minute pace.
Yeah,
if my maths teacher Matt is
right around the pace where
together there.
Lee Duddy was at a few weeks ago.
Aidan Burke at the front, and then we have a Maynooth athlete follow behind him. Try to get a number on him now.
An appearance in my heat in the men's 800 metres at the indoor championships, where he's currently wearing the heart rate monitor that I instructed him to take off before the 800 metres indoors championships this year. So I didn't get my message across to him this time around. He is sporting the Coros
on the arm,
heart
is
rate
it?
monitor on the arm. Yes,
very good. That's trendy these days, Finn, is it? Would you delve into a bit of Coros heart rate monitors on the wrist?
I do, yes.
Oh, very good.
I'm a changed man. I know I was made famous last year at the banquet for my belt. My trousers where I used
that was a heart rate monitor.
A heart rate monitor for
one
that.
of the old school ones around the chest.
Yes, I've since lost that, so I won't be sporting it this year, unfortunately.
It's not a bad idea, actually. I need to get a new belt.
Yes, I've switched to Coros.
Yeah.
I've seen the issue with the course is the scroll screen. I've seen the lads struggle to train to take their splits.
The what
touch screen, is it?
It's a scrolly thing, don't you have?
Oh, okay.
That's not for taking laps. That's for
There's a button for taking laps and there's a scroller for scrolling. So
Whatever they're doing, Cian Hodgins is struggling to take any sort of splits or lead.
Technology, sure, yeah.
You'll have to start putting the fries back in the bag, Cian Hodgins.
The McDonald's man will have to come up with some new technological advances.
Under management of Sean Hayes, of course. Back to the 5K. Our MTU man,
Aidan Burke leading out, still followed, no change here. MU in second place and 2D, but Kieran McNamee from MTU up to fourth place, followed by Toos again. So I think we have our walk podium there in front of us. So I see Matthew Glennon there picking up the win. Very impressive. I don't know how them boys walk so fast.
I believe that's Jack Woods in third, TCD, for that 5K.
Yeah, we're quite quiet up here now. Should have brought my glasses now. I can't really see the numbers. But Finn is my eyes here.
I'll confirm that when they come back around. But yes, the walkers out there for their well-deserved medals. Of course, the top three well ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, so Matthew Glennon got the win, Jake O'Brien second, and we got Toos athlete in third. Sorry?
Andrew Glennon third.
Andrew Glennon third, okay.
Yes, Andrew Glennon. One of 10 siblings in the Glennon household, a very strong...
Would they all be walkers, Finn?
They're all walkers, yes.
Okay.
Every single one of them.
It's like the lanes.
Oisin Lane, his sister Aisling take the win in the...
Yeah, it's like Project Ingebrigtsen, but just for Irish walking, like.
Yeah, so congratulations to Andrew Glennon there. Jakey O'Brien.
Jakey Poo, I believe.
Jakey Poo O'Brien. And then Matthew Glennon taking the win in 11:45, so... Incredible pace for the 3K there. That's a 3:55 per K walking. So you can imagine.
Yeah. I think there was a few lads in that race today who got an appreciation for how good these walkers really are.
Yes, Matthew Glennon and co will be well ahead of schedule of many of these athletes running.
Yeah, so they'd be knocked on the door. I think Jake walked a European
42:26, I believe.
In the 10K, yeah, over in some random Eastern European town.
And he told me he's going back to Schlotterbar or somewhere like that, Slovenia soon, to chase the second B time.
What is it about Eastern European cities that just makes them so attractive for walking? Like they go to Latvia, Slovenia, Gdansk, Lithuania, all these places. Like Oisin Lane have an answer. He was on comms earlier, wasn't he?
Myself and Oisin Lane were commenting on the walks.
Jeez, that's a trio.
I'm sure you had a good lads.
Okay, so Aidan Burke is well clear here now. He has 6 laps to go.
Yes, Aidan Burke followed by Lee Duddy, followed by, I believe it's Jack Woods. I'll just confirm the number now. That is...
I know that's Kieran McNamee from MTU is coming up in fourth. So of course all these lads are probably just chasing PBs. They mightn't really feature in the overall competition.
Jack Woods of TCD.
Very tactical.
Conditions are great here today though, Finn. I would say.
Are or aren't?
They are, I would say. You know, I'm looking at the flag there, and even during my race earlier, it was very, by Santry standards,
you can see the ribbon I set out there next to the discus yesterday.
Barely moving,
yes.
I've had some gale force winds here.
Much stronger breeze yesterday despite the warmer weather.
Yeah, I keep thinking of National Seniors last year, 2 years ago.
Slightly wet track as we hear the squelch of the magic speeds of the UCD athlete there.
But I'm sure most of these lads will be very grateful they're not running in the 20 degrees that we had yesterday.
Yes, we had to do an emergency run to the shop to get a number of water bottles for the 10K runners.
Greatly appreciated by all the...
Did you utilise it?
Phelan Kelly was there tossing them out, just spraying one lads at some stage.
Good man, Phelan.
Phelan Kelly always happy to help out.
Okay, so we're coming up to, we'll get 3K split here for Aidan, so he's going to be in around 9:22.
Bang on 7 minutes.
It's a 307.
So that's bang on 5 in a mile.
307
that's
pace.
Good going. So yeah. And he's closely followed, so 9:30 there for
Lee Duddy of Maynooth University
and Jack Woods from TUD. So they're
TCD.
So they'd be TCD. Sorry.
I would say Aidan Burke would beat a good few lads who will be in this second race. Like 15:35 be competitive enough.
So
time.
them lads will be on for well sub 16 clock, and so hopefully some PBs there for the guys.
Just check my Strava now and see exactly the time Lee Duddy did run up in Belfast and see
if
he's
he's going to fact check on that now. What time did you say he ran?
15:56 is my guess.
They say he broke 15. I was like, what's he doing in this race?
Not quite yet. He has set himself a goal of breaking 2 in the 800.
Wow.
Which he made very clear at work with me on multiple days would be very easy, and I tried to convince him otherwise. I believe his best this season indoor was a 2:07. So
I mean, the logic is there. Like, I mean, it is only 2 laps of the track. Like, how bad can it be?
Yes.
Coaching him?
I'm not coaching him, unfortunately, although he does ask me for advice now and then.
Maybe if he brings on a coach like yourself, you might be able to take that jump.
Of course, MSP with a lovely facility down there in
Porterstown.
Sorry, I was going to say Carperstown.
Oh, it is Carper. Well,
is it?
Well, it's next to Carperstown.
Yeah,
Yes.
I ran there many times with Scott. But lovely new track. Even though I nearly tore my hamstring there last year trying to hop the fence.
The fences
Probably
have
should have
since been upgraded in size. Upgraded,
what?
yes.
They're like 10 foot high.
Too many unofficial football matches happening in there. So there's...
No.
You wouldn't have to lock it in the first place, sir.
Would be nice to have tartan.
So Lee Duddy, the Clonliffe Harrier man, well experienced on this track here in Santry. In second place there behind Aidan Burke.
Those are loud shoes.
That's what, yeah.
I guess above the stack height loud. Michael Murphy can get away with it. Anyone can.
Here we are, 15:56. There you go, Lee Duddy.
Very good. Good man, Finn.
Although it's only 4.99 kilometres on the Strava.
A bit like Mark's 5K PB. But,
That's a measured course, no matter what my Garmin says.
Or is it 1,200 to go for mile?
Aidan has 3 laps to go. Yeah.
Second place here, Lee Duddy just about to overtake our...
Giovanni taking splits every lap, clicking his watch every time he crosses the line, which I respect. Got to stay locked on.
A
lot of data. As a man like you, Luke, loves your data.
Yeah.
Straight into the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Would love to see him in the Gibson tonight. We can...
I will be buying him a drink.
Deserves a drink or two bought for him, indeed.
Find something in the UL budget now to... I know you're as tight as...
I can't officially comment on our financial situation, but... I see what I can do.
Money.
Yeah, I'll get a loan off them, sure.
Now we have a team of 6 lap counters down there. Or is it 8? Are those 2 ladies there sitting on the first place podium? So
that's 2 Cashmans. That's Avril Cashman. No, Alex Cashman, sorry.
Cashman, Sarah Butler.
Sarah Butler.
8 lap counters out there. A big upgrade on our 2 or 3. I believe one of them was Dara Donahue as well, so he wouldn't even count as a lap counter. He's sure he can't even count.
So 800 to go. 800 to
go
here
here
for
the laps
Aidan
wrong
Burke.
and an 800 Dara would.
2 laps to go for Aidan Burke here. Doing it all on his own, so he 13:08 on the clock there, so he's probably looking, if he closes well, but at 15:40 something, I suppose.
You can bring it home.
Strong running it here from Lee Duddy as well in behind, and Jack Woods in third place coming into the home straight now for
We'll
Trinity.
be looking for if you'll need a 2:30, I suppose. Last 75 for the next 2 laps to break 16. Maybe dip under that PB. What was PB again? 15:57.
But Aidan Burke has PBs on the track, 350 mids.
Yeah.
Represented Ireland at 1500 for
Great athlete, yeah.
Francoville, so.
I see Barry Clavin down there walking along after his walks earlier, handing out the programmes which he had kindly prepared for this event. Maybe handing them out a slight bit late, considering we don't have that many late races left. But
questionable technique from Barry Clavin, to be honest, in the walk.
Very questionable.
Yeah.
They were very lenient with the...
very lenient. And poor Garode got 3 warnings on the first lap and he was barely moving.
As we see Cian Gorham, our 1500 metre champion, making his way down towards Coach
I know
Joe
about you
Ryan.
boys, but I'm getting very excited for this 5k now.
Yeah.
I see Aaron Brennan and Cormac McDermott getting ready for a few strides there now for the 5k. I don't know why they're doing it on the home straight.
Jack McMahon, DCU, coming
Cotter
from...
I think this is his first race in 2 years.
Sean Cotter back from a broken leg. Broke his ankle doing WWE moves after 21st. Down in Limerick. But so he's been away on placement in Germany the last few weeks. For months even.
Lee Duddy comes around to take the bell here for a minute.
But anyways, yeah, back to the wee race. Taking the bell. Aidan Burke has this sewn up.
Looks like the Galway guys had the sheep shears out last night. Padraig Fairty
Yeah, a few fresh haircuts there for the Galway lads.
Aerodynamic.
And Jack Woods coming into his last lap now as well. As Aidan Burke comes around, about 150 to go for Aidan Burke, the man in the lead there.
You're right, Finn. We do have a lot of lap counters.
And one of them isn't Darragh Donoghue.
As you've mentioned before.
Yes. cannot stress that enough.
In the 10,000, I believe I saw 29 laps to go at one stage with Darragh Donoghue controlling the...
Aidan Burke kicking it in nicely here now.
29 laps.
Yeah, so a lovely 15:30 here for Aidan Burke. On his own the whole way. So fair play to Aidan.
So they can't do too much messing in the A race now. The decent time being set down.
That would be competitive in the A race, I reckon, for a lot of people.
Yeah, and even if he had someone to race with, he could.
I reckon he might have been disappointed to be in the B race. Yeah, he might have been disappointed to be in the B race.
Had to do a lot of running on his own.
Yeah, so well done to Aidan. And then who do we have coming in now? Where's our
Dudley
man?
might be just outside 16
just
minutes
16.
here.
Also done a lot of running on his own.
Been on his own the whole way. Very impressive run from him.
So well done.
You can check the heart rate data on that after that one, Lee.
on half tight as well.
Yeah. Wonder if he's picked them up with a staff discount. Come on, Jack Woods finishing there, 16-16 for Trinity in third place in that B race. And we have some finishes here coming in from TUS and TUD.
5 athletes in under 16-20.
There's a very strong showing in depth here at varsity level from these athletes. So I believe Giovanni Salvatore is lapping Michael Salami here. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing a head-to-head battle between those two legendary varsity athletes.
I'll tell you, it's great to see athletes like him getting fired up. Oh yeah, we're going to want to get that finish.
Big finish. Lots of groans being let out here by the ATU man there, as he's outkicked by UCD.
As Jack Hickey told me in an athletics lab recently, biomechanics lab recently, the more noise you make equals force production. So, coming up the home straight, if you're roaring, you're putting that force into the track.
Usually a technique used in the throws, not usually used at the end of a 5k.
And same lab they were playing rounders in on Wednesday.
No. That was a few weeks
rounders,
after.
So these students are hard at work in UL.
Yep, the future teachers of the country.
Just whipping them around the place, so they're working hard.
Okay, so we're the last few lads coming in now for the B race. And then we'll be going over to the start of the A race, which I would say is my favourite race of the day now, what I've been looking forward to the most.
So many different permutations in this one.
So many things can happen here.
As we have another kick in there, ACTU getting the better of Trinity. Still under 18 minutes.
And a big shout out for Giovanni coming in here. Will he dip under 18?
Go on.
Oh, I don't know. We're going to have to go to the live results for that one.
We might need a photo finish.
But great, well done. Will he be running the 4x4?
I would say almost certainly.
Almost certainly, okay.
If TUD have a team, he will be on it.
He's a very tall bloke though, and as a fella who's gone out of blocks in a National League myself, I would not like to see him get out of blocks.
I think there's a photo of Mark being still in the blocks at 0.5 seconds, still on the clock.
Yeah, and you know what, Luke? I still won that leg, so...
Yeah, did you beat Owen Sharkey?
I beat Owen Sharkey, actually, yeah.
400 metre specialist.
Was that in DSD or no National League?
No, that was a National League here, yeah.
Fair play to you.
And it was another one of those days where they went 3 hours over the timetable, and I was running a 4x4 here at 8:30 at night, and I had to drive back down.
It looks like he is delighted.
Yeah,
Giovanni's delighted.
That's
what you want.
Only done one race.
Yeah, he'd be well under 17. I'd say he'd take another minute off if he hadn't done possibly 7 or 8 other races already this weekend.
If he hadn't raced yesterday. Giovanni is delighted.
As we have our ATU finisher here. Oh no, he's not finishing. He still has another lap to go. Another man doubling back from the 10k yesterday.
And the steeple earlier, may I add.
Was he in the steeple?
He was, yeah.
Oh my.
So I remember passing him going, how are you doing this in trainers?
ATU take over now as Michael Murphy hits the
Oh
track.
yeah, the Michael Murphy fan club is
we
wrapped
have a
up here
number
now.
of athletes here coming back in. So what's been your highlight of the day, Colin Smith?
So far it has to be Calum Hurley's win over Kyle Moorhead.
Brilliant race.
Congrats, Calum. Calum is here with us.
So yeah, congratulations, Calum, our winner from the 800 metres. Could you give us a little bit of a talk through that race as we wait for the men's A?
Yeah, so we have a few minutes left now before 10k goes off.
Yeah, it was a good race. Kyle took it on early enough and brought us around, and then he did all the hard work for me. Came into the home straight and just about had him. Good run from Ushin Kelly as well.
Extremely exciting down the home straight indeed. Did look like Ushin was going to take a short for a brief bit for me in commentary here, but No, the stronger kick came through in the end for your first intervarsity title.
Yeah, after 3 years.
Second or third intervarsity race as well, I believe.
Yeah, yeah, after 3 years.
That's not a bad percentage, in fairness. Like, you know, you could run 10 and win 1. Like,
improvement on first year.
Yeah, big improvement on first year.
how'd you get on first year?
We don't talk about first year.
Give it the time.
Did you make it out the heats?
2:04, season's best.
In the final.
From 2023, I believe, was it?
Was that DSD?
DSD, yes.
Yeah. The wind tunnel. Okay, so our HU athlete has made it in.
And I believe that's everyone done for that.
Everyone, so we're going to hopefully get the A race underway. Will we get our opinions from the lads?
Cian Law not lining out. Cian Law not lining out in this one, unfortunately. Can you give us an update on your status?
Yeah, ended up getting sick. Would love to contend up there with the boys, but Jesus, it is a strong.
Get away from me now and from the commentary box. You're going to make us all sick.
Bringing your Dublin diseases up here.
He had it too.
Huh? I've been talking to him for the last half an hour.
No, a strong contingent here. Like, you've got 5 or 6 lads all around that 14:10, sub 14:10 mark. Steep.
You have the spanner in the works as well, Kevin McGrath, a man very familiar to myself and Calum from the National Senior Indoor Championships. So if it's in any way slow, he has a few gears to go through.
We're moving towards the line now.
Okay, so last opinions from the boys. One name. Cian Law doesn't answer. Calum Hurley.
One name.
Michael Murphy.
Colin Smith. One name.
Kevin McGrath.
Kevin McGrath has been picked by the DCU quartet to win, not Michael Murphy.
Oh, have to go with Niall Murphy. We don't back our own.
Niall Murphy from Luke Purcell there, Mark.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with Niall Murphy, but he's going to want to make this honest. Okay.
Message from Pat Hogan.
I believe. Hello to Pat if he's watching.
Make them suffer.
Hello to Bridget if she's watching as well.
Andy Nevin tripling back to the 10k in the steeple here.
After a half marathon last week.
Fair play to him, extremely strong athlete. He was here. I was here setting up at 10:30 yesterday morning.
Yeah.
His event didn't start until about what time was the 10k was at 2 o'clock yesterday, and he was in the changing room lying down at 10:30, ready to go at 10:30. So no doubting he's ready to go here for this 5k.
Okay, so I'm just going to go through the start list here. Ben Lean Smith from UCC had a great indoor season. Was he 4th in the 3k, I think, for an PB. Kevin McGrath, who's been picked by DCU to win. Oisin Murray of UG. Aaron Brennan, 1 year down, UG. Callum Barron from UCD. Keane McDonald, 1 year down from UCD as well. Sean Cotter, UG. Niall Fish Murphy from UL. Barry the Lasher Conway, also from UL. Jack Mann, DCU. Robert Troy, UCC.
Jack McMahon doubling back from the steeple earlier.
Okay, good bronze from Jack. Then we have Robert Troy from UCC, Ger Long, UCC, Rory Hollywood, Queens, Michael Murphy, DCU.
Rory Hollywood, not a name not too unfamiliar with an 800, I believe.
So Rory Hollywood more of an 800, do you think?
Seen him in a few 800s.
Okay, interesting. So we'll see how he gets on over the longer distance. We have Michael Murphy then, Daniel Dines, Queens, Brodie McKay, University of Ulster, Cormac Dermott, UG, Andy Nevin, third race of the weekend from Toos, and Jamie Maloney from UL. Is that right, Luke? He's in this.
Surprised not to see Giovanni Salvatore in this one.
I think he can rest now. Well, we'll stay on for the 4x4 and see if he talks for that if they have a team. What college is he from?
TUD,
okay. I didn't recognise saying this.
He'll have done 42.5 laps of Morton Stadium over the last 24 hours, basically.
7 water jumps as well.
7 water jumps.
30
over the ladies' height, though. So.
There's a mathematics you're studying, Luke.
Yeah, well, engineer.
Ah, come on.
Mark does the mathematics.
Don't ask me anything.
As the is that the discus or the weight for distance podium?
So, where am I standing on here?
Must be.
Wait, no, it's over.
It's over. They're getting
okay, and we're off in the 5k. The first 800 here now. Will tell a lot.
Straight to the front on the outside channel.
Yeah. So they have the stagger start here, so they cut in after 100 metres, but Michael Murphy's getting wasted front, and so is Niall Murphy. So as Niall Murphy's teammate from UL and his track, I think he wants to make this honest.
Nearly as calm as a day as you could ask for here in Santry, so I'd imagine there might be one or two lads not too shy to go to the front here.
Okay, so Niall Murphy straight to the front, making it honest. 33 seconds through the first 200.
Big four all to the front as well.
Closely followed by Michael Murphy.
It's going to be a long way home for him if he follows at this pace.
Kevin McGrath tucked in there in fourth place. Oisin Murray in third. Barry Conway, and then I think that's Keith MacDonald maybe of UCD in fifth or sixth.
Interesting to see how this will play out over the first kilometre. Niall Murphy seems to be taking it on. Michael Murphy happy to sit in. We see there Oisin Murray then of Galway, part of the Michael Murphy, part of the road relay winning team for DCU also. 67 there through 400. Oisin Murray there of University of Galway, Kevin McGrath, and is that Barry Conway, our co-commentator
Barry
there?
the Rasher Conway, who gave out a lot of abuse yesterday on the commentary, so
yeah, Barry was saying some awful things about me earlier during my race, so if he doesn't hold on here and he gets dropped after the abuse will come in. But anyway, so we have a good range of athletes here now. I think Niall Murphy, definitely 5k, 10k, great strength, connoisseur of 80 mile weeks. Michael Murphy's been working on speed boys, I think. Fell victim to that in the indoors myself.
Michael Murphy, not too unfamiliar to a few quick 600s in training. So
yeah, I was on camp with him in Font there last August, just randomly running a 25 second 200s
this year.
Quite weird.
French
with some
runner.
Yusuf, yeah.
must.
And I made fun of him, and then I got outkicked by him. Then 6 months later, so
must have been for the.
But he's taking it on. That's an interesting move now. Maybe there was a few words on the start line, so they go through in 2:15. So that's kind of 14:10-ish pace. Thank you, Luke, my engineer. So Oisin Murray there in third place. Fun fact about Oisin Murray: spent a couple of weeks in UL actually as a first year, and then moved to UG, but stayed in the group chat for a couple of months. So he was
gathering insider information
in the group chat. Barry likes to point out how tight I am with UL money, but I would pay to have Oisin Murray back on our side.
As Michael Murphy was not interested in Niall Murphy's not too slow of a pace,
so
to be fair.
2:49 first K, so that's 14:10 pace.
It's not a bad clip here as the rest of the lads are coming through there, sub 3 minutes.
So that'll be kind of
taking it on in
track
the second group.
Yeah,
man known for his exploits on the muck.
Andy Nevin feeling the burn from the steeple earlier.
Yeah, God bless
him. And the 10k yesterday.
Barry Conway falling off the group now, so he's in no man's land here.
This could be a long way home for the Lasher.
This could be painful for the Rasher.
But I'm sure his mother will cheer him on.
I think Barry Conway's down there.
We can hear her.
Yeah, Barry Conway's down there with the dairy milks. Had them in the fridge overnight, I'd say, so they will be rock solid.
What a lovely sight to see after a cross country race. Burnley with
Bernie
a bag
Conway
of
coming over
Cadbury's.
to you with a dairy milk, like you can't cheer the thing, jeez.
No better prize.
Yeah, so Michael Murphy still leading out. Big Morgan Wallen fan. Alright, what spikes are you wearing, lads? Are they legal? They're Dragonflies, thank you, lads.
Did he use his code to buy that?
So use DMC Run 5 for Michael Murphy discount on top 4 running.
68 still clipping off.
So yeah, so that'll be kind of track PB pace for everyone here, I'd say.
A lot of men well capable of this, as Bentley and Smith looks to make his way up to Barry Conway, of
yes,
course.
This is an interesting
battle.
battle.
Points on offer there.
Yeah, interesting battle here now because Ben would have a lot of experience training with Barry over in Portugal for the last couple of Januaries. So he will be reeling him in.
Conway holding his gap now. He's probably letting the boys off, but
so Barry,
Robert Troy is chasing him.
Barry ran 14:53, I think, in Armagh, something like that.
Armagh 4.99k race.
Yeah, downhill, Armagh 5k pace. So Barry will be looking for a track PB here, but it's a long way home when you're dropped off like this, and he knows the boys are coming for him. So Niall Murphy takes the lead again. Maybe they had some words to share the lead here. But they're well on pace here for PBs on the track.
Yeah, a sharing of the duties up front, but there's no doubt about Kev McGrath not being interested in taking the lead there. He's been nicely tucked in behind the whole way so far. He will be hoping that he just has a few more gears to go through by the end of this.
Yeah, so 8 laps to go, 2 miles to go. Niall Murphy, of course, wearing a singlet that he has not paid for. So I'm still waiting for that 25 quid off him.
You are not doing anything for the allegations Barry made against you earlier now.
I'm going to lean into the treasure thing.
25 quid, an absolute steal for UL singlet. We'll be charging the last 30 quid for DCU one.
€25 if anyone's interested for UL singlets. Club needs the money. I've approached him about it several times and he's claimed that he has paid for it or that he's borrowed a singlet, but
is it not showing up in the statements?
It does not.
All the milk money that the Murphy family
exactly
have.
Yeah, so Niall Murphy has 400 cows. Something like that, yeah.
About that many acres of land as well.
Plenty of ground to be doing his
calves this season, yeah.
Plenty of ground to be running his 8-mile weeks on.
Country course around his farm in Quinn.
So Avron Miller down there cheering on Michael Murphy, a fellow DCU athlete.
Just as he takes the lead
Just
there.
as he takes the lead, yes. Kevin McGrath sitting patiently. Oisin Murray not doing much either, just biding their time, doing their thing, but it's a hard pace.
We must have missed the 2K split there due to the blabberings about cows.
Ben Lean Smith closing the gap and Barry Conway. Barry Conway could be getting a bit of company now in the next 2 laps.
Yeah, the BLS is there.
Big apologies there. Robert Troy charging down Barry Conway. Sorry, I said Ben Smith in the chase back.
So 2,400 metres there, so 4 laps gone. 650.
Okay,
What? Andy Nevin did the speed on the 10K and he's on the 5K now.
Okay, so coming up to
It's crazy.
Coming up to halfway now. They are on 14-10 pace if they can keep the ball rolling, and they'll need to close a bit.
Michael Murphy does seem to be interested in keeping this pace going strong here.
They haven't been able to knock off the 2 milers behind them, so
a half miler there. Kevin McGrath.
Definitely a bit of tactics going on there between 2 boys helping each other out. Niall Murphy might move around here now, take a lap. Not fond of taking a lap in training, lads, I must add.
Was this discussed during the haircut yesterday that Michael gave Niall? Say Niall looking particularly sharp after his night in DCU.
Yeah, and bang on cue, Niall Murphy goes to the front.
They must be sharing this because this is like clockwork here. As the 2 lads, Oisin Murray and Kevin McGrath, the 148 man over 800 metres, happy to just sit at the back and bide his time.
Yeah, so we'll be getting a 3K split in about half a lap.
Yes.
Which will tell a lot because that's when things get interesting.
You want to be below 8:30?
Yeah, they'll be in around 68, so be 8:30s. That's 14-10 pace. Niall Murphy maybe gapping a bit.
Michael's starting to feel the pain. Could we see a varsity cross-country repeat here?
Yeah, so the UL 5K record is held by Dylan Casey from 2 years ago, out kicking Harry Colbert. Great race.
Yes, great race.
Dylan sadly didn't complete the...
Okay, so this looks to be a bit of a push from Niall Murphy here. There's a small bit of daylight. 8:33, so they're just outside 14-10 pace. I think Niall will be targeting a sub 14-15.
251 per K so far for these lads. Niall Murphy
running.
just kind of steal a bit of a gap on Michael Murphy there. No
so
relation.
This is what he needs to do. This is what he needs to do. He needs to keep the pace honest because these boys behind him, Kevin McGrath particularly, Oisin Murray, no slouch either over 1500. They're fast boys. So Niall Murphy needs to keep the squeeze on.
Kevin McGrath will be hoping that the 2 lads in front of him close the gap for him because he doesn't want to do any of the special work himself.
Yeah, Oisin Murray deciding not to move out and let Michael Murphy try slowly bring in that gap maybe and work. No one working with Michael Murphy in that second group.
Certainly stealing a few yards there is Niall Murphy on the 3 lads in behind.
Yeah, so it'll be miles going now when they come through the start finish line, but this is Niall Murphy setting out a stall.
As we see Jack McMahon going in there with 5 laps to go. My apologies.
Showing a bit of pain on his face, but a man who's able to work through that sort of stuff with his second place at National Senior Cross Country.
Andy Nevin moving out respectfully there, giving the lads a bit of encouragement as they go by.
Very impressive from Kevin McGrath, I must add.
Andy Nevin, also a former colleague of mine.
Yeah, to be honest, like the amount of laps I've taken from Murph in workouts is ridiculous. Like, Yes, we might try to get a split on Niall now, but it looks like he's picking it up. If he wants to dip under that 14-15, he needs to keep the ball rolling, but he's going to have to do it on his own. The gap isn't getting much bigger.
And the two boys should be able to kick off Michael and the faster pace maybe close in.
Yes, and
that
Niall
might
will
give
be
Michael that extra bit of energy.
Yes, and I'll be picking off some back markers now in the next lap or two. Give him something to look at.
So
Something to chase
as
down.
Niall comes around to lap, our steeplechase bronze medalist from earlier, Jack McMahon, must be feeling the burn from that one. Despite the water jump being of a lower height.
Barry Conway's going to pay for his early pace, and he's been caught by Ben Lean Smith. But it's all about the race up front. Murray, McGrath.
There's been a nice race unfolding as well there for 5th place. I'm getting a phone call. Not important.
Yeah, so Barry Conway's been caught by the two UCC lads, which could be costly if Barry slips a few points here. We'll need him to get up. We need double points from this race if we want to keep the overall interest in.
We might have to cheer him on now from the commentary.
Might have to cheer him on for the commentary boot, Luke. That's
so
your
they
job.
go through 4K here, 11:23.
Come on, Barry! You need to catch the two UCC lads!
Barry Conway under strict instructions from his co-commentator yesterday, Luke Purcell, to get back up to the UCC lads. They can't have a...
But that sub 250 first K could be coming back to bite Barry. But anyways... Some would say. But anyways, back to the front of the race. Niall Murphy is stretching out a little bit. Michael Murphy's leading out the chase flag with the two boys sitting on him as they've done for the last 10 laps.
Niall Murphy would have gone through to 4K there in 11:23, so that would have given him a 250 last K, so he has picked it up a slight bit.
I took his last lap there, it was a 68, so he's not getting much quicker if the lads get rolling, but he is clicking off those 68s. It's looking to be about 14:10 pace.
Metronomic Murphy.
Yeah.
Well, Kevin McGrath look to make a move now soon enough if he wants to have a chance at catching Niall Murphy.
So I think Niall ran 14:12 on the track last year over in Watford, where he nearly got disqualified in the home straight for impeding a Wales athlete. What's his name? Shepherd Lloyd. Oisin Murray making a move now past Michael Murphy. And Kevin McGrath also following him.
So 600 metres to go now for Niall Murphy. He has about a 20 metre lead on Oisin Murray and co there.
Okay, so the chase group is getting rolling now, so I think
They're
Niall
ringing
Murphy
the bell a
will
little bit
just
early
about have
here.
enough of a gap here.
It is Niall Murphy in the lead very much. He does look like he's going to run away with this as Kevin McGrath looks to make his move on the outside.
The boys are getting rolling. This could be interesting.
Michael Murphy just beginning to feel a bit of the pain here as Niall Murphy takes the bell out front. 13:04 will need a big last lap
Yeah,
here for
he's
a track
going to need
PB.
to be quick now if he wants to get on a 14:10.
But a man known for his speed. He might have picked up known for his speed in his car anyway.
Yeah. No comment on the legal activities of Niall Murphy in the back roads, but anyways, they fly down the back straight here. So we have our two 1500 lads chasing Niall Murphy, but I think Niall Murphy's going to have enough.
Niall Murphy is away and gone, but there is a big battle here for the bronze and silver medals between
this
Kevin
last one
McGrath
I'm
and
watching
Oisin
now.
Murray.
Oisin Murray versus Kevin McGrath.
Mark, you know what it's like to be chased down by Oisin Murray in one of these 5Ks?
Yeah, I've been beaten by both of these lads, so I'm very interested to see how this plays out.
As the atmosphere begins to pick up here, Niall Murphy's going to reach
The
the home
boys are
straight
closing
here.
a bit, but I think Niall Murphy will have enough. Kevin
McGrath is flying down the home straight here.
It's going to be very
Niall Murphy
close.
is looking back. He's looking a bit
Well, Niall
nervous.
Murphy, oh, no, he will.
Kevin McGrath is catching him. Did he leave it a bit too late?
Niall Murphy takes the win. 14:09. Kevin McGrath second. 14:10. Oisin Murray third. 14:12. What a race!
Incredibly impressive run there from the front from
Great
Niall
point.
Murphy to take that. Michael Murphy just coming in there for 4th place for DCU.
And Niall Murphy,
Kevin McGrath finally
again, the fastest 5K guy in the group.
Maybe Kevin McGrath a bit disappointed that the lads didn't close the gap on Niall Murphy a bit earlier.
He had a lot left in the tank
He has
there.
no one to blame but himself, though. He didn't take it on early. So.
Yeah, Kevin McGrath in all sorts of pain.
As we have a sprint in here for 5th and 6th place between the UCC's two UCC athletes.
Sending it in.
It's Ben Lean Smith.
Sub. Wow.
Big PB, though, I presume, for both
PBs from the boys. Great race, great quality race.
As Barry Conway has been taken over by the two UCD athletes coming in here to finish up.
I think Barry has a lap to go, does he?
No, he's finishing.
He hasn't blown up that bad. Barry might have to go back to the pheasant farming back in Lissy Casey. He likes doing that on the side for a bit of cash.
As he said to Cian Hodgins yesterday, Barry Conway will have to go start putting the fries back in the bag.
Might actually have to get a job in McDonald's.
What's Cian Hodgins you're thinking of?
Otherwise, Barry might have to get a job there.
Yeah. So Sean Cotter coming in, fan favourite, followed by Aaron Brennan, the two UG boys.
So just to run you back through the podium there, we had Niall Murphy making a breakaway earlier on, but he was chased down very quickly by Kevin McGrath. Just ran out of track, Kevin McGrath.
Yeah, so there was only a second in the end, so it was a very tight finish. We knew the boys had good gears.
I'm dead signals towards some of the people standing outside the track. We're talking about Keane Boyle.
Oh, so you mean the smart comments he was making up earlier came back to bite him?
Oh, 100%.
Oh, yeah, okay.
In front. But we have 1500 metre bronze medalist.
Hi, do you reckon I should go down with my card machine now and charge Barry Conway for not getting us any points in that race?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, how much should I charge
for
him?
running an insensible race?
he can pay for Niall Murphy's singlet.
Shalom, you owe me €25.
It's the last bit of Saturday.
So that's the last bit of individual track action, I believe.
Yeah, so the 4x4 time trials
the
coming
guys
up
are celebrating like they won something. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there, and they must be happy. It's Sean Cotter's first race in 2 years since his accident with his ankle.
I'm sure
it's like they were
with Niall's performance.
Yes,
it's like they were celebrating the road relays going into the last lap earlier this year.
Yeah, road relays this year. Great competition actually.
Yeah. On the 3 mile.
Yeah,
might have been the difference.
On the 3 mile, Thomas McStay sitting on me for 2.5 miles, and then
I was disappointed not to see my co-commentator here, Mark Hanrahan, on the last mile with me.
Yeah,
Keane Boyle, he was here. He even gave you a little scare maybe once you went past your common room, but
yeah, I mean, as road relays go, like when you take out the UCD super team, it was actually a very interesting race, like because we were leading, and then DCU came back from the depths of hell, and Woods are here nailing Roland Surlis on the finals straight away on some very tight corners. Now my ankles were sore looking at it, to be honest.
Not easy corners to take. I was putting a lot of trust into my on-cloud boom echoes.
Were they purchased with Murph 5 discount code for top 4?
They were faulties that I picked up from the shop.
Well, okay.
They were returned due to some of the grip coming off them. So
sound good now. You wouldn't want to have a wet day in Maynooth.
No, I was lucky. There was a good day in Maynooth. The ground was
a very good day. Yeah,
nice and solid.
Yeah, so I think on that last day, Keane Boyle closed right up. Put in a grey shift on the first half mile while the two boys up ahead were jogging.
I believe you went by me at one stage.
I believe I did.
You actually did, yeah.
Here we have Keane
on the grass.
It's like the Mario Kart when you cut the corner with the mushroom.
We have Keane Boyle back from his how should I say, adventures in the 1500 metres earlier on.
Yeah, happy enough. UL record.
Who had the record?
Rory Chester.
What was it?
353.
Ooh, okay. So did you get it?
353. Lower.
You're chasing down a very tired Oisin Davis for the bronze.
Yeah, Davis worked hard early, strung us out well.
Yeah, big respect to him now for pulling it on and making it honest. The boys
I don't have as much respect. I would have quite liked it to be slow, but it is what it is. Sean Quinn blew it open with 800 to go.
He blew it open and blew up.
But, cycling home to it.
Is that based on your bit of speed from the under 23 800 metre championships that you were involved in earlier this year?
Yeah, I learnt a lot in that 800, especially the last straight of the heat where I got passed by Finn and
Trying, was it?
Andrew McGilton.
Oh, right. Andrew McGilton, yes, our finalist in the 800.
I tried to open it in the final and that didn't work either. I just went to the back, but sure. Learning.
You had a good race today though, still. Like, what, you had 3:53, was that a PB? Yeah.
One of the fastest last laps.
And you had been slightly dropped, and I was a bit nervous, but you held it together in fairness, so fair play to you again. Getting up on the podium. You gotta get the win sometime.
In a great 1500 metre race.
Okay, so our final 5k athlete of the championship coming into the finish.
And still a sub 20 minute clockling for this athlete.
So he'll be happy. Great finish.
Yeah, Jamie's definitely 16. Sub 16 anyways, which would be a big PB for Jamie Maloney. Yeah.
What do you run?
He was close to Barry.
Did he break 15?
He was 15.
Oh, 9.
15,
Oh, okay. Over 16, okay. Thinking of Jesus, going.
Barry Conway though.
1409 mark.
1408.
And that was metronomic from Niall though.
From what?
Yeah, incredible and very impressive performance from Niall Murphy. Didn't let up at all in that race.
Giving him a hand on the early laps.
Yeah, big kudos there to Niall Murphy on that one. In fairness to him,
Some team tactics between Michael Murphy and Niall Murphy. No relation.
No relation, no college. Just
yeah, I mean,
they share a house in
like
Falls Row, I suppose.
myself, Luke here on comms with me, Niall Murphy and Mike Murphy were in camp together. Definitely grew close.
As Michael Murphy is showing off the abs there, trackside.
Yeah, I did want to kill Michael Murphy a few times.
Yeah,
I must
Michael
add.
Murphy did try to get a bit close and comfortable with Niall at one stage. But,
Yeah, I think we'll stop talking about that there now. There's Martina and Bernie. How are you?
So
Bernie,
I believe
two happy mammies. I think Martina will be fairly happy.
I believe that's our weight for distance podium going up there. So we have Colin Murray from
Great
DCU, our
stuff.
hammered champion, coming back from earlier in the
And
day.
there's Parker Callahan.
Of UL.
And a win for Maynooth. You love to see.
Gold and silver for Minute in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, so that's great little close today for Maynooth. I'm sure they have really teams up as well, but good to see smaller colleges getting on the podium.
I don't know.
Okay, so Finn Woodger's gone now just to get a bit of
Gone in to manage the
official,
event, like.
official results for the field events.
Yeah.
As the live results come in.
Fair play to
Well, they're not
Finn.
live results, but they're results.
Women's 4x4, silver medalist in the 800 Holly O'Boyle, doubling back now.
Ooh.
Laura McCourt, Eve Mooney, Sarah Lane for DCU, back from yesterday's mixed relay. These will be interesting with them being time trials.
Time trials, yeah. So will we have 2 heats from each?
Three in the first heat.
3 in the first heat.
So
okay.
UL had the advantage of going second yesterday. They won't today.
This mightn't be mighty crack.
And it looks like we have Cian McHodgins joining us in the commentary booth. Cian, any
After
comment on your
10 mile run this morning?
All right, Mac laughed.
About 10 second PB.
That's more than that, by the way.
Right, so turning back to the real athletics.
Okay, so we only have
4x4.
3 in this heat, so
have to wonder why don't we just fill both races.
I'll pull up the start list here if I can.
Mark's going to get us a start list here. DCU though, very strong. Yeah, I'll put a call out over the stream. We're looking for Louis Woodger and Cian Gorham because Cian O'Boyle wants to get his medal so he can go home. Let's see, Jamie Maloney strutting his stuff down the track. 11:02. Yeah, call it out. Yeah.
At every entry.
No surprise when you're that close to DCU.
Great quality hotel, but yeah, the security was very strict now. While there got a call to move your car. I couldn't understand the parking situation at all. Yeah,
but obviously they have a preference for Nishan and Cash guys.
In fairness, yeah, Cash guys are just elite. Like.
See Niall Murphy ready for his 4 mile warm down now as he waits for Michael Murphy to get his on shoes. No.
Did you not see his last lap?
he ran 68s and nothing quicker than 68. Fintan Dewhurst though, back from his 400 hurdles.
Yeah,
Sean Hayes,
Jack
a
Hickey
big
as
ginger
well.
man from Nina. And Jack Hickey.
Okay, so in this heat we have Trinity,
Dewhurst is
UL,
ready to go.
MTU, and I think that's DCU on the outside. Yeah.
That'll be someone doing that.
I think she
Okay, so we
was
have
the
4 in this
400 metre individual champion earlier on today. Did not want to run in the mixed 4x4 yesterday. She made that very obvious to us, thankfully, as it was difficult to put some teams together for those relays. I believe is that.
No, they'll probably have 2 races, I'd say, and it goes
so
off time trials.
normally, I'll announce for the stream here. Normally, how this is done is the heats are run on Friday evening, which can be difficult for a lot of colleges, given that there's a mixed 4x4 after a long day of athletics, immediately followed by the 4x4 heats for both the men and the women. And due to the fact that the timetable was slightly overrun, the decision was made to run both men's and women's 4x4s in a similar manner to the mixed one as timed heats this afternoon. So that's what we're seeing here now. We're seeing 2 timed heats for the women's. So the first heat we have here is TCD, UL, MTU and DCU. It's good to see the 2 teams that will be close to the team title, UL and DCU, in the same heat, making that side of it a bit more competitive. not too, maybe 15 minutes behind today. So plenty of time to get these relays done. Everyone can go home and get ready for this evening celebrations, I'm sure, for many of the athletes here today. Looking down to my left here, I can see UCD's Boria Canola firmly with a tracksuit on, sliders on, coat. He will not be participating in the UCD 4x4 as they try to defend their title for the men's team. UCD to go in for the second heat of this women's 4x4, looking to defend their title from last year in Belfast. The lads are still looking for Louis Woodger.
Yeah, and I'm looking for Niall Murphy to come up here, but he just refuses to look at me.
Well, Finn has been posted up in the commentary booth or Race Results HQ here for.
Louis is luckily easy enough to spot due to his fire red hair.
Peanut Boyle has spotted Keane Gorham. See fire red hair down at the 400 step, but that is Sean Hayes, not Louis Woodger, the Mick manager.
Yes, the Mick manager coming back from the 800 metre heats yesterday. Closely followed there by Emmanuel Osas of DCU. I haven't been involved in the DCU relays for today, so I wonder has he gotten a late call up to the DCU men's 4x400 metre team. Emmanuel Osas, of course, very good 400 metre on the decathlete. Believe he went close to 50 seconds flat there.
Derogatory signs up towards us. He is not a happy boy despite his incredible victory.
We will have that reported to the results team and get him disqualified.
Did you get any luck with field event results? We're still waiting for those to come in.
No field event results, I'm afraid.
Unfortunately.
I did ask.
The women's discus is still going on. Good throw there, over 40 metres.
I believe that is Holly Wright of DCU.
Hard to see from here.
Not a long day.
Yeah.
Holly Wright of DCU, the only lady to successfully make every single 7 a.m. gym session for last year. They were since called off this year and moved to midday due to the low attendance.
I've heard about these famous DCU morning gym sessions, but I didn't realise they were actually very poorly attended.
They have a gym to use as an athletics club, Mark. Barring the high performance athletes like yourself, UL gym is a hard place to get into.
I decline to comment. Keenan Boyle racing the 4x4?
No. He's going to get a medal.
Oh, yeah.
So the ladies ready behind their blocks here for this one.
They're being held for a while. Looks like they're having some sort of technical difficulties with the start.
Yeah. As we see some of the men's teams coming out there, maybe just an issue with the start.
Is there anyone knocking around we could pull for an interview? Maybe.
I see Oisin Murray there.
I also see Louis Woodger.
Oisin Davis. Probably not him. We can get Oisin Davis to give us Oisin Murray's attention.
Oisin Murray's an intellectual man. He'd give us a few good words. Studying medicine in UG. Very good at Mario Kart, so I'm told.
Oisin.
Other Oisin.
Oisin.
Murray.
Oisin Murray.
Oisin Murray.
Oisin Murray will be joining us up here for a brief interview after his bronze medal in the 5K.
Yeah, bronze place in the 5K. Bronze place, third place. But a bit more sociable than some of our other medalists. Niall Murphy. Anyways, the girls are in the blocks for their 4x4.
He's just not bothered to go for a cool down, it seems.
So fair.
So from the inside again, Trinity College Dublin, UL, MTU, followed by DCU. DCU led off by Kate O'Connell, our individual 400 metre champion from earlier. She'll be looking to get a jump on the field to give the rest of the team an advantage here, as Hazel Hughes, silver medalist indoor this year for 800 metres. I'm not sure how she got on today. I wasn't there in time. Bronze today.
And I see Lucy Holmes lining out there for MTU in the second leg. Our 800 metre champ and silver in the 15.
Many of the middle distance athletes getting a call up here for this.
Holly Boyle as well, I might add. Sister of Keenan Boyle.
Podium from the women's 800.
Yeah. The whole podium, is it?
Yeah.
Who was third?
Hazel Hughes of DCU.
Okay, lovely.
Interesting stat there.
Yeah.
I believe Sophie Jackman there of TCD was in the women's 5k yesterday. Was
Okay,
she?
so the first leg is looking
15 heats. 15 is.
First
15
leg
heats.
is looking even.
15, there
enough.
were no heats. Sorry, 15 finals. Yeah, Sophie Jackman also on the podium in the 1500 metres. As Kate O'Connell comes around with a bit of a lead here, maybe UL.
Yeah, I'll give DC the lead here.
We'll see who hands over first.
Okay, so DCU will have a slight nod. This will be the battle of the 800 runners here, but MTU are a bit behind now. Lucy Holmes need a big leg here now to close up.
So
And
we have
then
our silver
TCD's
medalist from the 800 metres chasing down the bronze medalist from the 800 metres, being chased down by the gold medalist from the 800 metres, being chased down by the bronze medalist from the 1500 metres. So a lot of these girls.
So they cut in on the back straight.
Have been out already.
DCU holding their lead as it was at the changeover. See how these girls hold up over the last 150 when the lactic sniper.
Hazel Hughes, very much a very powerful athlete in terms of the 800 metres, so she's showing her speed here now in the 400.
Right.
Putting a bit of a further gap into the UL there.
Yeah, so if we look at our third leg here then, we have Sarah Lane from DCU, Lauren McCord from UL. This will be middle distance versus sprint, so this will be an interesting leg now if UL can close up, but there'll be a bit of work to do for Lauren.
Good
hand
change over
to
there.
Sarah. Good leg from Holly over to Lauren.
Sarah Lane's coming back from their silver medal in the mixed relay yesterday.
Then MTU and TCD are away as well.
Is this a straight final?
There's a second heat to come with UCD, I believe.
Okay, Lauren McCord is tearing up the back straight after Sarah Lane. Sarah Lane will have the 800 metre strength, but Lauren is a sprinter.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if the sprinter can hold on
Will
here.
she
She's
get
after
past?
catching up to the 800 metre athlete Sarah Lane. She flies by her there with 200 metres to go.
Yeah, but she'll need to push it on a bit more now for the last leg.
It'll be interesting to see how this last 100 metres unfolds as they come around to the final leg. I see Aisling Stratford out there for DCU, well-seasoned woman in these 4x400
for
metres.
us on last leg for UL.
PE student, I believe, like himself, Mark.
PE student and on scholarship.
We'll have a
Okay, so good lead here for Lauren McCord. Hands it over to Eve Mooney on the last leg. Closely followed by DCU.
Aisling Stratford needs to have a better handover than that. She's very experienced in these relays.
Okay, so it's still tight enough. But times are what matters here, Finn, aren't they?
Yeah. I'm sure
It will be
able to throw down the gauntlet.
Yeah, it will be difficult to set a time that will be difficult for UCD to beat. But as I said, there is going to be a tight battle of the team scores for DCU and UCD. So it will be interesting to see if Aisling Stratford can make her way back up here.
She might be making inroads, but we've seen big finishes.
Yeah,
in this
they're
with the likes
closing
of
now.
Phil Healy closing down Michelle Finn in a viral clip.
Iconic stuff
Santry
in the
as well.
4x4.
Once us as commentators don't go viral.
It's looking good though for Eve Mooney. She's still looking strong. She's holding her form, and the gap is not closing. So this will be a win of this heat for UL.
She anchored the mixed 4x4 yesterday and is anchoring the women's today.
Okay, so great leg from Eve Mooney.
Seems to be numberless, but nonetheless, she'll take the win there for UL. 3:52, followed in by Aisling Stratford there. DCU probably about 3:54.
And that looks like a straight final to me.
I don't see UCD unless they're running a solo time trial.
As we see Rebecca Ward here coming in for third place for Trinity College Dublin. MSB woman herself, sub 62nd this year.
Would that be 2 relays already for UL? If UCD don't have a women's 4x4, is the relays trophy there?
Yeah.
The mixed 4x4 isn't factored in.
And who won the mixed 4x4 yesterday? UL. Okay, nice. Okay, so good win for the UL girls there. Be very handy in the overall competition, followed by DCU.
Seems the men are up next now, so that must have been a straight final.
Yeah,
No
that was straight final
UCD
for
here, which is strange to see for the 4x4.
Looks like Jack
There's also
Relays Hickey is back. For his
Mr.
third relay of the weekend.
Mr. Jack Hickey.
Adding to his tally.
I wonder, will we have 2 heats here for this men's 4x4, or will it just be the same, similar
I'm
to
just trying to
the...
pull up the start list here now. If my phone will work.
As I see Hiro Takai there of DCU, our international student from Japan, taking up the 4x4. He is mainly a sprinter, 100 metres and 200 metres, so he's really tugging it out here alongside Emmanuel Osas, Ben Hughes and Darren Masterson. No sign of Kieran Carthy, Oisin Kelly or Calum Hurley for some reason. So Ben Hughes and Darren Masterson coming back from the 4x4 mixed 4x4 yesterday, of course, with Dara Masterson. Actually, no, Ben Hughes was meant to go in the men's heats. Sorry. Stephen Kiernan talked it out for us. Dara Masterson, the silver medalist in today's 400 metres. Manny Osas, the decathlete there, getting the nod. Close to 52nd flat man this indoor season.
Okay, so we have a good representation from nearly all the colleges in this event. So we'll have 2 heats. In the first heat we'll have UCC, from the outside UCC, DCU, TUD, MTU, ACTU, and then we have a guest team on the inside, which I guess would be our cadets. Yeah. So the women's was straight final won by UL, and DCU in second, MTU in third, I believe.
Trinity
got for third. Okay, sorry. And then men's will be run off times, so we'll have 2 heats, and fastest times then get the medals.
So Calum Hurley and Oisín Kelly, the 800 men from DCU, have managed to get off the hook for this one. The 2 medalists, Kieran Carthy, also 400 metre champion, doesn't seem to be lining out.
So Finn, how's the 400 depth in UL, or not UL, in DCU?
Well, Mr. Jack Raftery is he's too good for varsities, I think.
I seen he was off pretending he's training there in Montegorda or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he does actually any much training at all, but
yeah, he's just in the gym the whole time.
Yeah,
getting
more concerned about his looks than his running.
Look, I'd be the same if I was Olympian.
So maybe not the strongest possible team here from DCU. They'll be looking to win this heat though amongst MTU, SETU and UCC. Obviously the much stronger team, our champions from last year, will be UCD. They'll be looking to go in the second heat. Alongside one of the early colleges, I'm sure Galway, the likes of Trinity will be in that one as well. UL probably in that second heat also.
Yeah, UL is kind of a bit of a mix with Jack Hickey back for another event.
Oh, now we have our interviewer.
Okay, lovely, and we're joined by Oisín Murray, the only fella who would join us in the commentary booth.
The only 5k runner who didn't want to go for a cool down.
Yeah, so our bronze medalist from the 5k. Very exciting finish. Oisín, how did that go for you? How did you feel? Any thoughts?
Yeah, definitely tough. It was very metronomical. It was kind of just go around in 68s for what felt like the first maybe 8 or 9 laps even. It was only really last couple of laps that began to tie up. I tried to make a move kind of from 600 to go, I'd say. And when McGrath kind of came past me at 200 to go, I had a little bit, but when he came at the home straight there was nothing I could do. I just didn't have any more gears. So.
Yeah, Kevin McGrath's a man of infinite gears, as I've seen many a times. But we were just wondering, was there maybe conversations on the start line of working together? Because it seemed like the two Murphy Squared, were kind of alternating the lead. Were you given the inside scoop on any of that?
No, I have to say they really took it on, and fair play to the 2 of them for kind of swapping between them. It was fairly back and forth. I wasn't in on any of it anyway. I kind of just sat where I was for the whole thing. So.
Well, you still closed very well, I think. You held your own with Kevin McGrath in the last 200, which is not easy to do. So is that a track PB for you?
Actually, yeah, track PB, so happy out with it, yeah.
And you ran 14:05 in Armagh, was it?
Yeah, that's right, but different kind of race, so I suppose. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, very well done, Oisín.
Thanks very much, guys, anyway.
Grand. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, as the men are called to their marks here in this first heat of the men's 4x400 metre relay, so these are being run on time. I believe there will be 5 teams in the next heat, so just too many for one race of 8, unfortunately. But we do in this heat, we'll have SETU, MTU, DCU led out by our individual silver medalist earlier, Dara Masterson, and UCC on the outside. So Dara Masterson will be looking to get a bit of a jump on this field to give to Ben Hughes, a man who was one spot off making the 400 metre final from yesterday's heats. The UCC off very strongly as well on the outside. Darren Masterson does seem to be with a slight lead there. As they get through 200, nice and brisk. Hard to call a split on that, obviously, from up here. We'll try our best to give you rough splits when they're coming around here. So
DCU definitely in the lead here.
Darren Masterson in the lead there for DCU. He'll be looking to give them a bit of a gap here as he hands over to Ben Hughes, the 4-hurdler by trade. Ben Hughes. So he seems to be coming here in and around 50 seconds, so maybe a slight bit tired from earlier. As we have MTU handing off there, followed by UCC and SCTU.
Yeah, so it's just a race for here. DCU versus the clock, that's what it's all about. It's not about winning your heat, it's about running as fast as you can and hope to God that holds up well against your second heat.
Yeah, so DCU looking to set out a decent time that will be difficult to beat for the likes of UCD and UL in the second heat. No doubt Galway will have a decent team in there, maybe Trinity as well. So Ben Hughes now rounding up with 150 to go, chased down heavily there by a flying MTU athlete.
Yeah, great second leg here from MTU.
Ben Hughes' 4 hurdle strength will be looking to hold here as he looks to hand over to Hero Takai. The opposite of that, he'll be looking to use his speed here. 200 metre man by trade, so he was taking that baton there.
Aidan Burke, our winner of the B5K on the third leg here for MTU.
As Hero looks to fly out there for DCU. The man who didn't get the message yesterday that these were being run today as timed heats. He was out there on the track ready to go half an hour after the announcement was made. So he has 200 metres to go now. He'll be looking to hold up a decent pace as he does look to be tying up a slight bit. Every second counts here for this one, Hero. Come on, hold it up. As he gets encouragement there from chairperson Barry Clavin. Hero does look to be holding it together here for DCU. He'll hand it over to Maniosas, decathlete by trade, Maniosas.
So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on the clock on this one. DCU will be the team to beat from the first heat, but we'll have to make note of what time they run.
They're closely followed in there by MTU, UCC, SCTU then to come in next. So Maniosas, decathlete by trade, 50-second flat man for the 400 metres indoors. So we'll see how he fares after doing multiple events for DCU in these championships. I believe he just recently completed his weight for distance competition. He seems to have a natural talent for that one.
The 4x4.
Yes,
very impressive stuff. That's
so
what
he's
all about.
100 metres to go here, 3:12 on the clock. He'll be looking to really push it in here to lay down a decent marker that UL and UCD will have to chase in the next heat. He's tying up slightly now. He maybe hasn't done the 400 metre training in the last few weeks.
All eyes on the clock.
3:27.02.
3:27 is the time to beat.
As UCC chased down MTU here for second place in this heat.
And MTU win the Cork battle in the first heat. We have SCTU coming in as well to finish off their 4x4. Right, so we've heat number 2 coming up next, which will be our last event of the day.
Final event of the day, yes. The women's discus did conclude there at some stage. As we finally have our... not finally finishing, sorry. We have SCTU finishing here. And we finally have our medal presentation for that brilliant, cracking 1500 metre race earlier, where we saw Cian Gorham take it ahead of Louis Woodger.
I must say, I've never seen a prouder brother up here in the commentary box.
First year Louis Woodger, Queen's University Belfast. I've had a very nice, quiet year at home.
Living at home without your brother, yeah.
With him.
Well, he seems to be settling well anyways, finishing off his first year in college with a nice silver medal at the IOA Championships.
He's studying aerospace engineering.
Oh, right.
So very good. Very different to very different to Keano Boyle in third place studying business.
What's Cian Gorham applying for?
He's doing English and something else.
So he's doing nothing like.
Yeah, he doesn't do much.
Okay.
No, he must have 5 hours a week of
English and
Fintan
Dawson of some
is
sorts.
smiling up at me here now. He thinks he has won already.
I think Fintan just likes smiling at
Fintan's
everyone.
very giddy this weekend.
Yeah.
Matthew Glennon giving the boys there a big round of applause to Louis. Fellow engineering student Matthew Glennon, gold medalist in the walk today, studying mechatronic engineering in DCU. Louis Aerospace Engineering. What type of engineering are you studying, Luke?
Just straight up mechanical.
So straight up mechanical.
Made up other courses.
He's taking a dig at my course there, mechanical sustainability engineering in DCU.
Okay, so we'll look at
Just
the.
mechanical. We can just shorten it down, I suppose.
We'll look at the start list for this heat.
I can call it by the knees there as Ewan Caniff and Colin Murray are giving a big cheer there to Louis Woodger.
Okay, so from the outside we have Maynooth, UCD, Queens, UG, UL and TDC. So I imagine this would be a bit more competitive. Finn, what do you think?
Look very strong.
Yeah, should be a better race here. I think Galway, UL and UCD will obviously...
Andrew Egan there. I see the Mannion twins.
You're looking at, it could be the case that DCU mightn't...
Any sign of Kevin McGrath running for Maynooth?
Or...
I don't think so.
Do TUD have a team?
Giovanni, question mark?
The big question.
The big question. It's on all of our listeners' thoughts. Is Giovanni racing the 4x4?
I think I actually see him there in the stands. He is firmly sat down with his hoodie on. I don't think
okay, so he's sitting out the 4x4. I think he's deserved the rest.
After a sub-18 performance in the 5.
Very good, and he was buzzing with that. So that's what Varsity Leg's all about.
If he's still there and we're finished here, I'll ask him if he's going to be competing tonight as well. So the women's 4x400 metres medals are being handed out there. So it's just the one heat for the ladies. So Trinity College Dublin being anchored in by Rebecca Ward of Metro St. Bridget's. DCU then coming in second place. Obviously led off by the individual 400 metre champion Kate O'Connell, and then UL, the winners of that one with a very strong team. Mark.
Yeah, so we're looking at our last race of the championship, which should be the more competitive heat of the 4x4. We see Jack Hickey there for UL. Should get out well.
Rocket out the blocks.
Yeah.
See how that holds him in the last 100 on this.
Look, he's small, but I tell you, he can fly.
Former cross-country athlete for Moyne
AC, former Kilkenny hurler, jack of all trades, lecturer, well, not really lecturer, he does a few laps for us anyways in UL.
I hear he's a coach for a ladies Gaelic football team, or is it ladies Camogies team? Ladies Gaelic football team.
Guys football, down in UL. Strength and conditioning as well.
Hard to see a
jack of all trades.
Yeah. A Kilkenny man looking after a football team isn't exactly what you want.
Mark, you're lucky there isn't an award for the worst pun of the night.
Luckily there's probably no one listening to us at this stage.
At this stage.
Thank you to everyone who is
tuned in.
Who is interested in 4x4s.
So hopefully
plenty of points still up for grabs here.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll have an interesting race to watch now for our last event of the championship. Great weekend, I would say. And thank you to our hosts, DCU. Anyways, they're away here now. Galway with Andrew Egan. Look to be getting out well.
Our silver medalist in the 200, I believe.
Yes. He's been a busy man this weekend.
Yeah.
Galway have a championship record in this as well. From Carlow, with Rob MacDonald on their team.
Jesus.
Heroic performance, I believe that.
For those who don't know, Luke Purcell has an infinite database of knowledge in his brain of results and
I wasn't
stats.
even in college when that happened.
Yeah, you weren't even in college. Anyways.
Yeah. He's the
Andrew Egan leading out the first leg of Heat 2 of the 4x4. Big lead here.
Luke Purcell is the Paul Delahunty of the UL side of things. So Andrew Egan leading it out here for Galway.
Yeah.
Giving them a slight lead into one of the Manions.
Followed by UCD and UL and MU hand over same time. Sean Hayes off here for UL.
UCD have their work cut out for them here if they're going to defend their title from last year.
The time to beat was 3:23, I believe.
Was it not?
Yeah, I think it was. So Galway looking well on track. Let's see how deep their team is. Sean Hayes,
one of the Manions there.
with UCD. Can he hold them off? He won't hold them off. Okay, so they go through 200. UCD into second.
Although Galway do have a lad in GAA shorts on this.
I was going to say that, Finn, but I didn't want to insult the GAA players of the world. They're athletes too.
I've been running them.
Okay, so Galway are flying here. Big lead as we go into the second half. Let's see how they go. UCD hand over. And then UL and TCD going together.
Looks like he's in a world of pain.
Sean Hayes
God.
suffering that last 100. God bless him.
I remember going past Sean Hayes last year in the.
Well, I don't know about you, Finn, but the fella in the J shorts is flying it.
Yeah,
never did I say anything bad about that.
Well, you were
I just mentioned
there based on J shorts.
I was a GA shorts man myself for a number of years, so
you'd all your success in split shorts, though.
Yeah.
Always race to lose from here, though.
Okay, so UCD are still in second. UL are fighting with TCD for the third spot.
Someone get this man a pair of half tights. He has held on brilliantly here for University of Galway as they pass on to the last leg here.
Okay, so we have Fintan Dewhurst here for UL on the last leg for UL, a European medalist in the 4 hurdles. This will be interesting if he can get us up to second.
It's going to be really cool.
Oh, a faller, but the handover was safe and sound.
They have the baton in hand, Trinity, as they chase down UL. Doesn't look like they're going to get anywhere near him.
UG look to have this wrapped up. We'll have an eye on the clock.
But Fintan is going to leave it all out there.
Fintan Dewhurst is coming for UCD.
Fintan Dewhurst absolutely flying down the back straight to close down on UCD there. Will he pay for this first 200 or will he be able to hold on there?
He was in the ambulance earlier after his 400 hurdles, but he's not shown in this performance.
100 to go now. All eyes on the clock. Can Galway do it? Fintan Dewhurst on the outside of UCD, 100 to go. Can he get you out second? But it's all Galway in this heat. Oh, they're going to smash TCU's time. Great win for Galway. And the clock has stopped. UCD second and UL third.
Will be close there from the first year. Obviously, no doubt about your winner there, University of Galway. Incredible performance all around from them.
Clear winners there. Well done to Galway.
UCD certainly not as dominant this year on the relays.
No.
But it's the time to pack it in, lads.
And that's Queen's come in now for fourth.
As we have our last athletes coming in from the day, Maynooth University for the 4x4. After that, we will have to go to the results for the second bronze and silver medals there between the two heats.
I'll have a cheeky look at the website.
They won't be up by the time that we're finished this.
No chance.
So, thank you for joining us for a long weekend of athletics. That will be your last event there. Traditionally, they're the 4x4. So we will round it off with the last few medals to be given out and the banquet later on, lads. Heavily looking forward to that one.
Yeah, hopefully good crowd show up.
Barry!
Grant.
Or Gritty out of here.